Hello, gamers. What's up, Mix Xavier and AG and Danny and I Rank and Omar and Basil or Basil, I don't know, and Meech and Naraya and Mariah Shokin and Evie Plays Games and Hannah Olsen and Mud Eye and Nexlation. Data corrupt to instantly give you max eggs. Oh no. Is this max salmon eggs in the single player? That would actually be that's a game changer for the any percent run. That probably also makes it so that nobody wants to run any percent. Hey, Pixelware. A hypothesis. Elaborate. Yes. I've learned compound complex and compound complex. Thank you. Excellent. Good. That is not the most important thing to know the names for, but it is important to understand. What's up, Mad Jester and Luke Johnson and Spectre Bonk and Solomon? Recovering from the COVID? I'm sorry to hear about that. I narrowly avoided it a couple of times. And hello, Luma John and Rodayisha and Drakenstar Cross. Doing well, thank you for asking. And Bones, I'm assuming that is, or 3 1s, I don't know. Putting your testing caps on. Put your testing caps on, buckos. Yes, Super Spy Killer. And hello, Gabzilla. And Octopal and CM and Snakebites and Itixi and Cherry MC. And Lord Cheese Puff. And Bransbow. And Spaceman. And Cameron. And Twinkie Winky. And Weef Slider. Hello. And the local Ash Can. And Aditya. Phantomu getting into trouble with Nightbot for yippieing a little bit too hard. How's it going there? And Universal Hero and Mr. Malix and Cubed and Mad Gesture and Zeus Boy. And oh my goodness, the chat is accelerating, I think, faster than I'm going to be able to keep up with here. So recommended to play with Ethernet while playing? Absolutely, if at all possible. I would, if you have the ability to have control of that, because some people don't. Like, college kids are a great example of this. Sometimes you cannot physically reach your router from where you are. Or, like, your IT department will not allow it, and for very good reason, because college students are not to be trusted. So, in some cases, it is just not possible to get access to your router to use an Ethernet cable. The adapter, though, like, if all you're worried about is, like, wait, is it worth it to get the Ethernet adapter for this? Yes. The answer is yes. If you play any, like, Nintendo Switch game a good amount, the extra little bit, like $15 or whatever it costs, is worth it for the game to be so much better. It's a huge difference maker with, like, I ran Smash Ultimate tournaments online all the time. And it was just kind of night and day for some people. So definitely would recommend, although your networking environment, I mean, I am no expert on such things, but I also know enough to know that there are a lot of weird things that can have an impact on that, and that it would take someone with more knowledge than me to really be able to know in your particular case what is causing you your problems. I just know that there are a lot of issues that particular piece of equipment can help you resolve. So, college students are not to be trusted, Squid School. Yes, you can quote me on that anywhere you like, and I will stand by it. Okay. So I saw Jamie, I saw Annie there. Hello, Annie. We've got, oh my gosh, so many people. So many people. Welcome, people. Okay. So I actually have to, I should probably get started here pretty soon. I've just been kind of stalling while I stretch my wrists out a little bit, but I probably should get started here pretty soon because I actually have a lesson starting in a little under 2 hours now for Metafy. I don't know. Maybe we'll get to stream that. I haven't checked in with the student, and it is totally within their right to want it to be private and not watched by hundreds of people. Like, I totally get that. But I always like putting those on stream. I think it's something that a lot of people can learn from, and not just them. But okay, so I have a hypothesis, because I've been looking at some tier lists today, and I've been seeing some opinions on the L3 nozzle nose. A lot of people think that this weapon is one of the weaker weapons in the game. And my initial analysis of it, based on my understanding of how the weapon worked in previous games, and what I think of the game in its current state, I don't think it's that bad. I think that this is actually... Okay, the sub is definitely not what it wants, I think, for most competitive modes, but I think that this main weapon and special combination is actually pretty good. That's my hypothesis. Actually, I have a more specific hypothesis than that, because if you're looking for a crab tank, the immediate thing that everyone is going to think is, okay, why this instead of the Splash-O-Matic? Because the Splash-O-Matic also paints really well, and also gets crab, and has a good sub-weapon. But I still am thinking that the L3 could potentially be an alternative. Now, I'm not an expert on the L3 in particular. I would be much better on the Splash-O-Matic in all likelihood, simply from my familiarity with it. But what I want to do is get some gameplay on the L3 and decide if there is some weakness that I'm not really analyzing successfully here. One thing that is significantly different between the L3 in this game and the last game is the lack of MPU in the game. MPU made it so that this thing could potentially one-shot. It got to, I believe, 99.9 with enough MPU, because each shot got raised to 33, and so that, or not 99.9, I think it was just 99 or something like that. But obviously, if someone stands on enemy ink for too long, that becomes a one-shot, and that was something that made it really strong in Splatoon 2. But the thing was, in Splatoon 2, this weapon was considered meta before MPU came out. There were comps that were running 2 of these things, and I think that was excessive. I think that was entirely more than the weapon deserves, because too many of these things does make your comp not especially aggressive. It makes it a lot more difficult for your comp to move in. But I think a single one of these makes a really good paint support, provides crab tanks, which is something that a lot of teams are looking for. It's a really good kind of defensive special. It can work a little bit more aggressively for flanking. I think that there is more utility to this weapon than has currently been explored. And I want to play a whole bunch with it today and decide whether I continue to agree with that after having done so. Now, unfortunately, I just ranked up, and so I went from having like 3,900 rank points to only having 300. Needless to say, I'm not going to be testing this in series anyway, but I'm just worried I'm going to be playing an unfamiliar weapon and I'm going to lose a bunch of points. But we do it for the content. Thank you so much for becoming a member, Lee. I really appreciate that. 21 AP. Brings it down is really the bomb it has. Yeah, it's interesting, like, this is based on the vanilla kit that was in Splatoon 2, because there are some kits where you can look at them and you're like, okay, this is exactly the same, except they replaced this special with this very similar special. Crab is their rework of Baller, basically. Crab is literally just like, how can we make Baller better? And so they just took the exact same kit from Splatoon 2 and put it in here. And one of the interesting things about that kit was that it was actually really good in Turf War. In the Japanese Koshin Turf War tournaments, which were, you know, a very, very high level of play. They actually... Why are there so many freaking lasers everywhere? They ran, like, quad L3 because the weapon was so self-sufficient. It could move around the map really quickly. Oh, boy. That's a blaster. Alright. Oh, my God. But why are we all the way up here when they're still in our base? We need to tend to things. Okay. I guess we probably have to run down the charger. That is a good point. Okay, they grabbed it. I was going to grab it myself because I figure I fashioned myself after a paint support here. I should generally be the one picking up a lot of the time. Well, I thought with my back to the wall that wouldn't hit me, but I guess with the pedestal coming down, that's not how that works out. We did get the dunk, though. So we're basically even. We just need to get lead back. See, the kill time there is actually fairly fast. Like, that's short range against a blaster, but because their fire rate is so slow, I can get both shots out pretty safely. And at least trade it, so. Shoot. Okay, we don't really want to push this. This is an E-liter. Not many weapons in the game that want to push that. I'm surprised that player didn't shove me harder than that. Like, I was expecting that that jump was going to be, like, barely making it out alive. Well, it's a little weird because I'm seeing, like, frontliners be out there in front of me, and then people are showing up behind me. I'm like, wait, what? There was someone in the way. How did they get to me? Blaster's just gonna come straight towards me here. Or not. Yeah, I don't trust them to survive this, so I just go in here with the tank. No. I was holding the ZR button down there instead of tapping it repeatedly because I'm just used to shooter weapons and it feels like a shooter sometimes when it fires bullets. Some growing pains here, some growing pains. Oh! I missed a shot and that actually literally cost us the lead. That is one thing about the nozzle nose weapons that is noted by even pretty good players of it, that, like, it's a very high pressure weapon. It's a weapon where if you do miss a shot, it can be very costly because of how many recovery frames there are after each burst. Oh, there we go. Nice. We can hold this. Cool. So Guilty Waiver, according to the affiliate agreement, you are not allowed to multi-stream to both Twitch and YouTube. You are allowed to stream on Twitch and then put the recording on YouTube. That part is fine. But it's if you're doing them both at the same time that's apparently not allowed. That's against their, terms of the agreement there. Now, I haven't ever heard of anybody getting in trouble for that. I'm not going to say that, like, I know anything in particular about that. I got my Rainmaker badge on this weapon. That's interesting. I don't know, you know, whether or whether not that is something that they're keeping close track of. I don't know, you know, how they would know without that getting reported to them, to be honest. But it is a thing. And so I don't want to fall foul to it at any point in my streaming career. I don't want to get, like, I don't know, the contract breached or something for that reason. So the hypothesis is that L3, rather than being a low tier like has been described by a lot of others, is actually a viable alternative to the Splash-O-Matic for a weapon that can run Crab Tank. It's got a comparable amount of paint that it puts on the ground, and it's just an option for if you want to run a midline support weapon instead of a frontline support Slayer hybrid. But if I put the hypothesis in the description, then people don't come in and ask me the question, and then, like, I get engagement, and numbers go up or something. Yeah, I don't know. This is literally, like, the most awkward map, I think, for me to have Curling Bomb on the rollout. It's actually not the easiest thing at all to make that Curling Bomb useful. I don't want to be this close. I am holding off their front line from here, but I definitely need somebody else to make something happen if we're going to. That was entirely too many shots for that, but okay, Charger, you cannot disrespect it that much. Let's see if we can just pop this from here. Alright. They got eventually. Even though I already know for the engagement. There you go. Way to make my numbers go up. Good work, my minion. That's not where the bomb is supposed to go. That's right. The Curling Bomb actually does work really well in this particular map for its long, like, passageways that are really narrow. And I feel like with the number of choke points there are in this game, like, that might just kind of be a thing overall. That was actually kind of scary. I don't know what the crab does to jump over the wave breaker. Yeah, that was bad aim on my part. We discouraged them from going after the Explo, though, which is something. Cannot believe I made it out of that alive. I charged that a little bit so the bomb would stay in that contested area longer. Man, I thought I had a really good angle, but their aim was just on. One thing that's working really well here is that with these narrow corridors, I'm able to wall opposing frontliners off so that it's really hard for them to push in. They need to, like... They need something with, like, a sloshing machine's level of hitbox spam, basically. This is more of a frontline play than I should be making here. On the splatter shot, that's an easy pick. On the L3, I'm getting in closer than I need to. I'm not kiting. Yeah, keep going left, go left, go left, go left. This way, this way, this way, this way. Alright. I didn't expect that we were going to be able to hold that push for an incredibly long time with that one carrier, but... Oh my god, please let me get front, thank you. But what I wanted to do was, number one, get it behind some cover, and number two, get it further away from where they want to push from. It's like if they're in mid, they have both pushing options. If they're on that side, the only way they can go, like, easily is to their right, our left, and that's probably the less powerful pushing option on this map. Oh, I hit them twice, too. That weapon might be a challenge for mine. I don't think the one-on-one matchup is great, because they do outrange me, and their DPS is more consistent. Like, they can just keep holding the fire button once their shots are on. Yeah, this is honestly fine. I don't mind us holding it up here for as long as we have control of mid. The problem would come in if someone were able to get up there. But with time being, you know, with time running out right now, I am totally fine with them taking me out because that takes them too long and they don't get to the Rainmaker carrier. It felt really good there. Like, mid is relatively easy to control for me. The curling bombs actually do something in there. And Crab Tank, anytime I get it, felt like I had a corridor that I could shoot down and, like, completely clear out. How do I gain the humility to accept my own faults while playing this game? I think, I guess it comes from a willingness to say that when something goes wrong, it was your fault, and to be okay with the idea that things can be your fault, and that you're still not, like, a bad person. That, like, it might honestly be rooted in the confidence to be able to make mistakes and still be able to accept yourself for it. Because I think where a lot of people struggle is with realizing that they're the problem, I guess, in a situation. And having to go to more effort, but also having to acknowledge that something that they did was, you know, worse than they thought it was, or something like that. So that might be the root of it. I don't know. I haven't done a lot of thinking about that. Okay, we're not able to get there. This is a little bit tricky because we've only got like zoning weapons. We don't really have a lot of pushing power, so I might end up having to play a bit more aggressive. I might need to go up and like support the dapples in fights here, which is hard when the range blaster gets a triple kill on us. Everybody's gonna be looking over that ledge now. Okay, nice. We caught that player. Crab Tank might actually be a good way to initiate aggression as well. I'm trying to paint in front so that we can see any aggressive weapons coming before they do. No, that is not the way I intended for us to go here. I guess we almost got to the checkpoint. Now we might be able to with the rain here. Now we still don't have enough paint to do it. This is a very aggressive position that I would rather not be in. but it also felt like the only way that we were ever going to be able to get control there. Maybe we need to just back off there and not try and get control. I think that's the idea. Ah. Stood still for too long. Also, we're getting flanked, and I don't think anyone recognizes that. They tricked me there. I should have realized that with the way that their laser was moving, that they were trying deliberately not to look like they were looking at me. Ugh, we're getting flanked really hard. Need to be a little bit more patient. Comps like this, the criticism that you make of them is that they are slow comps, specifically. That they take a long time to be able to do things, not that they cannot do things. And obviously being able to do things faster is an advantage. And so in that respect, they are, you know, weaker. But the fact is they can get stuff done. It's not impossible for them to do things, especially if you play to the weapon's strengths. Wow, we almost made it all the way up. We jump into this. They're taking it out that way. Which is a smart move, because this is clearly where we were set up. We are able to rotate to that. They're not going to, like, catch us out. And so the Rainmaker carrier was a bit overzealous with getting it out of there. Although, you could also just make the criticism that the rest of the team wasn't zealous enough getting out. Yeah, okay, I can't get any more out of that. Jumping to me on left probably wasn't the call, because they're over on right. Although their Rainmaker is really misplaying this. They could have been moving for the last, like, 5 seconds. But instead, they took it, like, way, way up there. The leader can't really move too far forward here. Yeah, that was a bit over-aggressive on their part. We probably didn't want to pop it. Oh, we especially didn't want to pick it up. Oh, that's really bad. That could cause a stagger. Oh, they let him grab it. They let our teammate just get in and grab it. I guess we had the, since we got pop, we had the pin around it, but that was like a 1v3 or something. There was no reason that our teammate needed to be the one to get in there. With a crab tank looking at it, forget about it. Yeah, I swam by the Rainmaker on purpose there to not pick it up, because that forces the opposing team to be the one that picks it up. If we pick it up, all that needs to happen is a crab tank that it already has all of its rapid fire shots aimed well to splat them. So, yeah. I mean, we're getting pretty good results so far. I'm actually positive on points at the moment. So the hypothesis that we're testing here, as I'm sure other people have asked as well, is that the L3 nozzle nose is a viable alternative for crab tank support weapon to the Splash-O-Matic. And obviously, you know, to really have a good answer to that question, we would want to be testing this in competitive play. But playing it in solo at least gives me a sense of what the weapon's strengths and weaknesses are, and how it plays mechanically, and how 1v1s tend to go. Sheldon license that I definitely need. Definitely don't have all of the weapons unlocked already. I don't know, I guess I'll need them for when the new kits come out. It's a little bit underwhelming in terms of painting the shield, actually. I was surprised that it was doing as little damage as it was. Okay, well... Cool. We'll just... He get dodged. I definitely thought I grabbed. Not our teammate who popped that. This is tough. Dualies actually probably are one of the weaker matchups for it, now that I think about it. Because they're not going to stand still, and like if they dodge in time with when I shoot, it's really hard for me to actually hit more than like one shot. Okay, if this seems to be going badly, I can just jump off the ledge. Yeah, I don't see this turning around anytime soon. We'll just reset it. Unfortunately, we went down again. Brush right here. I guess they went the other way, huh? What? They backed up? I think they actually backed up and gave it to us on this side of the map, which is the easiest one for us to hold. Or to push from. Unfortunately, none of us dealt with the one direction that they could possibly shoot us from. And just ran out into the open on top of each other and died to the same stuff. So that was a 3v2 situation, but because of the way we positioned in it, we just all died. Oh, hi. I probably just screwed up their movements, actually. Like, they probably were expecting to be able to just run away. And then they ended up stuck because they bumped into me. This is really good aggressive play here by the Dapples. That is exactly where they want to be. They have the DPS to grab it. They can probably dunk right here. And then they don't even have to pick it up. And they can continue doing aggressive things because by the time it's popped again, I will be there. Can we shoot one of them, please? I didn't need the tacticooler. I needed you to shoot the people who were shooting me. Alright, well, we got the lead anyway. Nice. Nice, I got the trade. Oh, but the teammate's gonna die to the charger. Big sad. This might be insane. It's crazy that the brush did not do anything about me there. I'm pretty sure they had to have seen me when I jumped in. Oh, I didn't want that. Ah! Well, at least they respawn quicker. They're gonna run out of time. They've only got 10 seconds. I think they had it in a Rainmaker free zone or something. I probably didn't need to engage there. I could have just let them die to the explosion. I guess it stops them from getting checkpoint. 96 is in a flank position. Doesn't matter. We win that game too. Booyah. What's going through your head when you're considering whether or not to do a tactical reset? I never quite know when it seems appropriate. That is a very good question. I've written out a flowchart. It's in my Rainmaker guide, but it's not the easiest thing to go and find because the flowchart ended up being transparent and it was written in black, so it's difficult to read. And I had some problems graphically with designing that. But so you've stopped the push. The Rainmaker is at or near your base. In that position, ideally what you would want to happen is that you leave it in your base, popped, and push out and get to mid. Because in the time that it takes you to get to mid and paint up between your base and mid, the Rainmaker will reset and be waiting for you in mid once you get there. So you don't lose any time for not carrying the Rainmaker, and in exchange for it, you get getting all 4 players to mid with subs and probably with some specials charged, so that it's not like they're having to sacrifice their weapon kits to move it. And you're ready to take a neutral engagement over the Rainmaker, which is what will probably happen, because by the time you were going to get to mid, they were all going to be back up anyway. It's just the nature of either moving the Rainmaker, which is slow, or of letting it reset, which is also just about equally slow. So that's what you would want to happen. However, leaving the Rainmaker popped inside your base is often very risky. In situations where there is still, someone around your base, it might not be worth it to just leave it there because you'd be worried that they're going to pick it up. And it is in those situations where it's going to be safer to lose a player but stop the push than it is to allow the push to continue. There are a lot of missiles coming. That's kind of obnoxious. Alright, casual crab triple. We're going to take this and we're going to move this out to the right. I'm going to wait for our team to get into a position around it. Oh no, you can see me as the Rainmaker. Whatever will I do? We do want to drop it down eventually, because dropping it down means that they have to go all the way back around again. What's stopping me from moving here? Let's just test that and see what it is. It's just the reflex. Alright. I'm glad that my teammate at least got that trade back. That's good. I was hoping they would probably be able to get the pick on it cleanly, but even just getting the trade back maintains numbers advantage, so that's all we really needed in the end. We throw this out here, and we take it. Metacarpal. I like it. I like it. We jump to this. This isn't going to get us killed, is it? I don't even know if this is that fast, but we'll take it. It seems like the safest place to be at the moment. There you go, Dapples. Do your thing. Duel them with your Dapple. Thought I had enough damage on them, but I guess they healed enough from the first shot before I hit them with the next two. Unfortunate. Team is still holding on. I am worried about what happens when the missiles get fired here, though. That's about as far as the Explode can go without running into my team. Unfortunately, I don't have a great way to splat that player as they come down. There's just an awkward combination of them having cover and me needing to hit two shots. What I could have done if I'd had a tiny bit more time is charge well enough that I have a cooked curling bomb ready for him. Let's get some paint over here. I should be painting a little bit more instead of trying to shark like this. You are a reflex. You are not a frontline weapon. Oh, right, you can jump in ball form. Okay, I forgot about that. So I can, if I drop into ball form, I can actually jump over Wavebreaker stuff. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to pick it up there. Like, I would prefer that it's me that pick it up in that situation. But I don't hate the idea of picking up it. It's just, I don't know. If we go down here, we give them overtime, is one of the things I was thinking about. If we had just let it reset, then it would be in mid, and they would have to pop it and pick it up. But now that they've splatted us and maintained control of it... Oh, I hit 2 shots. I needed more. Might have actually been 3. Okay, good job, team. Good job, team. They handled that well. But yeah, I think the play was actually to leave it up there, because it's harder for their team to get up there. And they're going to have to go and get it if they want to pick it up. Because if they don't pick it up, then they have to pop it in mid. And that's easier for them to get control of than it is if they get control of it when they splat one of us. I got the question again. What do you think about tactical Rainmaker resets by dropping it over cliff? I actually just answered that, I think, last game. But there are times where it's the right idea, and then there are times where it might not be. The ideal situation for resetting the Rainmaker, because, okay, I haven't gone through the full flow chart, and so I'm going to explain it again, because there was a part that I left out here. So, if you get control of the Rainmaker, but you're in, like, mid or something, you just pick it up and run it, or you're close to mid. Because you're going to get it further forward before you get splatted, either way. Now, you know, if you have control of the map, if you got, you know, player advantage and stuff, you can afford to play it a little bit slow and let your frontliners go in front of you, but sometimes you don't need to drop it off a cliff. Sometimes just dropping it over a ledge makes it take significantly longer for your opponents to be able to score again. Like, the call to drop it off on Scorch there wasn't necessarily the worst play you could have made, because dropping it into mid makes it so they have to go all the way back from mid again instead of being already in their base and having, you know, a little bit of a head start. But generally, when we're considering dropping it off a cliff, what you're going to do is use that to prevent them from, you know, taking lead with the score that they're going to get next, with being able to take it really deep into your base. The whale is actually really difficult to deal with there, so I think it still damages me even through the armor. I might be wrong about that. I need to test that before I can say that confidently. It's neat that whale is, like, kind of underwhelming in a lot of cases, but it's, like, useful enough most of the time to, like, you know, warrant being a special. And on top of that, against certain situations where you have to get through armor or something, like a big bubbler, like a crab tank, because it pierces, it's actually a really reliable answer to that. Not quite. Okay, but so let's say you're in a situation where they're pushing really far into your base and it's kind of dangerous. Oh, that is an opposing player. I don't know what I can do from here. I think I need to back up. They're not going to go this way. They're going to go to our left. Ah. That is one weakness of the L3. Just missing those shots right there. Well, this feels a little redundant now. Oh, that's just a stringer. I thought that was a charger for some reason. I guess the glow made me think. They're getting into your base. I keep getting stopped from talking about this because something happens in game that's really important for me to deal with. But if they're getting way too close, then why are we over here? The Rainmaker's in our back corner. Guys, awareness, please. Oh my goodness. That was one of the worst lapses there that I've seen. Maybe it was because, like, they were swimming in the ink, and so the Rainmaker icon wasn't appearing or something. Because I think it doesn't appear on your map or something if you're swimming. But, like, how do you lose track of it that hard? Like, that's something where I'm always trying to, like, know at all times where roughly the Rainmaker is. So, yeah. Anyway, now I'm gonna stop playing the game real quick and finish this explanation and then go back into it because I've been trying to make it for like 3 minutes. So, if it's deep in your base and the enemy team is threatening to potentially grab it and score, then your two best options are either you keep the enemy team back and push everybody out through every possible choke point so that the enemy team can't possibly get to it and then it resets to mid. Or if you don't have the numbers and you're realizing, like, if I don't grab it right now, they will grab it and take lead, then you grab it, and if at all possible, you run it off a cliff. Even just grabbing it stalls it for a little bit longer, because you'd much rather... Let's say that there are 3 opposing players that are looking at the Rainmaker, and you're the only one on your team left. If you grab the Rainmaker, even if you don't make it off a cliff, then your team gets to spawn in 3 more players, and they only get to spawn in 1 more. So you move it from being a 1v3 disadvantage to being a 3v4 disadvantage. And a 3v4, you can throw bombs in front of the Rainmaker and stall that out, often long enough for the 4th member to be able to get in. So that's more of a doable defense, even if you just, like, get splatted for it. You'll probably lose some points, but it will take them significantly longer at the very least to knock out. And sometimes that's all you can hope for. But ideally, you get it off a cliff, because what happens then is you've got, 3 enemy team members in your base, but the Rainmaker is now, like, halfway across the map behind them. And so if they want to keep the push going, they've got to send at least 1 person into mid to pop the shield, pick it up, bring it all the way back. And in that time, your team is now able to get a numbers advantage against the remaining players. You're going to have 4 players up, and if those 3 players decide to stay in your base to try and hold it, now it's a 4v3 in your favor. Or a 3v3, I guess, because you've just jumped off a cliff. But still, again, 3v3 better than the odds that we were talking about before. Stalls their push, makes them kind of do it all over again. Gives you another chance. So that's kind of the math that you're thinking about there. You're thinking about like what this will do to numbers advantage, but you're also thinking in terms of how much time it will cost the enemy team if you are able to pull that thing off. Okay. Have I done the gacha yet? I don't think I've done the gacha yet. I have not. Let's see what we get. Celestial Ruffian. I love it. That's actually... That by itself is a pretty good combination. Alright. And let's also... Not that menu. Let's also go here. Why am I going to weapons? It's not weapons that I want to go to. But I can show off that I've... Looky, looky. Whee! Get owned! Weapons. Oops. I have already done a shopping run, though, so I don't think there's much here that I'm going to be interested in. I mean, I guess I could buy this. I don't like these jackets. It makes you look like you're wearing a fat suit. It just, like, makes you look... It's so, like, plumped up right there in the front and not necessarily in other places. It's awkward proportions. Probably very cushy and cozy. Alright, let's see what our mystery box has. The hypothesis is... Apart from my appendix bursting and doing good? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm glad you're doing okay, though. The hypothesis is that the L3 is a viable alternative to the Splash-O-Matic for crab tanks. It's a reasonable option if you want a midline shooter instead of... Or, well, I guess it's a semi-auto, but if you want basically the same impact that a midline shooter would have instead of a frontline shooter. And doesn't sacrifice an awful lot else. Still paint's plenty good, and the only big disadvantage there is curling bomb instead of burst bomb. Which, like, if you need the range, you're totally willing to trade off. That's my take. Because a lot of people have been putting this at, like, the bottom of their tier lists. And I don't think it was MPU that made this weapon usable in Splatoon 2. Like, I think the impact of MPU overall was a little exaggerated. It was definitely important. It definitely changed things, but I don't think it changed things by as much as people say. Because I played a lot of Kensa Splattershot Pro, which was the weapon at the time that really... it was kind of the poster child for MPU. It was mediocre main weapon brought up to the point of being like what was considered a top-tier Slayer for the time. And I don't think it really even changed the K-Pro that much. I think people just realized, wait a minute, the 52 paints better, and doesn't have the same ink tank problems, and hits at almost the same range, and splats in 2 shots, reliably, every time. And also has Booyah Bomb, just like the K-Pro does. MPU didn't make the difference between the K-Pro and the K-Gal. I don't think it makes the difference for the L3 either. I don't think the potential one-shot that you occasionally would get, because it was occasional, and it is a pretty specific set of circumstances that I think you need to create for that to work. That's my thought. I'm testing it out to see if there are any factors that I haven't considered here. Anything that makes this weapon feel weaker than it actually is. This is a very risky play. I should probably pop this for safety. Alright, that worked out. If the charger had been looking at me, that would have been a lot more dangerous. It's probably not an advisable play. But we got away with it. Where are we going with this? Why would we take that angle against an E-leader who's right there? That's just going to lead to us getting baited by grabbing the Rainmaker and dying to the charger repeatedly. The left side is, like, never that great of an idea, because it's really pretty slow because you can't swim at all. But it's even worse in a game where there is literally an E-leader who can see the bridge the entire way across. Me going down there is actually worth it if, as I believe might have been the case, we needed to get my damage on to be able to actually trade the Rainmaker back. Okay, so we need something to shut down the Sea Leader, and I think I might be it. We at least get this jump. No, we don't. Let's get the E-Leader now. And, oh, I forgot I don't jump back. I'm thinking I'm like an inkjet or something, and then I'm just going to land back where I started. No, that is not how that works. We are not doing anything about this E-Leader, and they are shutting down all of our angles. Okay, I don't know how we got the Rainmaker there. That's pretty lucky, frankly, because we're not in control of the map at the moment. Let me just try and play paint support a little bit, because we're definitely low on that. We have a charger who can paint a bit, but doesn't want to. Then we have... And doesn't want to, not in the sense that, like, they should want to, either. In the sense that, like, their weapon just would prefer to be able to fire shots if it can help it. It has more impact that way. Okay, nice. Just the leader. Where's the leader? Haha, let's go. That was so funny. Starting to roll away before the transformation happened was actually clutch. That was really smart of me. Ah. Alright, well, we got through, which is crazy because there's, again, an E-Leader looking at that angle. Rinsler, I think, is just the rapid. I don't know if they can stay alive down there against pressure. Apparently, the enemy team just did not support its Rainmaker push at all. There's someone flanking into our base here. Alright. At least we stopped them. Having the checkpoints is a big deal, but not being able to get past there might still not be enough because we have so little time. Alright, good job, Troutcast. Despite the fact that I just landed on a bomb. They're gonna just try and keep the Rainmaker shield painted there. No, they're not. That's what they should have done. How is this not hitting? Oh, right, because it's slower to turn. Okay. We've got to keep very safe here and avoid getting sniped. I know where the charger is. They're on the left now. Just want to make sure there's nobody sharking over here. We've got to be super careful right now. We've stalled long enough to get the rest of our team back in. The E-Leader is unfortunately in the one position I don't want them to be in. We did get one, so we can shift it over to here probably. Oh, crap. I died to this. I didn't have enough paint at my feet to get up over the ledge. I was trying to use the ledge for cover. I wasn't anticipating having to go over that quickly, but that suddenly became the only thing that was safe for me to do. Yeah, that was a well-placed slider. And also, I think one also pretty impressive thing about it was that they were able to use it from that position without, like, getting spotted by my team. Like, they really slipped that through when we were focused on pushing forward. So they mistimed that slightly, and I just, like, get past them. Or they go, like, too far behind me, and I get to just keep running forward, or... Like... Definitely respect for the execution on that. I think ideally, we have someone catching them before they even drop. But in that situation, you're like... Okay, well, the leader's over here. We need to pressure the leader. And, like, that's the number one thing that we need to worry about. I might have wanted to be a little bit slower on the push. But, I don't know. We had only, like, 30 seconds left. So, waiting for something to develop for too long can take away what advantages we do win. Tough spot to be in, but, I don't know. I don't feel too bad about it. Blocked a slider with a squid roll before. You know, that would have been a smart thing to try. It didn't even occur to me. Because, like, I was very close to being able to jump over that ramp and just get behind cover and continue moving forward. And I guess, really, if I had had paint at my feet to be able to squid roll, I would have been able to just jump over the ramp anyway. Thanks for the raid, Liberté. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Wish we could D-rank in this game. Yeah, I do too. I think that the experiment with not being able to D-rank has been a failure. I think that it is leading people to just get mired in debt instead of being able to drop down to a skill level that's more manageable for them in terms of, like, the players they're playing against. It's rough for some of those people. I've heard, you know, thousands of people, or people being thousands of points in debt. Not thousands of people, thousands of points. That squid roll off the wall right there will save your life so many times on this map. Fabulous defensive movement option. I did not have the firepower to start challenging that big bubble yet. I don't know why we went in on it. What? I was close enough to that? Man. Sometimes I look at a bomb and I'm like, ah, they nerfed the explosion radius on bombs. We're fine, right? I don't know why I challenged that. I guess I thought the charger was looking at my teammate, and then they just switched to me. It's like, oh, you mean when the charger has a laser out, that means they're about to fire? I had entirely too many shots and should have splatted that 52 twice over by the time I had to move. Okay. Figured they might aim that direction, but I didn't think they would swing as wide, and I was correct. Oh, that actually does reach. Whoops. Nice, and we kept zone. Good job, team. In solo queue especially, there are a lot of situations where you can look at the objective, at the advantage state and be like, you know, objectively speaking, we should, in theory, lose the zone here, but this is solo queue, and if they start putting pressure on me, I can just safely back up, so maybe I should just try and keep the zone painted here for a bit. That happened twice, once with me and once I think with our Explo there, where it was like a 2v4, but like we had pretty good distance from the opponents. There wasn't really a reason to stop painting it just yet, and so we kept painting it, and because of that we kept the zone for a little longer. I think, you know, on a coordinated team or on a higher level team, they'd probably just hunt us down for that, but sometimes it works out. Should D-rank at minus 500 no matter what. Yeah, getting to minus 1,000 just feels so bad. It shouldn't take more than 2 full series just to get back above to even. Imagine being like 2,000 points in the hole. Like, if you go on like a 5-1 series, you're looking at just over 300 points. Okay, so you're talking now about 7 series going just about perfectly just to get back to even. That's like 21 games minimum if you go 5-0 in every single one of them before you're back to even. 21 games straight, just winning them. Climbed out of minus 3,000. Now that is a heck of a stream right there. Oh no, okay. I'm not saying oh no because KO's on the team now, because hi KO, but we've got double Explo again. Can we stop, like, getting double Explo? I would like some weapons that can push. So that's a heavy. You don't have to worry about as much about its range from there. It actually can't hit much of the zone. That's about as much as it can hit. I'm getting baited so hard into going after this. I need to back off. Nice. Okay. Oh, please. I just want a crab tank on your snipe. That's all I want to do, man. Just let me get up there. Thank you. Thank you for letting me do this. You know, it's really handy having spent so long talking about, like, Debbie's positioning maps and stuff. Because, I mean, for one thing, I guess I did play heavy during some content that I was doing for Splatoon 2. But also, Crab is basically just, like, a really, really good Splatling. In terms of the positions it wants to take, what it can have the most impact over. And if you've got a Hydra, it's game over if you get it on top of their snipe. So I just went on top of their snipe with the crab tank, and look at what I was able to do. Everybody drops over that ledge, everybody dies. More and more debt to the Judds. The Judds like they're this crime family. Year is 20XX. Everyone plays Explo at task levels of perfection. The winner of the game depends solely on who has the dab emote equipped. Oh, man. A pocket splatling, yes. It's like you're in a Legend of Zelda game where you can just pull the entire splatling out of your pocket, you know? You've got, like, 20 pre-cooked meals in your pocket. You've got these iron boots, just, you know, in a backpack that's, you know, it's not even really a backpack, more of a little satchel kind of thing, more of a pouch. Yeah, it's so silly. Okay. It is getting a little warm because there is a air conditioner that I always have to turn off to do these streams. So let's take a quick break. I promise, KO, I'm not trying to dodge you. We did good. Link's walking around with 20 filet mignons in his pocket. Oh my god. Imagine just like... This is like a prank video in the making. Somebody goes to like a fancy restaurant, you know, dressed to the nines. They get this really expensive meal, and they just take the meat from it and stuff it into their tuxedo pocket and walk out of the restaurant. Like, yeah, I'm just taking this to go, you know? No, I don't need a box. It's good. Here. What rank am I? I'm in S plus 10, and I'm probably going to stay there because I'm only playing opens at the moment because I'm playing L3. But I don't know. Maybe I should be playing series because I'm generally winning. Where's my... Yeah, so... That's the day so far. 7 wins, 2 losses. But it is open, so I don't know. Weapon with triple ink strike would be nice. I think Tri-Strike is another weapon that's potentially underrated right now. In principle, it does about the same thing as a Booyah Bomb, just, like, with a different shape, and, like, it's a lot more complicated, technically, like, mechanically, to throw it. So, oh, I've got to keep reminding myself that I don't need 3 shots, I need 4. I think some of these times I've been baited because I've been, like, hitting 2 shots and then hitting another one and thinking that that's enough. I guess that's just, like, splatter shot habits. But no, this is not an H3, this is an L3. And if you only hit 3 shots, then you take the L. That's what that means. Auto Tri-Strike? Oh, Auto Bomb Tri-Strike. I'm dumb. My bad. Okay, so what kits would I like to see? Nautilus needs something aggressive. It's an absolute travesty that it has been stuck with the kit that it has for this long. And if they are bent on making it a support weapon, they're making a huge mistake. Having an aggressive splatling like that was so fun. Like, I am totally cool with Nautilus being as strong as it was. I think it was in a really good place in Splatoon 2. I want it back there. Give it Inkjet again, right? Like, give it a, I don't know, a burst bomb or something. Like, just break that thing if you possibly can, because that was such a fun weapon to have in the metagame. Oh, wow, that sent me over there. Okay, cool. So, Blob needs another kit as well. Oh, okay, then. That is a curling bomb kill, ladies and gentlemen. I will hear no arguments to the contrary that was a curling bomb kill. They really are having some trouble keeping themselves on the map here. Nice. Me over here. Look at the scary man. Ow. They looked at the scary man. I wasn't expecting this. Yeah, I'm at S plus 10 right now. There are some people I know who are, like, approaching S plus 50 already. I know that there are a lot of, like, top players that have been there for a long time. I'm not playing as much ranked. Because to be clear, like, I think I could be higher if I were playing more. I don't think this is, like, representative of my ability or anything right now. Like, I'm winning a majority of my games on the L3, which is a weapon that I have never competitively played. That's the trap of that corner. Like, you go into that corner because there aren't that many angles that someone can take on you, but you're doing so in all likelihood with a short-ranged weapon. Well, that short-ranged weapon is going to get outranged as soon as someone peeks the corner if you dive far enough into the corner to get good sightlines, or to take away sightlines. Man, I needed one more shot on him. I was hoping that in this time we would be capping the zone. And it looks like we're not going to be able to do that, especially now. Oh, that didn't go anywhere either. I need a tank. Yeah. In this situation, it's very important not to feed for lead, to maintain lead. It's important to get the resources out so that you can stop the KO. And unfortunately, we didn't do that because nobody pushed forward. We just all stood on the same spot as the E-Leader, which meant that the E-Leader couldn't do anything, which meant that my Crab Tank couldn't do anything. We needed someone going out on the left. We needed someone trying to drop down or something. It was a really good big bubbler because, like, we can try and shred that, but it takes away the E-Leader's sight lines, and it stops everybody from going the one direction they all wanted to. If we mob in, like, 2 players from the left, and then have, like, the E-Leader on the right, and admittedly my Crab Tank probably could have gone someplace better for creating another sightline. I needed to find somewhere where I had access to the zone. Yeah, I guess on that team comp, because I wasn't paying a ton of attention to it, I was actually probably one of the weapons best suited to pushing forward. Because on top of having an E-Leader, we actually have an X-Blow. It really loves giving you double backline comps. I am kind of annoyed about that. It almost feels like that happens more than it used to in Splatoon 2. Maybe it's just because E-Leaders are so popular, E-Leaders and X-Blows. Because there were a lot of teams in top-level play in Splatoon 2 that just ran backline-less comps. So maybe the average range for the weapons was lower, and so you tended to end up more often with the correct number of backliners. Correct, I say, which is a very strong statement, but... Well, 2 specials canceling out. And then someone pushed me on left. Okay, cool. I'm okay with that, the way that that worked out. I think our Aerospray probably should have gotten killed there, but... all's well that ends well. Nice. Something I really like about this weapon is that I think Crab Tank doesn't want to be getting up in someone's face before it pops it. It wants to be at a like very, you know, off-center kind of location. That was a mistake on their part. That'll give us a good amount of time on the ledge, or on the zone. Ah. Got a little too cheeky with it. I'm gonna die for that. But so the L3, I feel like, positions naturally in a lot more places that are more conducive to actually popping a crab tank and having a successful position with it. Like, you don't have to position as far outside of where you would typically want to be to use it. Where's that going? Is that going on me? Should have gone on me. Hi. Nice. When I took that angle on like moving gradually right, I was forcing the Hydra behind Snipe so that they didn't have a way to paint the zone with the charge that they got. And eventually I just forced them down to ground level, which again costs them some time, and just it's going to push them into a position where they're going to get jumped on as soon as the charge is out. Hi, SML Bear. Really is the most punishable special in S3. What do you think about that? Hammer. Hammer is more punishable, I think. Hammer is very likely to whiff because of its hitboxes. It turns very slowly. Its melee range. I mean, I guess if you just throw it, and that's the way that people are using it, but used in its intended way, I feel like Hammer's worse. Reef Slider does at least give invincibility during certain times. If you make it so that there's no way that a charger can see your explosion, you're probably good. But it's not quite the panic button that you would probably want it to be. I run Hammer and I'm in constant pain. Yeah. Hammer's crazy, because Hammer, like, wasn't even that good in Splatoon 2. But at least it worked the way that you expect it to. Here's another thing that came to mind about the L3 versus... Oh, God. Why did I not pay attention to that? Also, why did my teammate back up? We definitely had them backed into a corner there. Literally, like, a fizzy or anything would have still saved me there, despite the fact that I made a bad play. Oh, God. Another potential argument in favor of... L3 over Splash is that on maps that are very, like, open with very little cover, that favors long-range weapons. Like, think about how Albacore was in Splatoon 2. That was the map where you ran Hydra. That was the map where you ran E-Leaders. That was a map where shorter-range shooters were a lot less viable than they were basically any place else, because they could just get shot from so far away. You wanted, like... A bamboo is a short-range weapon on that map. So, on a map like Mahi, Why not run a longer range shooter? I figured they might push there. Ah, I needed 3 shots to land there. Didn't quite find it. Oh, don't go in. Please don't go in. Oh, we might actually have an opportunity here. They decided to put themselves on the left. Nope. Oh. Well. That worked out, I guess. Thank you, teammate. Now we just retake with this. You get such reliable value out of the crab tank from that position. Yeah, that was smart. I knew there was someone up there, and I just didn't think that they were going to be a weapon that would want to drop on me like that. Disrespected their zone a little too much. You keep trying this. I know you're there. There we go. Good job, Zero. Oh my god. Oh, get him, get him! Let's go! Spray shooters. The one place where they're an actual weapon. In a tight corridor with the opponent. Probably give myself an escape route here, huh? You have to push me out if you want zone. They pushed me out. Not a fan of the fact that we've got a Splattershot who is routinely just sitting on top of the E-Leader here. There are a lot of fights that they could be jumping into, and I find it's the Arrow Spray who's actually playing more aggressively of anyone. Okay, let's get this going here. Let's see if I can hit these. I think I hit somebody else, actually. They body blocked for their teammate. So here comes the fight. Where is it coming from? On the right? Where are these people? They popped a special and just really did not go in with it. Okay, keep it. Nice! And right then, the game ends. Alright. Crab tank is a bit too short for me to have fun with it. Too short, wow. It feels really long to me. For the look of the hero or a Splattershot? Splattershot! It's supposed to look like a squirt gun, not an actual gun. That's the whole thing with this game. They're not guns. They're maybe hot glue guns, or like power drills, or power washers, or spray paint cans. But they're not guns. And that one just tries to make it a gun, which is lame. There's a ballpoint pen as a weapon in this game for crying out loud. What gun looks like the hero shot? Isn't it literally based off of an actual gun? One sec. Yeah, it's based off a P90. Go look up what a P90 looks like. That's the Hero Shot replica right there. Like, yeah, it's colored yellow, so it's all fancy like that, but... What's up, Chester? The hypothesis is that L3 is a valid alternative to the Splash-O-Matic for a weapon that wants a paint support with Crab Tank. Not checking for E-leaders. Silly me. How many games am I gonna go down immediately to just not checking the enemy comp? Man. Not liking the look of this. Standstill is probably going to die here. I would think. Yep. Yo, dying on zone, though? Enemy splatter shot the homie? Dying on zone so we can keep playing the game? Love to see it. I don't know how that didn't kill me earlier, but I'm very happy that it worked that way. Dangerous angle to take because I'm about to get pushed from there, but it's not as dangerous as we were worried because they're walking and shooting, and so I can just walk and shoot back and win. Okay. Backing up into wide open space against an E-leader who's still there is maybe not the best defensive choice. Oh, hello. Oh, whoops. Well, this has not been a good one for ya boy, as the kids say. Yeah, that was a smart play. Again, standing out in the open too much. Wanted to say I appreciate your videos. Thank you. I appreciate your appreciation. Yeah. It's fine. It's just open. It's not like I'm losing a ton of points for this or anything. But I blame myself a lot more for how that game went than I blame the weapon. #1 splatter after that game? Oh dear. What were the other scorelines looking like? Alright, I outslayed the rest of my team combined on that game. Opinions on Mincemeat Metalworks. There are a lot of aspects of Mincemeat that are really fun, but overall I think the map should not be played competitively. I think it is way, way too cramped. Which is just a general frustration that I have with the maps in this game as a whole. There are just not enough ways to approach and get through choke points. Not checkpoints. They give you, like, one or two incredibly obvious ways, without any cover, to get through very small spaces that are the only way from one end of the map to the other. Mid on Mincemeat is a kill zone, and yet you must either go through that, or you must drop over on the right side in full view of the enemy backliner with absolutely no cover in front of you whatsoever. Those are your two options. Those aren't options. On that map, you kind of just have to, like, wait for the other team to feed, or, like, just get a bunch of specials and bomb them out. YouTuber did not pay attention to whether someone was coming out here, which is a cardinal sin of rolling out on this map. Needed to range that bomb differently. I thought I was outside of the circle, but I guess I got just a little too close. I sounded like a Fortnite player talking about the circle there. Okay, well, I'll keep waiting. I feel like a mom disciplining kids. I'll wait. I'll wait until we stop feeding. Oh my goodness, come on guys, we need to group up. We're literally not getting an opportunity to push because we just keep running in by ourselves and dying. Stop this. Stop this. This is not the time. We need the rest of our team to create some pressure for us. There we go. There we go. Now we go in. Okay. But man, being up against that wall there, like, all they had to do was drop a bomb over or something, and that was big trouble. Was that Tetras? That was Tetras. Sorry. Oh. Bad jump. Here I am getting all mad about us feeding, and look at what I'm doing. Safe here. So we're gonna get all set up with missiles there before we do anything. They're looking at me over here. Missiles are out. Where is that gonna send them? Go. One down. Tetras on zone. That's okay. We just paint the zone. We don't need to fight the Tetras. I hope that sets up my teammate to win this. No, not quite. Oh, be careful, Phantom. There's a lot of stuff coming your way. Missiles just went out. Let's grab. Support this. Press them on the right-hand side, take away a lot of their paint. That should get a pick. That's a lot of damage that I just did. Hopefully we can follow up on. Oh, hello. Let's go Carbon Roller. Man, that's the way I love my rollers, just not doing lethal damage in one swing. That makes the weapon much better. Ah, but it has a faster fire rate gem. Yes, to what, paint? What does it need the faster fire rate for? If it one-shots. Oh dear. I'm just going to do this and hope that we survive somehow. Oh, boy. Oh, I almost got that pick, too. The shot actually fired, it just missed. Stay alive up there, you two. We've still got time. Not a ton of time, but we got it. Okay. It's just our roller. I don't think they outpaint this in time. Unless they were actually super close. Flingza does paint a lot, and if the enemy team is zoned out, I don't necessarily think we are guaranteed to lose the zone. It was a close one for sure. But I'm having trouble finding good angles there because it seems like I get where a backline positions and I get where a frontline weapon positions. I'm having more trouble finding a way to use my range in an advantageous way and not just getting like rushed through mid. Oh man, 2 and 14. Yikes. Okay, so everyone else leaves, and the only player remaining was the one who went 2 and 14 last round. But that's okay, because we're gonna carry on this next game. It's not gonna matter. We're just gonna get in there and go splooga splat. And then Weebtendo's gonna have the game of their earthly life. And it's gonna be wild and free and happy. This is actually much better practice here, like having to keep my aim on while I'm moving so I get multiple shots to land per trigger pull. Because this is not easy. Yeah, that was a pretty good one. Are there hypotheses? The hypothesis that we are testing is the idea that L3 could be a viable alternative to Splash-O-Matic if you want a crab tank. Wow, their bomb is so much better than mine. This is not the time to just pop a special. We back up on this. Now, I think what might surprise them is being on these grades here. Oh, I'm so dead. Woo! Okay. No way I made it out of that. Rather there not be someone this far. Alright. Man. Alright. Yeah, that's gonna be a game. So, the matchup against the machine is predictably awful, but I don't feel especially bad about being bullied by the best weapon in the game. Love this song. Wish we could have heard more of it. I was #1 overall splatter with 1. Oh no. And I only got an assist too. Oh dear. Oh hey, right, I've got badges. Get stuff. Nice. I got stuff. Difference between the noses again? The noses. The L3 is slightly shorter range, higher fire rate, and doesn't one-shot with a single burst. Is the kit the reason Machine is so strong? That's one of the biggest reasons. I think that's the single reason that I would credit it with the most. Part of the reason, if we want to go here, is the maps, actually. The maps really lend themselves well to clogging up a choke point full of hitboxes. And so having the combination of fizzy bombs plus the very large hitbox that the sloshing machine has... Please don't jump to that. Okay, we're good. But if they pushed that, which they had no reason not to... Hi there. What? Where was that bomb? Ugh. Rats. Oh, don't dive into that. That's dropping off legend and enemy ink right there. Okay, we're ink facking. We're trying to save this person. We're not going to succeed, and we're going to go down ourselves for trying. Oh, don't go in. Don't go in. We are staggering so badly. Patience. Oh, goodness. We're still one down. But I might be able to just, like... Okay. If you're going to go there, then I'm going to paint the zone, maybe? No, I'm just going to die. That entire game was just one massively frustrating stagger. Anyway... So, oh right, why Machine is so good. Machine can, like, it's a really good user of fizzy bombs because fizzy bombs combo with its damage super well. It is a really good kind of zoning tool that makes it difficult to move through certain areas. And those zoning tools are just artificially buffed by the fact that every map, seemingly, they just decided to make it full of the nastiest choke points you can imagine. And Booyah Bomb is one of the best specials of the game, by the way. And it also is something that can just completely obliterate a choke point. It has always been a good special. But right now it is probably number 2. And I don't think it's that close for the number 2 spot. Yeah, I would really love a be careful option. Be careful would change solo queue in this game, I swear. Ooh. We've got a crab. Where can we position the crab? It's really nice that, like, if I hit one shot on someone with crab and then my crab runs out, I can still just, like, combo and burst them down. get rid of that immediately, because as soon as we try anything else, we're going to get stopped. Crab is ready again. Let's see if we can make use of this in this direction. Alright, that's a start. Machine should go down, and now we should have numbers to get zone. And the whole time the zone was neutralized while we were having that fight, so it doesn't hurt too much that we took as long as we did to cap it, even though we probably could have capped it a lot faster than we did. Unfortunate, but good job that we took the 52 out. I should be dead. Once again, I should be dead, and now I actually am. Okay, we might get baited trying to save this lead here. I don't feel comfortable jumping into any of them. Nice, we got 2. Okay. Leaders up there. Beautiful. Probably getting looked at by the leader. Oh, we just knocked out. Cool. I didn't even realize we had it for that long. Like, with the leader running back that far, I was thinking we had at least, you know, one more push that we were going to have to stop. Thought I was already subscribed. Whoops. Well, now you've fixed it. Good, good. Welcome, Wobbles! Yes, the nozzle nose hypothesis. Wobbles, you're actually the one who inspired this, by the way. You were talking about how you felt like the nozzle nose felt really solid. And I was like, you know, I don't see any reason why it's not. And I was watching some tier list videos and like, everyone's writing this off for reasons that I don't think are that big of a deal. I want to see what I actually think by playing it in ranked. And so far, I still don't think I see reasons why I don't like it. Because one of the big reasons that people were saying was lack of main power-up means you don't have one-shot potential anymore, which I don't think was a big factor before either. Because now, like, even with the K-Pro, I don't think it was a big deal, where you didn't have to aim precisely to hit a 3-shot burst perfectly to get the maximum kill time out of your weapon. Because it just happened so infrequently that you actually got the 2-shot. It was not reliable that you were able to get the 2-shot. You couldn't count on it happening. That was maybe a little disrespectful of me. They do have an invincible special. I cannot just stand there on top of it. Please bounce the way I want to. Yes. They don't have an E-leader. We don't have to be respecting them this much. That was a trade? They traded me with their main weapon while I was in ball form and I bumped them twice? Netcode, please. I don't even know who should have won that. I'm just mad in general that it happened. Like, if they're gonna win it, don't let me get into ball form and roll twice. And if I'm supposed to win it, then don't make me die. Because I'm in an invincible special. Not invincible, I mean it can be shredded, but... Spray being my nemesis. Those who have been around for a while will remember Voldemort, the arrow spray. That's still one of my favorite clips of any of my streams. Nice. Well played, Brella. I feel safe jumping into you because you are a Brella and you just fought that fight well. Well. Look at where that ended me up. I can't even get close enough to paint. Armored unless a sloshing machine hits your head twice. Yeah, okay, fine. I feel safe jumping to you, famous last words. Yeah. Yeah. Lightning fast dodge roller? They were playing an arrow spray. You don't have dodge rolls. Their very existence offends me. What's the best special? Tentamissiles. Tentamissiles are an aggravating aspect of the game to have carried over from Splatoon 2. They are too easy of a solution that works too well to every problem. They make it a lot more difficult to play backline weapons like the Hydra. They make it a lot more difficult to set up a reasonable fight for yourself. You can fire them off and then immediately start acting on them. So not only do you gain information that you can send your team, but you can also just run forward and follow up on your own missiles, which is a common tactic for any aggressive weapon. Like the Kensa Splatter Shot was as good as it was because it was able to do that. Didn't need to play as a support. It could, as soon as it's popped a special, just become a Slayer weapon. Alright. I aimed that a little bit too far down, but it'll be okay. Nice. Can I get a crab in time before I die to this blaster? Unfortunately, I don't think the answer to that is yes. Well, that's crazy. Well, I'm dead. That spawn camp didn't last very long. You got this, Sean. That's a matchup you win. Good stuff. I got you. At this point, it literally doesn't matter if that player had splatted me because they don't have time to get to the zone. All right. Let me check one thing real quick. Shoot, I need to check one more thing. Apologies. Okay. So, the reason for this pause is that I do have a Metafile lesson that is scheduled for right now. And I'm checking in with the student to see if they would be willing to do it on stream, because I'm always happy to do those kinds of VOD reviews on stream. It is totally up to them, though, if they would rather, if they'd feel more comfortable if we do it off stream. Always down to do that for them, to just shut the stream off. So I'm waiting on that response. I'm also waiting for them, because I actually don't have the VOD from them yet or anything. So, I mean, if we end up not hearing back from them in the next 5-10 minutes, we might just kind of keep going. But for the time being, I will probably not start a new one here. Thank you, Valimar. And yes, we have hit 40K, another big round number. I just don't... There's so many big round numbers that we've hit so recently that I'm like, I don't even know what to celebrate anymore. I don't know what... Ooh. There is a question. Oh, dear. Okay. So we got a couple of questions that are like an hour old. Let me make sure that there's nothing else I'm missing. Okay, there are a bunch of questions that I'm missing. Got it. All right. Oh! There were 2 Vimos that came in. Thank you, I appreciate it. So, we got a donation from Valimar, so thank you so much for that. We also got a donation from Ram, which I missed because it got camouflaged by another Vimo. So, thank you, mods, for drawing my attention to that. Question. I usually play backline weapons, but I've been having fun with Tetras lately. But I've found I fall in the habit of standing back and throwing bombs rather than engaging. Any advice for breaking that habit? There are a couple of ways that you could, because staying back and throwing bombs is a good thing to default to. But what you need to do as a frontline weapon is eventually create space for the rest of your team to move up. The less you engage, the more the enemy team is probably going to be able to push your team back. You need to be kind of enforcing that zone of control. So, a few ideas here. One idea would be to, and I've just got a message that I need to respond to as well. Sure, don't they do that? Okay, sick. So I think we're going to actually have our lesson on stream here. So give me just a second, and I will get back to that question. I haven't forgotten about it. I just need to coordinate with them really quick to get them on here as fast as we can. Okay, so with frontline weapons, it's a lot of stealth helps. A long-ranged weapon wins across like a completely open sightline, but using cover to get into positions, sneaking into someplace using Ninja Squid, these are all ways that can help you close that distance so that you can engage on an unaware target. And then it's your mechanics that you need to be able to count on, your aim practice and everything, that when you get into range like that, you're going to be able to very reliably get a pick. Another thing that you should definitely be doing is looking for other weapons on your comp that are going to be starting fights so that you can finish those fights for them. And you want to be kind of like hovering around those positions so that when an opportunity does arise, you can be in a place where you're actually going to be able to follow up instead of just like being like, I'll throw an autobomb at that. Just to replay code, have one already, but I'm trying to do a better one. Okay. We've got a plan. Okay, come on now. All right, so yeah, stealth is really important, and playing off what your teammates are able to create, what your skirmishers are able to create. Another thing that you can do is you expose yourself into an enemy player's range briefly, and then dodge roll back. This is especially good against weapons that you outrange slightly, because what that lets you do is make them think they can attack you and commit to attacking you, and then all of a sudden, you're kiting them. All right. So our VOD reviewee, JT, is going to be jumping into our waiting room real soon here. Another idea that just is a broader approach, Ram, for how to improve frontlining is if your habit that you're trying to break is not being aggressive enough, then play some games with lower stakes, like Anarchy Opens or something, and try being too aggressive. Like, force yourself, like, I know this is a bad situation to fight in, and I'm going to try to fight in it anyway. That might build bad habits, or it might just make it so that you're cracked mechanically, and you're able to spot the good fights and tell them apart from the bad ones. I would probably recommend, at the very least, be like, okay, every time my team has an advantage, go in. Like, every time we have a numbers advantage, every time up on top of the screen there are more of us than there are of them, and it's not just because some of them are spawning or something. Every time that's happening, I'm just going to go in and see if I can make something happen. And I think over time, you know, you'll get punished for going in ways that don't work, and it'll work out. Do you enjoy playing this game? Yes. I played 6,000 hours of Splatoon 2, and this game is a great addition to Splatoon 2. I very much enjoy this game. What is your opinion on the Nozzle Nose's viability? So, I think the H3 is held back massively by its kit. So we're not even going to know how much people like the Nozzle Nose until it doesn't have frickin', what is it, point sensor tacticooler. That's really, really not a good kit for any weapon. It's not the worst kit I can think of, but it's down there. Bottom, like, 20% or something like that of kits. The L3, though, I think is more viable than people are giving it credit for, and that is the hypothesis that we're working with today. That's what the stream is about there. Okay, clicked it, found it. Awesome, so we should have JT in the waiting room. We do. Welcome, JT. So JT, you're not obligated whatsoever to be on the voice call if you don't want to, but feel free. And I'll just need the replay code of what you want us to look over.
All right, I'll send it.
Awesome. What weapon do I main? I main the splatter shot and the blaster. The hypothesis is that the L3 is a viable alternative to the Splash-O-Matic in terms of a support weapon that gets crab. Okay. Here we go. I've got some questions that I'll run through in the chat real quick while we're getting that together. Which are the best dualies at the moment? The dualie squelchers. The tetras are definitely pretty close behind, but I think it's very discreetly dualie squelchers, tetras, splat dualies, glugas, and then dapples way at the bottom. Have you ever been killed by a sprinkler? Oh, multiple times. Does your back hurt from carrying? Okay, thanks for bringing that one to my attention, mods. And then from much earlier, what do you think is better, L3 or H3? Right now, H3's kit is too bad. As for main weapons themselves, it's hard to say. Recommended abilities for dualie squelchers. Probably some ink resistance. Thinking noises. Ninja Squid. Stealth Jump. Probably just LDE. I don't know. But I would definitely look it up on sendu.inc/builds. I trust those people more. Still working on the code, I think. Some people are saying main saver. It is a little bit on the ink-hungry side. I know that there were some people who ran that in Splatoon 2, so that's definitely a thing to think about. Opinions on an ink brush with missiles and fizzy. So, ink brush with fizzy...
All right, I got the code. I played pretty bad in this one, so here we go.
All right. So we're just gonna put this in here. M-Y-X. Oops. B. X-E-O. And 6KHH. There we are. All right. Missiles and fizzy. Brush with missiles would be a menace because that does paint pretty quickly for special. And it could move in and use them really well. Fizzy, I don't know exactly how much benefit it would get out of it, but that's definitely a pretty frustrating kit for it for sure. Not one I would want to have to deal with. That'd be one of the most annoying weapons in the game. Favorite Splatoon musician? Absolutely Chirpy Chips No Shot. Whoa, okay. You're playing against Brock. Okay, Let me... I need to show my screen for you. And the way that I do that here is by doing this and then sharing that through Discord to here. There we go. Okay. So you can see that okay in Discord now?
Yeah, it's all good.
All right. Because things that I say, you know, it'll be harder to follow along on the stream than it will be in Discord here. So,
All right,
let's get started. Looking at comps real quick. These are some wacky comps. It's solo queue, obviously, so it's not like you had any choice in the matter. We're playing the roller, it looks like, and then we've got a squeezer, a range blaster, and a tri-stringer versus Tetras, Glugas, Rapid, and 52. So neither of these teams have enough paint.
unfortunately.
Like, which it's probably going to balance out mostly because you've got the Squeezer and the 52 that paint pretty well. You've got your Range Blaster and your Roller that paint abysmally next to their Glugas and their Tetras and their Range Blaster, which all paint pretty badly. And then Tri-Stringer, it's not going to be doing a lot of painting, but it can paint somewhat well depending on what fire mode it's using. So generally, you know, as a roller, you need your team to be painting for you a lot of the time because otherwise you just don't have the stealth that you need to get up close to someone, and you need to get up close to someone to be able to use that one-shot range. But, do you, by the way, have any competitive experience? Like, have you played on a team before or anything?
Yeah, I'm on a team right now called Seashell Miracles.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Div 7.
Hey, oh, are you playing with your team here?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Alright, so that's one. Enemy team is 3 down. We're getting onto the tower here. Not an awful lot to see here. You probably want to be moving up into some positions that are a little bit more advanced. Because right now, being on the tower like this, you don't really have access to anyone that you can splat. You have nowhere that you can, like, hide and get around and hit someone with. If you run forward at someone, they're going to see you. It's definitely a good thing to get the bubbler on tower, and that will probably get you a few extra points. But I don't know. You might want to be moving a little bit further forward in advance, or I guess your team needs someone to move forward if you're going to be bubbling the tower. Because pushing it onto a completely painted enemy plat, enemy bats where they're contesting you with a blaster, like, this push isn't going to go very far after the bubbler is shredded. Okay. So what I do like is that you're not dying. You're not just, like, running in and feeding or anything like that. You're keeping yourself alive and trying to maintain that numbers advantage. Okay. Is there somebody else? Let me back up a second so that I can get the camera straight, because you can't change the camera while you're paused, which is insane. Okay. So as we move up here, what else is going on the map? Because this is something we should be coordinating. If we're going to be pushing this aggressively, we want somebody else pushing at another angle that will allow you to get something done. And right now, you've got Apple on the right here, but they're too far away to help you. So you're pushing into a 1v2, which the only support you're going to have is maybe from your Tri-Stringer. The Squeezer is too far backed up. They also don't have their special ready. So you really don't have any support here. You need to be, like, maybe calling that you're going left and getting them to shoot up there for you. This is something where, like, you're kind of being left out to dry by not having, like, any paint support or anyone drawing their aggro, and I don't expect this to go especially well. Yeah, it ends up not. Apple does, it looks like, try to go in here, but on a range blaster, it's not a very aggressive weapon. It's not going to see a lot of success there. Stream acting weird? Is something happening technically? Replay is a tad choppy? That's odd, because this is coming straight from in-game. Just a bitrate moment. I have no dropped frames, and the bitrate is almost at the max that Twitch allows, so it must just be on their end. I'm just waiting to see if anybody else is noticing that it's choppy like that. Because if it's just one person, then that's less of an issue. Looks fine to me. Okay. Same choppiness here. I don't know that there's an awful lot I can actually do about that at the moment, so we're just going to grind on with it. All right, well. Yeah, so the reason that fight doesn't work is that you just don't have anybody on your team, like weapon-wise, who can follow up on that fight with you. All of them have to position from really far back. You're the only person who's able to push in. And so without any paint support, without somebody else drawing aggro, as soon as you run into more than one enemy player, you're going to go down. You need more paint on plat to be able to sneak up on somebody, and so you were very exposed that way. I think we're probably going to see a lot of problems here because of the team comp specifically. Now, what you could potentially do with a comp like this is play for chip damage, and instead of trying to hard dive like you have to with like a splat roller. If there's something else that you can play, maybe as a paint support or maybe as like a shooter that is less committed to fights when it takes them, you could potentially just play off the fact that you have a lot of range and a lot of damage combos across your team to be able to get picks between, like, you know, maybe some arrows land from the tri-stringer and you land them on top of someone, and then that follows up with a range blaster indirect or something. Like, in Splatoon 2, I heard of a team comp that made it to Div 1 that was, like, double 96, Jet Squelcher, and, like, Explo or something. It was, like, this really, really, really non-aggressive comp, but because they controlled space so well and were able to combo off each other's damage, they were able to still get stuff done. People just kind of fed into them, and like you got to approach them eventually somehow, and they were just really good at stuffing approaches. So that's the sort of thing you could potentially try and do with this kind of a comp, but that hasn't been a popular choice for sure. And with a weapon like yours that really needs to just go in and go ham and swing roller and smack people, I don't know. It seems like a mismatch with the weapons that have been chosen here. Not that any of the weapons that have been chosen are bad individually, just that together they're all trying to do different things than the roller is. Okay. So you win a fight on the right. Brock just dives in here and is able to zip out 2-for-1 trade, so your team does handle that decently well. We'll zoom back in on JT now. Need to remind myself how to do that. I think it's ZL plus a direction, which is this direction. There we go. Okay. So we see that someone has gone around to the right, and you're trying to spot where they're at. And you found them here. I think once you've found them around the corner there, you're probably in range to one-shot, so you probably just swing at that. Now that the swing that you decided to go for, they were further away and harder to hit, and definitely not going to be one-shot by it, so at that point, you've given your position away to do less damage. That probably could have been a horizontal flick, which might have mattered, actually, for saving yourself from the Glugas. Because the swing time is shorter. So we got one down. What? And I think we're kind of just getting stuck. Like, I'm not saying an awful lot because there's not a lot that you're finding yourself able to do. And it's for a lot of the reasons we've talked about. Good job disengaging from that and letting your team take over. That was really important for you to be able to do. Good follow-up there. Launching the curling bomb might be a bit... It might give away your stealth. Like, yeah, it helped you move a little bit better, but maybe just jumping over that patch, I think, gets you in there more safely. I don't know. Having seen that your teammate went down there... So, you've got the people that are down over there. Seeing that your teammates are going in... I guess there's two teammates there. But one of them went down. Yeah, and taking this angle is probably still best. It looked to me for a second like there was only one teammate there, but since there's two, there's still one to cover that angle. And they're going to be positioning carefully enough that they're not just going to go down immediately. They're not going to get rushed down, probably. They put up the wall. It made it work. Nice. Good. That was a good job of tracking that player, spotting where you expected they were going to be. All right. Yep, good follow-up there. Okay, and now we're bringing both you and Apple over the top, which I like up until the point where you have to drop down here. Apple has even less paint than you do. They just don't have as fast a fire rate. So, and you can paint your feet with your own bomb. As soon as you guys go up over the top, like, at least, like, drop a curling bomb for them or something. Okay, you do drop that, but, like... You get zoned so hard out of this fight. I guess you've got lead and you don't have to overcommit to it, but Apple probably should have gone down because of just nobody else being up there to help. So you get one over there. So you've got an advantage. Oh, and gets called out that there's someone behind you. Wow, they actually dodged that. Against Tetras, you definitely don't want to be backing up. They outrange you. If you back up, they're winning that fight. The advantage you have over them is your kill time and not your range. So by default, in that matchup, you want to be running toward them. So I think you actually probably would have splatted them if you'd been close enough to do lethal damage. All right, and this looks like it should be the game. Yeah. Yeah, you guys did pretty well for yourselves there, I would say. Like, considering...
The comp.
I think the comp, like... The thing about a non-aggressive comp is that it is really hard to make a push happen, but it's also a lot easier to stop their push. And you did successfully just prevent them from getting any offense going. Let me just go back so that I'm not stuck on the results screen or something. We can go back and watch more. I would definitely say that, like, having a roller is not what this comp wants. And you definitely want at least, like, one really solid painting weapon that is also capable of pushing up with you. Because otherwise, all of your pushes are going to get stopped at the enemy plat, which is exactly what happened here. Let's back up, or move forward a little bit more.
I forgot to mention, like we weren't we weren't in comms. They just joined me randomly. Like we weren't actually in comms, and they just chose those weapons. We didn't come together to like make that comp. I should have pointed that.
Okay, so you were not on comms with your teammates. You did not play in this comp. Everyone just kind of joined on you randomly,
Yeah,
and you ended up with the team.
yeah. I don't know why they did that. Just trolling me, I guess.
All right. So I guess it was still random in a way. Huh. All right. But yeah, so I'm trying to think of like what I would want to do if I were in like solo queue and this happened to me, where like I guess I'm trying to play off of whatever the squeezer can set up because they're going to paint the best for me. And I'm trying to shark underneath the ledge in front of their plat as much as I possibly can. Because sharking in front of that plat prevents them from getting into mid, and then they can get pestered by the tri-stringer and the blaster and stuff over the top of it as well. And hopefully they just eventually push forward far enough. But it's going to end up in a bit of a stalemate. So, yeah, I don't know. We think we were trying to make a comp suitable for the roller, which didn't turn out the greatest. So was this a planned comp or not, Apple?
Oh.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of hard to, because you weren't set up very much, is the thing. You did a pretty good job of taking the opportunities you had. Popping Bubbler there is a really good idea, by the way, because that makes it so much harder for them to get on the tower after the fact. It did get pretty close at the end here, but this is not a very strong push from them, and especially if your team had been able to put together more of your own, this would be a lot less threatening in the end here. But they do end up going down and kind of staggering in, so yeah, I don't know. It felt like your team, like, they didn't let anything big happen to you. They didn't let any offense develop against you. You had trouble setting up your own offense, which is, again, a problem of the comp, but I'm finding it hard to say too much about your individual play more so than just the team that you ended up on, because I think that had more of an impact on the match. Just, a couple little things here and there, like how to take certain fights so that you're more guaranteed to be winning them, because that's the thing about the roller. You don't want to take a fight unless you are 100% going to win it. And the whole range deal with the Tetras, that you always want to be closing on the Tetras rather than backing up from them. Yeah, it might be like a habit against like a splatter shot or something like that you just back up and try and do vertical flicks to try and kite them, but Tetras have longer range, and Tetras are going to try and kite you. So, yeah, overall, I think that would come down more to coordination and whatnot than it would anything else. And that's not something that apparently you guys even had at the moment. And it looked like you were setting up in pretty good places. Like, I think if Apple's playing like an aggressive... If Apple plays like a splatter shot or a 52 gal or something and takes the position that they took on that one push that we talked about on your plat, the one that got you the lead... if Apple just like puts up a wall to defend from the players that were on the right and pushes over to you and helps you in that fight on the left, that's totally a good one to take. And getting the roller installed up in that position is a really powerful place for it. But as it was, you just can't get that done on a range blaster. It's too slow, and it's going to get its feet painted, and it's going to get stuck And it's going to have to hit some really, really clutch shots to make anything happen there. At which point, if that's the game plan you're looking for, you might as well be playing a different weapon that hits those shots more reliably or has more chances to hit those shots. So, yeah. I think you played as well as you needed to for sure. And I think that, this is a lot of the time when I talk about, what matches to send in for VOD reviews, there are very few that don't work as well. But I think the one case that tends not to work as well is when the game forces you to play outside of your typical play style. It's forcing you as a roller to play a lot less aggressive than you want to. You're not going to be able to shark as often because you don't have as much paint and you don't have as much frontline support that weapon is going to demand that you want to build that a comp around that weapon to do. So I'm a little bit stumped because you played it about as well as you were able to and just didn't have all of the setup that the roller kind of requires to really get going. Do you have any questions for me? Is there anything that you wanted me to take a look at in particular?
No, not really. Oh.
All right.
Yes. Yeah.
So we could potentially, we've got 20 more minutes. We could potentially start to look at another one. We probably wouldn't get all the way through it.
All right. Yeah, I can send a recent one.
Okay.
When I say recent, I mean like lapse rotation recent.
Is this just a solo queue one now?
Yeah, solo queue. Just normal solo queue. No teammates, no nothing.
So we're just gonna get a DM sent out here. It's 16 characters. It takes a minute. Hey, Squid School, I have recently had a lot of losing streaks. How do I reduce losing streaks at least by a little bit? So the first advice that I would give is that if you lose more than 3 games in a row, this is something that I took from Chara. If you lose more than 3 games in a row, stop playing and consider whether you're tilting. Losing streaks often mean that your head's not in the right place. It often means that your mindset is more negative, and that you're shutting yourself down. Because the game's matchmaking is pretty good. Like, most of the time, you should have roughly a 50-50 win rate or something close to it. If you're losing like 10 matches in a row, that means that you're probably playing worse than usual on that day, and usually the only thing that's going to make someone play that way is something as extreme as playing a different weapon or being in a worse mindset for the time that you're playing. So that would be the first thing. But past that, we're really talking about, like, how do I win and not lose? Which is a very broad thing that there's a lot to say about, and it would be hard to, like, diagnose what's really going on there without knowing anything about it. So. Okay. Thanks again for letting us sit in. Yeah, absolutely. I was like, I could stop the stream, but also I could just not. All right, let's take a look here. So this is looking a lot better for you than the last team comp was, because you got a lot of paint with it. And they've got a lot of paint too. Both of these are really solid team comps. This is clams, so they've got double crab. So on top of watching out for the ballpoint and where they're positioning, kind of think of the crab as a another long-range splatling that could just pop up at some point. And so if you see like a splash positioning on a pretty long open sight line and they have special ready, like start to anticipate, okay, wait, they might have these rapid fire shots ready to go soon. I really like, and you know, depending on the situation, you may or may not want to go for this in solo queue, but I really like putting the roller through one of the far sides, the alleyways on right or left, because your curling bomb gets them through. And even if you just put a curling bomb through and don't go, you can kind of see how they respond, just like you did there, and decide whether it's safe to continue. And good, having missed that, you realize that they're going to spot you, and you get out of that. Nice. Very good timing on the big bubbler there. Completely saves your life and keeps the push a lot more alive than it would have been. Doing roller things here. Seeing that they were that close to you already, you actually probably wanted to back up there, because at that point they're committing to actually dropping off the ledge. Nobody's going to get that close to the front of the ledge without actually planning on going all the way off. And so at that point, you know, in order to not throw your aim out of whack, and in order to not have to break your wrists to get the camera turned that high, or just not be able to turn that high because it's too far above you, you want to actually back up to allow yourself those angles. So with the teammate going down and you have no paint around you, I would want to just drop off to the left and try and get out of there instead of continuing to challenge this. If they paint carefully enough, you shouldn't be able to catch anybody here. Yeah, you actually did have an opportunity, which is something they shouldn't have given you, especially knowing there's a roller on the other team, but even so, it just didn't work out. A little bit too aggressive there, like... If the paint is all enclosed around you, you know, in the enemy color, you're going to get one splat at best, and a good team is going to trade you back for that anyway. So now the enemy team has 3 specials. They pop a crab. Your team is 2 down. You should expect that your teammates staying in are going to lose this. This is a challenging situation because we didn't really enforce our zone here around our basket. We've got opponents that got over on the top right, which they had to kind of go past you to do. And we can see them approaching at least before we drop down here. Oh, this is really far back, but we'll deal with it. Like, you rotate over here, and look, you can see someone coming up on the top left of your screen on that box. Like, that's something that's happening right in front of you. So, as you drop off here, you're effectively just, like, letting 2 players get up over the box and score a whole bunch more points. And you have a hard time even dealing with those, and the ones in freezer are the ones who get dealt with by your team. So, instead of committing to dropping off the ledge there, you want to make sure that you're denying them the way in first. That's basically the reason they got those, like, 35 more points. This is a little bit awkward on the left. The basket's open, and so your goal is to either get more picks to allow it to stay open or put more clams in to allow it to stay open. So you get 1 here, but then we have some clams, and we move in to score those. Whoops. Oh, okay. I'm just getting a phone call from a spam number. And it would be really nice if we could get lead here. You have 2 clams to your left. You put those 2 clams in, you win. And so what I would probably think to do here is horizontal flick to paint to grab those clams and hop into that ink. Then from there, you have a straight line shot with the curling bomb to be able to slot your way in between the block and the ledge on your left to jump out, throw those 2 clams in. You probably die, but you got lead that way. But staying in here without having the paint makes it so you have nowhere to move, and you're really struggling to get attacks out just because you have to move. Moving a little bit more efficiently there and not leaving yourself hemmed in, leaving yourself painted in. Having a plan to score or, accomplish something by getting picks. Your team ends up with lead, I think, if you're able to pull that off. So it's a matter of knowing what your objective is and doing something to further that objective. Because once the score happens, you have a pretty limited amount of time to work with to get something going. And so you want to make the most of that time. You're very close to being able to hit that player. You do get this one. Good cross up. They're not respecting the ninja squid, which I presume you have. I haven't even checked to see if you have it. Yeah, you do. Nice. Nice. Good discipline not running into the bomb. I like the patience there. You know where they are, but you're waiting to get into a position where they're going to, run into your range. So you get one there. There's still someone over here. I'm not sure about the vertical flick there. You know that they're not super far away from you because the paint doesn't go that far. So why choose the slower option that you need to aim more carefully when you could just horizontal flick over the top of that box? You get them there, and, you see the splash, it's, right next to you in their ink. So if you just horizontal flick here...
Yeah, that was a misinput. I meant the horizontal flick and jump at the same time.
Oh, okay. So that was actually what you meant to do, which, yeah, I think is correct. So you're trying to get into this position here, and you're having a lot of trouble figuring out, what's a reasonable way to paint this quickly so that you can swim in it. Consider a couple of options. One, coming in from the left and putting a curling bomb through from there. So that way you don't have this weird angle and you can actually paint the whole thing with the curling bomb. Number 2, consider putting a horizontal flick down because it'll paint a wider area and you'll have more room to shark in.
Yeah, I did. That was a waste of bubble too.
See if there's anything we could have done to save that one. I think one problem with using the curling bomb here is that for the amount of paint you got, you used way more of your ink tank than you would have with a horizontal flick. And so you're forced to kind of sit here and not do much for a while. Same deal there. A horizontal flick or a vertical flick probably paints the same thing and doesn't use up all of your ink tank doing it. When we drop down here, the shots are coming from the top of our screen on the way down, and that warns you that that player is really close to you and that they're about to fall right on top of you, and also that their location is predictable. Right now, most of your body is actually behind cover, behind this little bump on the ground. So your best bet here is actually to target the player on the left because they're right next to you. It's a pretty guaranteed flick that's you really have a lot of leeway with because your hitbox is so big and they're so close to you, and they're the more immediate threat as well. So you want to take them out first, take out the player who's the biggest danger to you first, and then you can deal with the one across the way. And they end up getting you in the end, but that's just, like, what's going to lead to you winning more games overall. More of those little 1v1 engagements. I like the shark. You're making sure to avoid enemy ink so you don't cause splashes. But you are kind of hemmed in at this point. One thing to think about, too, is a shark is a big risk. Because as long as you're keeping yourself safe, you could just kind of end up sitting there for a really long time without actually accomplishing anything for the team. And meanwhile, if something else is happening on the map you needed to be doing something with, it could end up just not paying off in a big way. If you're sharking, we're at 22 seconds here that we start this, I think. It's probably a little bit earlier than that. Let's back up for a sec. Because if you're sharking for more than, like, 10 seconds or something, you literally might as well have just gone in and died and tried to do something and gotten splatted. Because, okay, so we're starting at, like, 25, really, with this shark. Let's say, so it's been 13 seconds now. Let's say that you had gone in and gotten splatted. You would already be respawned and super jumping into one of your teammates at this point. Like, instead, like, that way you would have at least forced them to back up and, like, paint over what you painted and, like, deal with you. They wouldn't be out in mid as fast. This is actually overall having less of an impact than feeding would. So consider feeding.
Okay, I got you.
Like, what has happened in this time is the enemy team has taken up enough of a position in mid that they can leverage their 4v3, their effective 4v3 against the rest of your teammates to splat. Oh, no, wait, it went the other way around. Never mind. I'm looking at the wrong side. So your team ends up getting a pick. But like I said, they're getting that pick in what is effectively a 3v4 because you're just leaving them there. And they were still in mid, and they were threatening the basket there. I think there's some, like, objective awareness that was missing on that play. Let's back up. So there's one in mid right now. There's two in mid. They've got a power clam, and they are back to your right. The power clam should be the focus here. Like, granted, your team can definitely take care of that, but you should at least know what's going on around it. Because, like, if you stay this far forward, and let's say, worst case scenario, they splat every member of your team except for you, they can super jump over the top of you. They don't need to deal with you in this position. The perimeter around your basket is breached already. You need to close it up again. Oh, and there's a jump in. That's really dangerous. Okay, we do stop the power clam, we do stop everything else, and that should be game. But yeah, the shark, I think, was probably the biggest thing I would say there, plus figuring out how to move around in the enemy street and being more decisive during a push. Hey, we finished that with right in time. Cool. Did you have any other questions about that match as well?
Nah, not really. Thanks. VOD review.
All right, yeah, no problem. And thank you for reserving it.
Okay, I got you. Next time, it'll be
Catch
better.
you next time. Can you put me back? Oh, did you drop out of VC? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did. It was for a while, but
it looks like the mods figured it out eventually. Okay. Appreciate the folks who got them back in here to finish it out with us. But so I think we'll call it there, and I'll probably go back to streaming for a little bit. So thank you, JT, once again, and let me know if you have any more questions in the future. You're always free to reach out to me in DM.
All right. Thanks. Thanks.
Later. All right. So there is that. Nice. Okay, back to hypothesizing. And by hypothesizing, I do not actually mean hypothesizing. I mean, we have a hypothesis, and we're testing it. But, I don't know. It's a more fun word to say than testing the hypothesis, you know? Testing is such a dull word. Don't tell GLaDOS I said that. And I never left, says JT as they show back up in chat. GLaDOS is on her way. Joke's on you, GLaDOS can't move. GLaDOS is tied to the facility that she lives in. So she's only scary if I'm trapped there. I'm a potato! I see. Testing is trademarked by Aperture Science. How do you know you aren't? Well, she hasn't been talking to me. She talks to her test subjects. I would use the L3 when the splash is already really good. The hypothesis is that the L3 is a viable alternative, and one of the big reasons that I would consider using it is range. Because I think range is really powerful on Splatoon 3 maps that are full of wide open sightlines and lots of choke points. That is exactly where a long-range weapon is going to thrive. Maybe not the choke points part, but definitely the wide open sightlines. I know there's someone over here, and it's very annoying, but also I'm keeping them back from doing anything. Okay, well, they just kind of looked me in the eye there and didn't fire the shot. Unfortunate. I thought the sloshing machine was... Maybe they were having an impact on that fight and I was just missing the hitboxes, but I thought that if they were having an impact there, that they would have done so earlier and I would have seen them. Okay, we got one down, so let's try and kick things off here. Sloshing machine. Every time I try to crab, they make me crabby. That matchup, honestly, might be a reason not to use the weapon. Because that is just not an easy matchup to win. It's been like dually squelchers and sloshing machines have caused a lot of problems there. Get carpal tunnel from using it. The encrabbing. Oh, map mode update. I'm getting, like, remarkably hungry, which is... This is, like, really early in the day for me to be getting hungry. Might have to go and grab a snack. I think I'm gonna snack. What's our... Tower Control, Museum, and Wahoo? Okay. Blinks repeatedly. I am curious to see how the L3 does on Museum. Might actually do a little bit of a comparison there. Because, again, the long open sight lines, I feel like would benefit it. But I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back shortly. I've got a snack. Nom, nom, nom. Do you have any advice for dealing with hand injuries? Overuse shoulder injury from cello. It's onto a weakness in my right hand. Ooh. That one's tough because at a certain point the answer is just that you need rest. You can do things like ice it. There's a lot excuse me. You can do things like stretching beforehand. You can do things like icing it. There are methods of prevention, but once it is injured, you kind of just got to take a little bit of a break. And that happens a lot with like musicians who are also gamers in particular. I knew someone in college who was doing color guard and playing clarinet and playing Super Smash Bros. Melee. And she ended up having to just stop playing Melee for a bit and decided to learn how to play it with her feet and ended up doing that instead. It was one of her tactics in tournaments, especially big ones where people wouldn't know her, to like do character select and stuff with her hands because it wasn't that intensive or anything. It wasn't gonna hurt her. And then right as the match was starting, she would put the controller on the floor and just start playing it with her feet, and the opponent would be like, "Excuse me, what?" And she played Jigglypuff, and she'd go for a really early rest based on that distraction. But I remember I think I went to it was like Evo, I think, and she was there. There was some major that I went to, and she did take a set, I believe, off of someone at that major. So somebody lost to a Jigglypuff played with feet. No reason it's not legal. It's harder. Yeah. And you can absolutely injure yourself playing this game on any weapon. Like, I don't tend to play this weapon, but I still need my stretches to keep myself limbered up. Man, it's so weird that I can tell it got chilly outside because, like, my hands are getting colder, even though I live in a house that has a thermostat, or an apartment, right? It's temperature controlled. How can I tell it's colder? Is the difference between local temperature, like average temperature, whatever? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, soreness is one thing, but as soon as it's becoming pain, it needs to stop. Knowing the difference between soreness and stiffness and pain is really, really, really important, just as a human in general. Let me get my sweater back on, much to the chagrin of Kitty, who is... Kitty already has one of my sweaters on the floor that he is lying on, and has been lying on all day, but he was pulling this one over because he wanted to lie on this one too. Kitty is in a very difficult position for me to actually point the webcam at right now. Here, I'll take a... Ah! I dropped my phone on my keyboard. Whoops. Here, let me take a picture of him, and then I can probably upload that onto OBS. That will have to do. Okay, so there is picture. And now I send picture to here so that I can retrieve picture on computer. Picture is sent. Retrieving picture. Picture downloading. Picture saving. Now I'm creating an... Oh, God. Now I'm creating an image source with this picture. And now I just need to find where I saved it. Here it is. And here is the kitty. There. Now I have a cat cam. Numbness? Oh, yeah. If your hands are getting numb and it's not because of the cold, like, there's definitely something wrong. Okay. Thank you for your existence, kitty. So it's going to be... man. My wrist is bugging me a little bit here. I'm going to try and stretch it out a little bit more. This is going to be tower control. It was museum and Wahoo. Tower Wahoo's awful, but maybe Crab Tank will help us break through a little bit. There are some pretty good sightlines for Crab on Wahoo. There we go. Oh, we can harass that from here. Unfortunately, we can't stop the player that just walked right up to us. Man! I did things there. And the things weren't enough. Well, I gotta hold the left side, but doing that is gonna mean we stop this player. Man, that main weapon is not great. Because I missed like 2 full bursts on them, and we still only traded. Okay. I harassed them for long enough that eventually something was done about them. Hey. Hey. Okay. Not you two. They're just walking right up to me here. Bring the forward pressure. One, two. I missed too many shots. I die here. At least I trade. Unfortunately, they were able to get on the tower in the meantime. So it'll take us a little while. Oh, and someone went down on left. You can see it. I don't really have anything to gain by fighting with that, because I can't really stop the tower from there. Well, can't stop the tower from there either. Surprise Dynamo. just people are walking forward into our base in ways that I'm expecting are going to be covered. Like, I'm expecting that when someone drops off a ledge in enemy ink or whatever, that we're punishing them for doing that. And it seems like a lot of the time they're just kind of getting to move there. I'm going to go for something like that. Thank you. There we go. Again, we're just like backing all the way up when we have like an advantage to press. I'm expecting there's gonna be like help from behind. And like going in now with the crab tank, everybody's dead. We lost our window. Our window to go in and do stuff like that was earlier. Now, me being out there was definitely an overextension. Oh, we've got a disconnect now, too. I like how someone's name is still player. That's funny. We're gonna have to finish this game, aren't we? Well, it's gonna happen soon. Yeah, there's literally no way that I can splat everybody on the tower there. Eh. Not the easiest one, just because we didn't have any, like, really hard frontline weapons on our team, except I think we had a Tetris. And they kind of need someone painting for them. So I was trying to be further forward. Ram was... Oh, that was our Ram. Welcome to the stream, Ram. Hypothesis is that L3 is a viable alternative to Splash for Crab Tank. And that people should be considering it as just like a longer range option that is a version of that sort of support. Very surprised to discover how low folks' opinions of it are. Don't understand how to play it, but it was worse in Splatoon 2 than it is in Splatoon 3. Which is saying something. I think that once people start getting their aim on, there's just not enough value in how low DPS you have compared to what you're getting out of the shield. So there's someone in here named Biscuit. And if that's the Biscuit that, you know, we're thinking it is, we're scared of that. However, I don't think that's the Biscuit we're thinking it is, because they just did that. But there is a Biscuit who is one of the best players in the entire world. Ow. Who plays for a team called Starburst, which is the best team in North America. So that's one of them. One thing I will say, you know, in defense of the Chargers here, is that they're having to play on a team with a second E-leader. And so the positions that they want are very likely to be taken by somebody else. Oh, okay. For some reason, I was thinking that aiming upwards was going to help me not get headshot. I'm not even sure if that's how it works, but I can still get headshot, especially if I'm standing still like that. Yeah, okay, fine. I flank them once, and then they start pointing their lasers at me. Like, gosh. How sensitive. I wish I could ouch in a way that would help my teammates know that somebody's there, but if I ouch from there, they're going to look in the wrong direction to see the opponent. And so I just held off. Oh, that is an E-leader from way up there. I actually need to move my chair back a little bit because I was hitting the desk and couldn't aim up high enough. Generally, probably my job to be taking this. The tower turned at a time that I was not expecting it to. And I thought that I was going to be safer at that angle than I was. I was trying to use the tower for cover. I thought I hit 4 shots there. Okay. I did not expect I was going to be splatting people there. I was just trying to paint. Nice pick. I don't know who hit that, but that's a good one. This is tough, because this game is full of weapons that can hit me through Crab Tank. I might want to be a little bit more careful, like use ZL more often. It's just, while you're holding ZL, you're not getting value out of the firepower that your weapon has. Alright, fine. They've finally caught on to my silly games. My L3 flanks. Will they have caught on to this L3 flank, though? Aha! Oh, I missed my shot. I hit him 3 times. I almost got him. I might be a little bit too silly right now. This is a dangerous position for us. Well, I got rid of one of the wave breakers. That was all I was able to contribute. Alright, so that should be pretty much a wipe. Last player up is the E-leader, who will be watching me, or not. If you're not watching me, then I do this. That's 3 down. That'll get us checkpoint. Well, Dylan, please do not do anything too aggressive here. I'm trying to jump to him to discourage him from doing something too aggressive. Might be happening anyway. What? Why did the game end instantly, by the way? The tower, once I claim it, is supposed to go into this, like, neutral state before it starts going back to mid. Oh, roller jumped on. I didn't even notice. I am eating Cape Cod kettle-cooked potato chips. E-Leader shot was a certified shooter's advantage moment. Yeah. E-Leader does have a relatively big hitbox, but definitely wasn't expecting that one. Cape Cod crossover. The CCC, if you will. After Alternate was definitely hard. I wouldn't say it was harder than Inner Agent 3 from Splatoon 2, though. Oh boy. This is easily a jump out if they push it, but it is drawing aggro, so they probably don't end up pushing it. Someone, like, right here. Tagged him a couple of times. Glad I can't keep going after it. If I get pushed too hard, I have tank. I need to get into the habit of painting the top of that so that they're forced off of it instead of being able to just run away. Can wait this out in all likelihood. Well, now that they know I'm here, you just kind of run. I am dead. I probably could have avoided that. I greeted for my shots. The trade was not worth it. It did not let us regain control. Oh. Well. Whatever. This isn't feeling as good. Oh my god, no, 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 no. I'm having trouble thinking of where I'm supposed to go here on defense. Oh wow, they just had to bump it there. I didn't notice just how close they were. I probably should have just run straight for the tower to get on top of it. I was worried about getting killed by the crab, but I think the risk was worth it. Hi, Sunny. The hypothesis is that L3 is a valid alternative to the Splash-O-Matic for Crab Tank. Is your hitbox bigger while you're charging Booyah Bomb? I don't actually know. It's an interesting question, because it seems like there's a spherical thing around you. At least the visual design would make you believe as much. I don't know if it's actually easier to hit that Booyah Bomb armor. How's the testing so far? I might need to take a little bit of a break at some point here, because my arm is still feeling stiff, which I think is in part because it was chillier here today. But haven't been able to figure out how to get it warmed up. But we do have Ram in here with us, which is awesome. Ram of... If you are a YouTube member, it's probably because of Ram fame. Thoughts on Tacticooler? Tacticooler is usually a liability to your own team. That's my hot take. I think you need a comp that is specifically designed around having the Tacticooler in it for it to get enough use out of it for it to be worth the downsides. The downsides being that you sacrifice stealth entirely. No member of your team is able to move stealthily because they are marked constantly. And you're sacrificing that in exchange for movement speed. Every other impact that the Tacticooler has is only applied on death. And specials that just make you win fights so that you don't die in the first place are going to be more successful there. Also, that was a terrible push on my part. The aim was not there. Oh my god. I absolutely hate that that can happen. I wish that it was easier to land on that spot. I do not know why it is so difficult to aim in a different direction when you're super jumping like that. That was too aggressive a position to want to be in after the crab tank was done. I should have used it to back up. Man, got a lot of shots and none of them splatted anybody. Probably stood there firing for too long. Because when the damage is split like that, it increases your kill times a lot. I don't think the Tower Rider is expecting me to be here. Yeah, they would have fired at that if they were. However, I did not hit enough shots. So that's probably game. Yeah. I think I'm going to take a little bit of a break from L3. I don't think my head's quite in the right place yet. Is there a clear best special right now? Tentamissiles. I don't think anyone's really going to agree with that. Well, I've been asked, will you do the following dare? Every time I lose a match, I take a shot of hot sauce. When you say I'm assuming you mean me, but I also don't own hot sauce. So, checkmate. Do you think we would be able to judge the viability of specials if Tentamissiles weren't in the game? I don't think we can't do that. Oh, sorry about leaving, Ram, but I'm going to take a short break from playing. Probably answer some questions and go through the shops and stuff. Doesn't the near instant respawn allow for much riskier plays? Like the same philosophy as running QR on your gear. QR isn't changing your playstyle. QR is an insurance policy against that playstyle leading to, like, against you having an unsuccessful fight. And I won't say that, like, that part of the buff isn't worth anything, but I think you get more value than that out of having a special that makes you more likely to win the fight. Instead of an insurance policy, with a special, you want something that is going to make you more likely to win. And when all you get is this insurance policy, that also, I think, on the whole, makes most weapons less likely to win because they give themselves away. I don't think that the cost benefit is there. Like, not only do you get revealed, but everyone has to go to the tacticooler to get the buff if they want it. So you either clump everybody else on your team in the same spot where they get hit by missiles and booyah bombs or whatever, or they just don't get any benefit out of your special. Like, imagine right as your team is heading towards the tacticooler to get it, somebody launches missiles at like 3 of them. To only reveal the buff on players that have been marked. That would make it a lot better. I don't know how much better. Because again, it's still not making you more likely to win fights enough. A defensive special on zones after a successful take. You need the special... like, specials are things that you use to gain an advantage over the enemy team that you cannot otherwise create through numbers alone. Like, in a 4v4 situation, it's a coin flip whoever wins if you just hard engage on a fight. And you want better odds than a coin flip as a competitive player. So you pop a special to tilt things more in your favor so that you can feel more confident going in and getting that fight win. Using a special after that fight just means you only have 3 specials for that fight instead of 4. If you're able to use the special... You know, if you're able to save the special and still get the zone, then yeah, you get extra value afterwards, but you could say the same about any other special too. With Tenta missiles, you launch them at people, and in that window where the missiles are landing, they are forced to move and they are very vulnerable. And so if you time them to when a fight is about to break out, you can follow up on that and have a much easier fight to win. With Tacticooler, as soon as it's on you, you're playing on hard mode. Because yes, you have more movement speed, but more movement speed doesn't necessarily mean you know how to control it right away. Not that that's something that should factor into its viability, because people will get used to things, but... The thing is, you're still funneled into these tiny little choke points that are on the maps. Like, I can't understand the design philosophy behind Scorch Gorge. I think that it's just really, really painfully cramped in one really particular spot, and then really, really painfully open everywhere else. Like, let's look at tower control here for a sec. Let's talk about the problems that Tacticooler doesn't solve, that you need a special to solve. Okay. So let's pretend that I am an NZAP, and I have given myself a Tacticooler buff, and I'm trying to push up to clear out the enemy team and make it safe to get into mid. Well, there's an E-leader right here. And there's only so much I can do about that E-leader right there, because as soon as I get out into their sight lines, I'm in danger. But I've got the Tacticooler buff popped. Now what can I do? Well, I move a little bit faster, so I'm a little bit harder to hit I guess, but you still expect a good E-leader to be able to snipe you. If you put missiles on that E-leader, they have to move. And while they're moving, now you can get up here. So that's one problem that another special solves that Tacticooler doesn't. Now, okay, sure, you pop a Tacticooler, you get sniped, but... Okay, I've been sniped. Now I'm here. Sure, I'm losing less time than I would have if I had gotten sniped normally, but if I had popped missiles on the E-leader and then pushed over in this direction, I simply would not have gotten sniped, because the E-leader would have had to move, and during that time they were moving, I would have been able to move. So, second issue. We've got the tower, we've moved it along this way, and it's starting to come around the corner, and we need to push through this choke point. Now, this choke point right here features uncontestable high ground that they can play from right here. It features a flank route that lets them come around behind the tower over here. There is high ground over here that's also uncontestable that they could be playing from. It's a pretty hard choke point to push when you're coming from this direction. You come around here, and, like, there may be, like, 3 frontline weapons right over here all looking at you. And you don't know that because you have to come around this wall pretty blind. Like, if you're pushing around this corner, you're probably getting shot at from someone over here. So you get around this corner, and you're like, oh, crap, there's someone here, and there's someone here. I'm scared. This choke point's really hard to get through. How would Tacticooler help you get through it? Well, if you throw the Tacticooler and try and use it as cover, tower just comes through and deletes it. But also, that's not stopping a lot of weapons. Like, you're probably still going to get sniped or, like, hit from an off angle, because realistically, people are shooting at you from more than just one angle. And so it's not really reliable as a shield. You'd rather have a big bubbler. Now, if I have missiles, and I launch them at these 3 players over here, as soon as I push around this corner, I know where all of them are, and I know that none of them can deal with me just yet. And I probably get some, you know, a free pick on one of them or something as I come around. Or what you could also do is throw the missiles at this location up here, in which case that player is forced to move, and now I can, you know, set up and only have to focus on these players until I get into a safer position from the player above me. And this lets me move in and work with my team and clear that out. Tacticooler, you rush in, and you get splatted, and you go back to spawn, and yes, you're back faster, but the fight is already lost, and the tower is already moving back to mid. So, there are just so many situations where I'm like, okay, but if I had missiles, I would get more than I get out of this. Splashdown makes you move back to spawn? That's not a special in this game. And someone's gonna be like, well, it's in the single player. You do not have a spawn in the single player. In the sense that you have one in multiplayer. Trying to learn Squeezer. How do I adjust my positioning and playstyle as someone who normally plays short range, aggressive shooters like the Splash and V-Shot? You're looking for more open sight lines. You're not looking to play around cover as much as you would. Let's go and look at, like, Eel Tail? Hammerhead's probably a better one. Let's look at Hammerhead for a second and talk about positioning for that. Last Data is gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Last Data. It's very kind of you. I think we're doing a VOD review for Last Data later on today, a Metafy lesson. Okay, so... talking about positioning for a Squeezer. So, with a frontline weapon on this map, a lot of the time I like to go left, because getting in, like, right here makes me really difficult to see for the enemy team. Like, let's get up here and talk about, like, how difficult this is to spot. Like, from, like, here all the way over to, like, here, I would just have no idea where along that arch this player is. Very, very hard to hit, very hard to do anything about. But for a Squeezer, this is not a position you want at all. For a Squeezer, you'd want to be further back, and you still, you know, want to play behind cover and stuff, but for example, I can peek out from around here and actually reach all the way over to hit this stuff over there. So I don't need to get close to it. If I get close to it and someone drops down on the on top of me, now it's my kill time versus theirs. And long-ranged weapons just universally have worse kill times than shorter-ranged weapons in order to counteract their range advantage. So, like, if a roller drops down on me from here, I'm not happy about that as a squeezer. As a splatter shot, I can probably actually win that. As long as the roller doesn't know. But, like, squeezer, tap, 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 that's going to be a little bit harder to make work. And that's not what your advantage is over the roller, really. Your advantage over the roller is, if the roller is out over here, I can just walk backwards and, like, smash ZR as much as I want, and they can't approach me. If they do, they run into my shots and they die. And if they don't, then they are zoned away. So you're positioning to take advantage of your range, basically. And you're not going to be able to do, you know, charger things like sitting back on this position or, like, trying to play around this cover when we're starting to push. You know, you have to play a little bit further forward, and so you need to find pieces of cover that work for you there. But that place in particular, for example, this gives you right side peek advantage, and you can hit up over the top of that. That seems pretty strong. This seems like a good spot for you to hole up in. And then, you know, if your frontline weapon over here starts getting pushed, then you can rotate back here, and now you've got range on anything that could aggress them. And you're still keeping yourself at a safe distance. So hopefully that has helped. Special that's a jack of all trades? I disagree, because the one thing that missiles and, like, Booyah Bomb do that is most important is they displace the enemy team by themselves. They force the enemy team to move without making you use your main weapon to do it. They let you get in position while the enemy team is forced to move. Tacticooler simply does not do that. Tacticooler allows them to position wherever they want still. The hypothesis was that L3 is a viable alternative to the Splash-O-Matic for the Crab Tank. What do we got right now? I think I'll do... So I'm starting to wind down here. I think I'll start and do, like, a match or two of Blaster. Keep myself warm a little bit. But then I'll probably sign off after that. What do I want? I guess we'll run this one. So we've already got all of this quick super jump we want. And then here... It's a lot of, like, ink efficiency, but whatever. We'll work with it. This isn't an ideal build by any means. Like, don't go copying this one, folks. Have a hard time with weapon range during a fight. So it's very important to learn what your range is, like how far away you have to be to hit something. Because a lot of the time, people will engage from a position where they can't win the fight yet, and just get forced to either back up, or usually what really happens in that situation is they continue to engage the fight even when they've already lost it, and they don't disengage and go down. So that's something to just be practicing, like how far away do I have to be to hit this player? And as soon as your shots are missing, you need to move. I think this is Femi that I'm playing against on the other team. Yes, this is Femi on the heavy. Femi's a former teammate of mine. Excuse me. We don't go for pop there for a variety of reasons. Lack of bombs, as well as my weapon does not paint. And this is not going to go well. We didn't have paint in the middle of the map because of the them getting pop. So I didn't really have a way into mid at all. Our teammates really didn't have a way into mid either, but they tried, and we got wiped for it. And we absolutely cannot push this still. 2v4. Someone probably sees this, yeah. Man, I could have popped the big bubbler. That totally would have kept me safe there. Haven't gotten a lot of value yet, which is unfortunate because I feel like our comp doesn't lack paint. Are you ouching because there's someone sharking there? Like, why are we ouching there? I'm aware you died. I probably should have thrown a chicken. That would have given me more information more quickly. Yeah, they had one, but they jumped out. Oh, wait. Can I pop this in time? I got it up. And we still have Rainmaker. This player needs to drop in so that they can help push forward. Now they dropped in and they died. Oh no, they're zip casting. That actually might be a really good play. So they went down, got a pick. And we were not able to jump in from that, but... And they're just going to drop it down, and now we're behind the play. Sucks. Good jump out from our teammate. Other guy got one, but we're not stopping the Rainmaker yet. Can we stop the Rainmaker? Harass Femi a little bit, maybe prevent Femi from using the charge. Nice. That was a trade. I don't know. A trade against the heavy actually shouldn't go in the Octobrush's favor. This one down. To jump out. We got a crab, but it's hard to push in. Jump across to this. Not enough damage down there. Yeah. Smart pick. We were down in numbers, so eventually one of our angles was not going to be covered. Oh, careful tie. Okay, got one. Scare him over to the other side. They're flanking. Oh my god. And they're just going to take it over here to stall. I thought they were going to go all the way around, and then I got baited into running all the way in. Ah. Just going in and trading. We need more than trades. We need clean fight wins. You can't just dive into the enemy team 1v4 and expect good things to happen out of that. Oh my god, I'm getting schmooved on. We need the pop. Pick it up. There we go. I was worried there was someone on top of it. Dang it. It's like, we didn't get everybody. There's still a shark somewhere. If we let them get to the Rainmaker, they stop it. I was thinking it was going to be behind the stack, but I think it was on top of it. It was hard to tell. Might have also been sharking on the far right. But someone got left through. Thoughts on the Splattershot Jr.? Very good weapon. Definitely the best user of a bubbler for a coordinated team comp. Because Blaster and Roller use Bubbler very selfishly. They use it to keep themselves in situations where they're hoping to invade the enemy base. Junior can just farm for it and, like, use it on the objective where you actually want it to get used. It also has really good synergy with the bubble because pushing in against the Junior is actually really dangerous. The advantage that a lot of weapons have over the Junior is their range. When that's taken away, the Junior is actually a very mobile, dangerous weapon. It doesn't have the greatest shot accuracy, but it has such a high fire rate that barely matters at short range. And at short range, the shots are less likely to whiff. The closer you have to get to it, the more they have to deviate to miss. Blob isn't the easiest weapon to get the most out of. It's like easy to get to a certain level on it, like low X rank level or so in Splatoon 2. You could do pretty well just kind of playing lazy Blob. But to get further than that, it gets a lot harder. It definitely requires much more mechanical ability at a certain point. I'm not sure I can follow up on that. Okay. Got him from behind. With my gun that I shot in front. Yeah. If they stayed there, they were going to go down, so my shot still forced them into my teammate. Nobody's grabbing the Rainmaker. That should probably win us the game. Who stopped it? Stopped at 11. Yeah, what the heck, we'll jump in. Drop the bomb immediately. Yeah, we'll jump into that. That's fine. Yeah. I forgot there's a wall there now. Shooting up like that probably isn't doing an awful lot for us. That, however, will force a player to drop right on top of me and splat me. You gotta be careful about displacement. Sometimes it makes them go in places that you don't want them to go. Uh-oh. Okay, so it looks like it was actually just the Trizuka that got them. I would like to be able to move this direction. I was too worried about that player on the right. I took myself out of play. Alright. Teammates kind of carried me there. I didn't do an awful lot in that game. There is a top-level blob player. Yeah, that's true. There's a blob player that got, like, mid 2800, I think. Their tag is Isaac Taken. They're in the Squid School Discord server, and we've also run into them in Anarchy Open a couple times. All right. Let me check in really quickly with my next student here. It's gonna be okay. That was it's last data actually. So last data. If you would like to do this on stream as well, like I'm happy to do so. It is up to you. But I will reach out over DMs regardless. Okay, never mind. I don't have them on Discord right now. We have them here. Sure. Okay. Sounds good. Blob is not like a no skill weapon or anything like that. So I'm gonna hop in here, and then last data. I don't have you added on Discord, so at least I don't think so. Let me go and see if that's in Metafy. Yes, it is. Okay. So I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna go over here, paste that. There you are. Okay. And then from here, I will really quickly send you an invite to the Discord server in case you need it. And then you can hop into the waiting room VC of the Discord, and I'll drag you up. Meow. All right. There's Last Data. Hello, Last Data.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome. I don't think I have your recording. Is it just going to be a replay code?
I uploaded something. I could do a replay code if that works too.
Yeah, the upload is actually going to be better for
Okay.
the sake of being able to see your camera and stuff.
Okay,
I just
okay.
don't think I've seen that yet. Was it on Metafy somewhere?
I just put it up. It's under library, it looks like.
Okay. Library.
Yeah, at least mine. I uploaded it just a few minutes ago, so.
I am not seeing an option that's labeled library.
Okay. I don't know if there's something you have to select on
Do you have a
mine.
link or something? Like, is it uploaded somewhere?
Yeah, it's uploaded to Metafy. I don't know
okay.
how to get the, yeah.
That'll be an interesting thing to go and look into, to figure out where it stores it on Metafy. But for now, just for the sake of time, and Kat, get off the top of my computer. You were going to turn it off while I'm streaming, you little butt.
Is there another place I can upload this? I still have the file, so.
If you just upload it to either like Google Drive and send me a link there, or if you make it an unlisted YouTube video, both of those have been pretty consistent ways of just getting it across to me real quick.
Okay. I would have to like re-download it or something. I guess that might take time. It might be easier just to do a replay code. Yeah, I don't. It's on my actual system right now. So
Gotcha.
I can pull up the replay code real quick.
Let's take a second and figure out where it might have gone.
Okay. In Metafy here. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be ideal. Also, thank you for the raid, Key2 Live. Good to have you guys. Hoi, it's me. Oh, it's Kix. Oh, okay, so it's short for Kix. I see. Thank you for raid, Kix. Welcome. Kix is one of our mods. Does a lot of work for the community in general. They are behind the Saturday Splatoon PBs, so definitely check Kix out. They are good people. Yeah, I'm looking at this page like I don't even know where I would find that. Maybe we do need to just go for a replay code. So I clicked on student profile and I don't see it. I've clicked into your messages and I don't see it. I'm looking at the appointment and it doesn't have a link to a recording anywhere.
This is really weird, and it's like asking for a draft and stuff. So this just might be me not understanding how the website works. So.
Oh, okay. So maybe it just hasn't been submitted all the way.
Yeah, like I've uploaded it or downloaded it or uploaded it into the website, but it hasn't been like made available or something.
All right. Well, yeah. Let's just grab a replay code then. Why don't you DM me that over Discord and we'll get into it.
All right.
Y'all get to see my amazing typing skills with this 16-digit code.
I unfortunately have the search and destroy method of typing, so it might take a while.
That's Key that does Saturday How Dare You? Don't you both, like, tag team it? Don't you both, like, help out a lot on that? I said one of the people behind it, not the person behind it. My job is literally thankless. The absolute oh my god. Come on. Relax. We care about both of the KI people. That makes it sound like I'm talking about Killer Instinct or something.
There you go.
Okay. And there. Meow. Meow. Okay, I'm pulling this up, and then in the meantime, I am going to project it through Discord so that you can watch along without stream delay.
Right.
All right. Are you seeing the ready screen and me moving around doing things? Okay, awesome. No, Cat. You stay down there.
Cat's going to read.
You do not get to go on top of the computer, where there is a power button that if you step on it, will turn the computer off, and this has happened before. Okay. So we're playing 52 Gal. Good choice. And then we've got a Tetradulies, an E-Liter, and a Jet Squelcher against mostly... Okay, that's a fairly aggressive comp that they've got, but they don't have a lot of range to contest your E-Liter with, and the Jet Squelcher is also going to give them problems, so that's nice. But as for you, you're going to want to play a lot around your Tetradulies because you have two backliners, basically, the Jet Squelcher and the E-Liter here. And so you're not going to have quite as much pushing power. And whenever you do try to push, you'll want to have both of those aggressive frontline weapons going in together to amplify that as much as you can, because it's all that you guys have got. Also, the painting for the Tetras is going to be a big priority because they do better the more paint they have to work with. And you'll also want to try and maybe like initiate fights near them that they can finish off for you. Because you've got the wall to make things just a little bit safer on the front lines for yourself. Another thing to be thinking about with positioning is try to position so that you have a backliner behind you when you go in for something so that they can provide support from a slight off angle and potentially, save you in the event that you end up in over your head. Excuse me. So
this is B rank, by the way, so.
All right. So we're running up to snipe here. This area here called snipe. This is the official callouts for these maps from Splatoon 2. There aren't official callouts for Splatoon 3 yet, but the ones from Splatoon 2 will almost certainly just carry over. So this area right here is really strong for really long-ranged weapons because it gives them high ground and it gives them a lot of cover to work with, and they can just kind of duck back behind a wall and fill up their ink tank, and it's really hard to approach them from in front. And so those are a lot of things that they care about. With your weapon in particular, though, you don't have quite as much range as they do. So from up here, there's only so much you can hit, and you are also going to make yourself a lot more exposed if you get in range of someone to hit them, because you're gonna have to move out from behind that cover, unlike the backliner. So with the 52, you're generally going to want to go to the right on this map. The right gives you a good amount of cover, especially from that block, looking at mid, because a lot of like backline weapons are going to be looking this way if you have longer ranged weapons. And it's the direction that... let me back up for just a second so I can show an overhead of the map. And then we do this and go here. Okay. So if you look at your spawn, or I guess I should say your goal, because that's about where you're spawning, and then look at the Rainmaker, you can see that the path to the Rainmaker from the right-hand side is shorter than the path to the Rainmaker from the left-hand side. You have to go further away to the left and then come back towards the middle, whereas if you spawn in and then just go straight right, that's your fastest path. So generally, the right side is going to be controlled by you and the left side is going to be controlled by the opponents, because you have a faster way in. You also don't have to climb a wall to get over on the left-hand side. So that's kind of the thought process why the 52 especially is going to tend to want to go right. The 52 can also be a little bit more aggressive in trying to contest mid right away because it has the splash wall. It can put that in between itself and something else that's going to try and shoot it down, which makes it so that you're able to stand in more aggressive positions and take shots until that wall gets shredded. So we go here. Hey, it's Pop Gun rating! Welcome to all of our guinea pig friends. For those of you who don't know Pop Gun is a longtime competitive player. Was actually getting started around the same time that I did and was in my Ludi division. We were rivals on the Grillers for a good little while there. Plays for a team called Destiny Troops, or pretty sure they're still together and everything. And is also now a podcaster who does, it's called the Popcast, and he does content about the goings on in the scene, like community news, things about tournament formats and how tournaments are going. And he's also one of the best tellers of the narratives of each of the teams as they rise up through the ranks. Like, if you want to know something about one of the teams that you run into in North American Splatoon, there aren't very many people who are going to know more information about that than Popgun will. So definitely go and drop Popgun a follow, especially on, like, I think he streams to Twitch, but then also posts the recordings on YouTube. So check those both out. Okay, getting back to it anyway. So we roll out onto Snipe here. And from here, one of the priorities early on is that you want to be popping the Rainmaker, because popping the Rainmaker gives you a lot of paint, and that paint actually gets credited to one of the players. So whoever actually gets the last shot on it, they get like 70% of their special meter just refilled completely instantly. So not only do you get paint control in mid when you get the Rainmaker pop, but you also get that special charge on one of those players. So on any team, on any team where you think you have like close to enough paint compared to the other team to get it, you definitely want to go for it. Now, some weapons are going to be worse at that than others. Like, if you've got a whole bunch of blasters on your team and they've got a bunch of shooters, okay, there's no shot. Just give up the pop and paint someplace else for your special. But on this team, you might have been able to go in and try and get it if you'd moved a little quicker. Even so, you do a really good job here. The Rainmaker push that they try to make there is really, really unsafe, and not really the best choice, because the Rainmaker is going out in front of any defenders that could be protecting it. As a general rule with Rainmaker, the Rainmaker is going to get stopped by the first enemy player it runs into unless there is a friendly teammate in front of it displacing that person. This Rainmaker ran off without any bodyguards, and so it's just going to go down instantly to whoever it runs into. Great job there. You're punishing the brush for not spinning its aim around, probably running on stick controls, seeing how slowly that was moving back around to you. So you take them out as well, and that's a wipe. So the next priority is you want to be able to push the Rainmaker really fast, because you've got this window where the enemy team is just not stopping you, and you don't want to waste any of that time. So it looks like right now you're trying to set up for a push to the left-hand side. but your teammates end up drawing you a little bit of... so one teammate calls this way on the right, you paint up on the left-hand side, and the Rainmaker does a good job of following your body language and, like, hey, my frontliner is pushing forward in this direction, so I should go in this direction with them. And that's a really, like, heads-up play from them. Unfortunately, then your teammate also calls this way, and that draws you over to the other side. Now the Rainmaker's like, wait, I thought we were going left. So we lost a little bit of time there, but they are still able to get up over the top right before these two players do anything about it. And they just are not paying enough attention to you coming up from behind them. Good flank there. But now you want to be getting into a position where you can impact the objective, and from here you really can't. So having cleared out that whole area next to the Rainmaker there, I would definitely recommend you just get up on the block and start moving up on the left. So let's back up for just a second. So this block to your left, this gray block, is your way across to the other side. Once you've splatted these two players, the chances that there is another enemy player that's just like right next to them in a position where they can actually take you out are pretty low. People usually don't bunch up that much, and if you've cleared both of these players and nobody else on their team has started shooting you in the meantime, probably perfectly safe to just get up on that block and get up behind the Rainmaker and start helping your team push. You've gotten two of them down, your whole team is still alive, and the Rainmaker is right there on the left. That's probably where you want to be to have the most impact right now.
Yeah, I thought that wall was paintable that earlier, so, and I was going to crawl up and come behind him, so I didn't know that gray block was actually where I needed to be.
Yeah, that gray block is the only way across on that part of the map to get to the left. That's what your teammates jumped across with the Rainmaker to get it there.
Makes sense.
We can do a quick run-through of the map and recon, I think, to show you some of that stuff right afterward. Okay, so really, really good push. Like, your team is doing phenomenally. Push to 16 is usually a winning push. At this point, all you really need to do is defend. Obviously, you know, if you get an opportunity, you want to keep pushing it forward so that it's harder and harder for them to push from there. But, like, this can easily just end with a win with you at 16 remaining. And so at this point, you've earned the ability to not have to push too aggressively. The ball is in their court. They need to get in on you guys, and you can just afford to sit back and play defense if you don't think you have a great opportunity right away. The clock is on your side. I keep rewinding it a little bit to look at what happens here and what we could have done differently, and then I keep talking about something else. Okay. Oh, is that a bomb off the shield? Oh, it's totally a bomb off the shield. Okay. So when you throw a bomb at the Rainmaker shield or anything that makes it blow up instantly, that can be used offensively, and it's something to be careful about if somebody's got line of sight on both you and a shield like that, or a splash wall, or a crab tank. I think you can kill people off, or big bubblers. Lots of different stuff like that, where as long as the bomb explodes as soon as it hits it, that basically makes a splat bomb explode in the same way that a burst bomb does. Just like instantly as soon as it's thrown.
Yeah, I got pretty tunnel vision and didn't see that guy over there, so...
Yeah. Like, it's important to paint the Rainmaker shield, but it's important to do it from a safe position where you're not just going to immediately get popped for doing it. This jump is really risky. Let's take a look at... I don't think we're able to see on the map, like, what you're looking at here. Okay. But this is about the moment where you press the button. So let's back up, like, 2 seconds. And then really quickly flip to overhead view. And then right about here. So now is when you have the ability to jump in, but you haven't pressed the button yet. And I can tell that because you've got the shadow on the upper right there showing where you would land if you pressed ZR right now. So this is about what you're going to see on the screen. You may not see exactly where those opponents' locations are, but you will see the paint. You will see your teammate there, and you will know the state of the numbers advantage. Your teammate is the only one alive in a fight that your team overall lost. There's a whole lot of enemy paint around them. And that paint is one of the key things, especially when there's been a fight there recently, to warn you to stay away from that area with your super jump. Because let's look at what happens now. There is only the one player there, and there's only the one tiny trail of pink ink behind them that they can escape into, with all this green around them and opponents starting to push them out. And so as soon as you land, opponents are looking at that jump, because the only player that they had to worry about was exactly where that jump was, and they have the numbers to push them out, so they're going and doing that, and oh, here, it's a 52 gal landing. So definitely, like, when you're considering jumping into someone, think about, okay, are they about to lose a fight in the next 3 or 4 seconds? And if the answer to that is yes, you just, like, swim in from spawn instead of super jumping to them. That it'll take some time, and it'll take some, conditioning, like, oh, wait, that didn't work, not being rewarded for doing it, but start thinking about that every single time. Like, look at the paint on the ground and think, does an opponent have time to move through the paint as it currently exists on the map to get to me before my jump lands? Okay. So let's get back to your view here. So they're going to be able to dunk for that, which makes sense, and that's not the end of the world either. With the numbers advantage being the way that it is, you're happy that your team didn't feed into this fight. You're happy that they just let them get the checkpoint. But let's look at how we approach this here. So we know that there are at least 2 players, actually exactly 2 players, because the other 2 are down, in front of us right here, and we can see both of them. So what we want to do is take an angle that lets us hit them, but makes it really difficult for them to hit us. One of those angles that you could take is there's this rectangular, like, block on the wall with that kind of corrugated metal pattern on it. If you stand by there and right side peek around it, you have range to hit just about anywhere they can possibly be, and they don't have range to hit you. So that's one option. And it looks like you're trying to move your way in there, but then you move to the right instead of using that wall for cover. If you stay by that wall there, you actually have a better angle, because now what they can do is they can run to your right here and get behind this wall, and now you don't have shots on them anymore. Another issue of coming to the right that the brush could have taken advantage of, like they took advantage of earlier, is that you just swam in front of your own splash wall, and they could just throw a bomb on the front side of the splash wall and pick you from that. Oh man, you really boxed them in there. That's funny. Nice. Okay. So you get them down. The brush is still active somewhere. I would be worried for them coming from the left somewhere right now. Okay, they just don't. Wow, where is everybody? That's the bamboo you splatted earlier. Where is the rest of the enemy team going that they're not trying to stop all 4 of your teammates running it straight to the goal? Let me back up first. Oh, I can't back up because it's gonna force me through this animation before I can restart the replay. That was very strange to me. It felt like, where would they even go? And of course, I still can't get back to my control over the map of the camera. Okay, now we're finally there. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. Oh my goodness. So this is why you pay attention to the Rainmaker anchor icon on your screen. So we've got the enemy brush all the way up in our base after having hid there on left, and us going around on right. So instead of, like, trying to cut you guys off or get behind you or something, they're in your base, even though there's nobody who's going to be splatting any of them. Then you've got your E-leader who went up on snipe, and normally I would say that like the E-leader doesn't need to be there. No, actually I think they do. Because here's the thing. What should be happening is you should be getting contested in mid or like about where you guys are around the first checkpoint. Like that's where I would expect the enemy team to start fighting back against you. But the E-leader just got up there and started waving the laser pointer around it. I guess it attracted the enemy team. They're so focused on the E-leader here and on like doing something about that player that they're not paying attention to the anchor icon going past them. And so now, literally the only person who's in any position to stop the Rainmaker push is the player you splatted earlier. Hey, they got the E-leader. Good job, guys. Like, oh my goodness. That...
Yeah, when I saw the map and I saw that little line going all the way back around our base, I'm like, what were they thinking?
Yeah, like, even the players on the right, like, it almost makes less sense where they were to me, because they at least would have been in a position where they could see the like, Rainmaker run past them. Like, they were in mid, and you guys went through mid. So, like, they should have seen you guys there at some point. Where... okay, so here's where you start cutting them off, and let's look up. So it's the splatter shot and the dually squelchers here. The splatter shot goes out to the right, seeing that their teammates are there. Makes sense. And then the Rainmaker gets taken past them, and neither them nor Leslie notice. Like, that's in their field of view, that it's going past them. There's an arrow pointing, hey, on the left side of your screen and in your peripherals is where the Rainmaker is, which should clue you in, oh, wait, it's behind me. And you just kind of run it, and nobody stops you. Wow,
I think we were both in mid at the same time, too, so I'm surprised they didn't see us at that point either, just visibly.
Yeah, like, I guess they just really tunneled on the fight that was happening on the right and maybe helping their teammates that way. Well, okay. But let me show you really quick that jump that they came over, because we can do that from the overhead here. That'd be easy to spot. So look at where your charger's going. It's this block right here, and they jump across, and there's the checkpoint right there. So that's how you get up there.
Okay.
And when you get that checkpoint, you see the platform to the left of the E-leader. It moves down as soon as that checkpoint is activated.
Okay.
So then you have that route across. In my experience, if you're able to get across on the block, it's pretty difficult for the defending team to stop you from scoring that checkpoint. And having the bridge down for certain at that point, as opposed to how it was in Splatoon 2, where it was on a cycle and just went up and down, it's a lot more consistent of a route to take than it used to be. The difference, though, is that they also made it so that you see that arrow right by Potato to its upper right. Potato being the dark tetradulies.
The stream's a little blurry, like the resolution's a little low, so the detail's a little tough.
But that area right above where Potato is, the wall in front of it used to be climbable. And so that was a third option that they took out in this game. So now it's just like the middle and the left, as opposed to right, middle, and left.
Okay.
So little Splatoon 2 trivia there. All right. So overall, I think the match ends fairly quickly, but big things I would say there are to be watching out for the way that you play around walls and the Rainmaker shield for those bombs. As the better players get, the more times they're going to start taking advantage of that. And even if they're not intending to do so, throwing a bomb at your wall is one of the biggest counters to it. It's one of the fastest ways to get that thing down so that players can take away your safety in that position. So they're likely to throw bombs at your wall anyway. So you never want to be in a position where an opponent is in range of you and you have a wall behind you. You want to throw your walls aggressively enough that you're going to be in range of someone if you sit behind it. And if you don't get to that position, you just got to be kind of patient and sit behind it and wait unless you see an opening to swim through it and get far enough in front of it that they can't bomb it in time.
Okay.
And then super jumps, making sure that they're in safe positions. We talked about that quite a bit. We talked about on rollout how you want to be like moving to mid quickly. You want to be getting the Rainmaker quickly. Going up over top mid. Another thing I didn't talk about that is that when you're standing right next to your backliner, they control that angle better than you will. It's more advantageous for you to control a different angle to make it so that your backliner is hitting them from one angle, but then you're hitting them from another angle, and there is no single piece of cover in the game that they can hide behind that will block both of you. So you're either flushing them out for your backliner to clean up, or the backliner is forcing them out into your sight line.
Okay. I think I just have a habit of just finding the highest point and then looking around and then going somewhere where I should be pushing center quickly.
And a way, especially early on, that you can collect the same information without having to go up onto high ground is using your map screen. As you roll out, in those areas where you can see there's no green ink anywhere near it, on your way out of your spawn, there's no way that you're ever going to get threatened by anything that the opponents can do at that point in the game. So you don't even necessarily need to be looking out at the screen just yet. You can be looking at the map, and you would see, for example, okay, the brush went to my right side, everybody else went to the left, nobody went up onto snipe. And you can just look at the paint trails and already know roughly where to expect everyone to be.
Okay. Yeah, also, I mostly do NZAP, but lately I've just been trying to do something a little different because I realize I'm more of an aggressive player than a support player.
That is exactly actually how I got started, because I started playing NZAP myself, and then at the time, the 10 attack splatter shot was one of the meta weapons, and it was a short-range shooter with pretty much the same range and almost the same time to kill, slightly faster, and it had a more aggressive kit. And I was like, oh, well, I can play this too, and I did. So that was how I ended up being a splatter shot main.
I think I was doing the NZAP 98 in Splatoon 1. Or 89, my bad.
Yeah, the missiles one.
Yeah, so yeah, that encouraged me to be, I guess, somewhat aggressive and like use it to push chargers off and then run up into them. But again, I got up to A rank in Splatoon 1 and then B in 2, so I can learn a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. That's and you've got it exactly right there, where you fire the missiles and then you swim in and engage using the displacement of the missiles. That was what the NZAP 89 did. That's what the Kensa splatter shot does in Splatoon 2. So, yeah, very, very similar playstyles there. So, definitely would recommend, if you're interested in that style of weapon, also checking out the splatter shot. Because the splatter shot is going to feel more similar to the NZAP than the 52 gal will. So if mechanically this one's feeling a little awkward, I think splatter shot would be pretty closely in line. And splatter shot is also one of the strongest weapons in the game right now. 52 is right up there with it as well. It's not a bad weapon to have either. But if that's something you're more interested in, or you want a lethal bomb, it's a good alternative.
Yeah, I think I did NZAP mostly in S1, but I did 52 gal kind of secondary, so I'm more familiar with it. And so right now in Splatoon 3, while we figure out how everything feels, I've been just sticking with what I know. So
yeah, makes sense. And this is not a bad weapon at all. It's basically almost the same kit as the Kensa 52 gal from Splatoon 2, which was a really dominant weapon at the time. So
yeah.
Well, that brings us not that far into the session. If you have another replay that you'd like us to look over, since this one was so quick.
I forgot that this one was the fast one. So the other one is just Turf War, but let's see here.
That'll be good, because then it'll be a little bit on the quicker side.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see here.
NZAP is just the gateway weapon to becoming a... I mean, some people did stay on NZAP because NZAP is a good support weapon. The NZAP 85 especially was one of the premier armor weapons for most of Splatoon 2. And the 89 was a really good source of getting missiles if you didn't want to run a K-shot for whatever reason. I definitely ran NZAP 89 on some map modes because in some cases I preferred to have the autobomb to having the suction bomb.
Yeah, and I just got really used. For me, the NZAP, I just got really used to how it fired, like the accuracy and everything, and just the rapid rate of fire. So that's kind of why I stuck with that one. I was just used to it with aiming. But
5 HB and 9V1G. 9V1 and G. There. And there it is. Mako Mart Turf War.
This is one of my favorite maps for Turf War.
Mako Mart's a good one. It was one of the most popular maps in Splatoon 2. I can feel the pull of the aggro it calls to me. Everyone's talking about how NZAP is a Slayer pipeline. Okay. This is a pretty solid comp that you're working with here. Double crab tank, which is going to be good for painting and for keeping them alive in separated locations. Dually squelchers, which is a very independent weapon that don't need no support, I guess. Yeah, a really solid team comp there. You have more paint than they do. Buckets don't paint quite as much. Rollers don't paint quite as much. So they're going to have to get splats to be able to displace you guys if you play in a reasonably coordinated fashion, which, I mean, it's Turf War. Who knows if that's going to happen?
Yeah, no, I don't think this happens in this map.
That jump is a little bit risky because this must be the NZAP because they're the only shooter on their comp. They do have the range to hit the top block there, and they probably could have gotten a couple of shots on you at least as you came across from there. You want to be firing at them a little bit earlier to make sure that they're forced to move before you're forced to, deal with them being in range of you. You probably actually could have stood at the corner there and at least scared them off a little bit. Then maybe you step off to the right instead of jumping all the way into mid and gotten a better angle around the right side.
Okay.
This is a good wall. It stops any aggression they possibly could have had. You can see they get there and they're like, oh, well, I guess I need to turn around now, huh? That completely stuffed all of their offense there. Unfortunate that, the shots didn't fall for you, but that'll come with time. The danger of pushing over to the right here is that what's probably happening with this player that you're chasing is that they're getting back up on the stacks to the left of you here. And so they could just fall behind you and ambush you, or throw a bomb off your shield or something like that. This is a really good camp on the jump. Agent 69 does not figure out what is going on before it's too late. Let's take a quick look back for a second. One thing to make sure of with camping the jump there is you want to be absolutely sure that your aim is on right when they land. Ideally, you don't fire shots until very soon before they're landing, and you just kind of shark there or something, because really ideally is someone throws a wall up there, or throws a bomb on their jump. But you don't have that, you have a wall. So you want to make sure that as soon as they're landing and you press ZR, those shots are going to hit. And I think it was a little bit off when they did land, and so that took you a little bit more time. And players with a little bit more experience might be able to weasel their way out of that. But it was still a really good position that you had on them, so you were able to follow up and finish it off. So then from here, you see this player over here, and it takes a second, but you do catch them. I think if the Tri-Slosher had their aim set, they would have had that fight win for sure. now you've got 3 players down on their team, and so you're starting to push up. And your job right now is to make it as difficult as possible for them to access as much of the map as possible. Access to the map is the name of the game in Turf War. You want to kind of like box them into their own spawn from the safest position you possibly can. You don't want to get all the way up to their spawn, because getting all the way up to their spawn gives them uncontestable high ground over you and makes it actually easier for them to fight you than if you take the best defensive position. But you want to be in front of mid, and that's how you're going to kind of lock them in and gain control. So like right now there's a lot to your left, for example, that you could just paint up.
Okay.
You don't necessarily need to, because you already have your special. You might leave that to somebody else to paint in an ideal competitive environment. But here, just like probably focus on getting it all painted up so that you have room to maneuver back there. Because one thing that's really annoying for someone who tries to come in from the area that's to your left right here is if they drop in and they can't be looking at mid, they have to look to their right, your left. So if you're set up over there and they drop down, you could just get to shoot them in the sides and like, oh wait, where did that guy come from? In mid, like, you're a lot more visible, and you also don't have as much cover over here to work with. So that player traded, so there's not going to be anybody there. Looks like they're both diving in on your teammate here, so I love that you are moving in to help your teammate. Yep. You get closer to the Tri-Slosher there than you need to. You beat the Tri-Slosher by outranging it, not by like chasing it all the way down. If you get right next to a Tri-Slosher, it should very reliably be able to trade back with basically any weapon in the game. Very few weapons can damage it fast enough that it can't get the second slosh out. So, and it doesn't have to aim very much. So you want to kind of stop at your max range and hit them from there so that they can't return fire.
Okay. I think I was going to make the assumption they were going to follow their teammate, and then they backed up instead.
Yeah. And I think that might have been a little bit reactable. Well, this might not be far enough back. Yeah, it's not far enough back. That might have been a little bit like of something that you could react to here. Let's take a quick look. So right here, even if they're only going to look at your teammate, you can still already hit this. If they move a little bit to the left, you can still hit this. So you can definitely pick the Tri-Slosher from here right away. And even though, yes, the other player is still chasing your teammate, you have to engage from a position that's going to be safe for you too. And so, like, getting this close... and I think that's partially just, like, the reaction, like, oh, shoot, wait. They are not going the way that I thought they were. But you always want to take fights from your weapon's max range when you can help it. Gives you a way out if things get hairy, but also makes it so that any weapon you can outrange, you do outrange. Nice. Exceptions include weapons that outrange you. Because then your advantage is that you splat faster. So, like, if you're pulling up on, like, a charger, okay, yeah, you can get right up in their faces or whatever. But yeah, for the most part, try to take the fights at your max range. Splatlings would be another exception, because they're going to run a lot of run speed. So they're going to back up almost as fast as you can swim forward. And so for them, to engage on the fight successfully, you might need to get a little bit closer to them in order to be able to get your shots on in time before they get away.
Okay.
Killer Whale is, a great option right there, I think. With Killer Whale, you usually, to get the most benefit out of it, it's a lot like your missiles, the NZAP-89 missiles from Splatoon 2, where you want to use them, but then, like, go in on someone with them. In this case, you fired them in a place where it probably wasn't the safest thing to go in on, so what you might have wanted to do is, like, fire them at somebody else and go in on them instead. Like if you had like maybe used them on the roller here and then gone in on the roller who was isolated and didn't have anywhere to run, that's a really easy fight to win there. As it was, you stayed safe, which is the most important thing, but the special didn't get a lot of value because it got fired into a place that you weren't really interested in pushing into in the first place. You were looking at that like, wait a minute, maybe not. And so saving it for a time where you will actually be able to follow up and get a pick from that is probably the best case scenario.
Okay.
All right, so they're one down, and you hear the inkjet and immediately respond to it. Really good. Got a roller who's just dropped down. And you saw the roller flick into mid there very briefly. So I just want to point this out because it seems like you're turning away from it. Okay, so you see the roller like in front of you, just over the top of this pillow here. You see them flick there again, and your teammate goes down, which is another hint that an opponent is nearby. And then right here on the right side of your screen, there is a trail of ink that forms coming in behind on your side of mid. So when you turn your back here, I'm worried that the roller sees this and does something about it. They end up not, but your teammate does go down in the meantime. And the roller is still somewhere. We really don't have a lot of information there. Okay, no, that was the bucket. So where's this roller still? Well, we don't know anymore. But that whole time, okay, they finally caught them right there. But that whole time, there's a roller behind you in, like, your base area that, you know, because you're not aware that it's there, it could have flanked you at any time, and, like, you're liable to just get splatted for that. Generally, as a shooter, you're not going to have a lot of success shooting up over the top of these stacks from ground level. If someone's like right up against the ledge, it works sometimes, but most of the time you're going to be doing fall off damage. As bullets fall down from like a downward arc on people, they actually do like half damage or something like that. So it's not a very reliable way for a shooter weapon to get splats.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I think my reasoning behind that was I was trying to ink their feet while my teammate, which I think is above me, could get the kill. So I was trying to limit his movement.
That did work out. Here is actually that play I was talking about earlier, where when you're pushing this direction, you need to be worried that an opponent is getting up on top of the stacks. And can you spot why that's a concern at the moment? Right up there next to the timer. He was. It
was this moment I realized.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because like you can see it, whenever you see the splash in that particular spot, you can actually see the roller coming up over the top right there too.
Yeah.
But they can get up over the top of that cover and drop down on you, and they end up not playing it perfectly. I think they end up getting messed up by the splash wall. Actually, they land on top of it instead of jumping over the top of it. And so they get bumped away from you, and they don't get their crush kill on you. And then they're like, "Oh, wait, can we talk about this?"
Yeah.
But this is perfect. You guys just got to wipe in the last 30 seconds. That should be game over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the main reason I wanted to show this replay was I did win, so that means there was some stuff I might have been doing that I didn't get punished for, so I wouldn't learn from that. So definitely see some things I shouldn't have gotten away with.
Yeah, like, just a couple of situations where either... it was mostly with the roller, honestly. It was mostly just like the roller got into a position where they could have done something aggressive to splat you. And so it's your awareness of that particularly dangerous ambush weapons position that you'll want to be trying to start developing over time. Especially since, like, you know, the C through A ranks or so, rollers are really, really popular.
I think I understand now why rollers are the bane of my existence. I always seem they get me the most, so apparently I'm just not as aware of them as I need to be.
I've been getting a question from chat. Is it better to VOD review your bad plays or your great plays? The answer is yes, depending on the situation. Um, so either one of them can be good. Because on the one hand, you want to not make mistakes. But on the other hand, you want to see, okay, when we won that, why did we win that? What did I do right that caused that to happen that I didn't do right previously? So both of those can be really valuable experiences. I do generally like matches where you don't just like roll over them, because generally then you're beating them mechanically. You're beating them just because you can like aim and move better, and not just because you made better decisions. So for those, yeah, maybe not quite as important to go back over. Usually you can boil it all down to like one mistake the enemy team made, and it was just a really big one. But I think it's useful either way. And what I especially find is like, even when I have a really good match, like I had a match the other day where I was like 14-1. Like I was just really fragging out. And I looked back at it and I'm like, there are a lot of things that I did wrong here that I probably should have gotten punished for. So I think, they're both valuable because you can find things to learn from either way. So yeah, the roller stuff and the awareness there, making sure to play a range, and that'll also come with time, because that's something that you get splatted for if you don't do. So you kind of learn through being knocked around, if for no other reason, and that's something that will again come with time. Another thing that comes with time is knowing what that range is that you have, and being able to spot that visually quickly and being able to position around it. So do you have any questions about that match? Because I think we got your questions about the first one, but anything about that one?
I think I kind of, I guess, talked about it as things came up. So like, yeah, me not seeing the roller, and there's a lot of times where I am putting myself needlessly in a position I shouldn't be in. So I don't think I have questions, because I guess they're getting answered as we go. So yeah.
Awesome. All right. So that leaves us with about 5 minutes. So it's probably not time to go over anything new.
Nah.
But always, feel free to let me know if you have more further questions in a message or whatever else. Happy to answer those. For the time being, I think we will call it there. So
all right.
Thank you for supporting me on Metafy. Really appreciate that, and hope you got what you were looking for out of it.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
All right. You too.
All right. Well, if you can believe it, I believe there's one more. I was planning this whole time on not having the stream up, but we have a VOD for Sea Slug coming up. I'm going to go and DM them and see. Here. Okay. So the hypothesis that we were testing was that L3 is a valid, or viable, I should say, alternative to a Splash-O-Matic for Crab Tank. And I'm not unconvinced, although I also am just... I'm not, I think, as high in ranked as I am able to get. And so the matches, I'm probably going to be getting away with some things that I don't necessarily need to get away with. But so far, it's felt fairly good. Like, I think someone who was good at L3 would be able to pull it off. Like in Splatoon 2. The curling bomb is definitely the weakest part of the kit by far, but I think Crab Tank and its long range and its paint can be worth it on some maps, especially in situations where you need the extra range on your weapon to be able to fight. Okay. So here's what was I gonna do? I forget what I was gonna do. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. I'm doing it. Excuse me. Okay. So, we've got 5 minutes. Let's take 7 minutes to do something else. That's probably how that's gonna go. It's actually really strange to me how fast the VOD reviews have gone today. Like, usually it takes a full, like, hour to go over one VOD, and I'm running overtime when we do. But then today it's just been like, nope, yep, I can see exactly what happened here, and we're talking about everything, and the match is over. Must have just been some quicker KOs or something. Bless you. Thank you, thank you. Have a great night. Is that Geisha girl is leaving? Or that somebody else was leaving and was saying goodnight? L3 is love, L3 is life. Why L3 instead of Splattershot Pro? Because Splattershot Pro doesn't paint as much, has not that much more range, doesn't have that much better kill time, and is a lot more ink hungry. And also, Angle Shooter is significantly weaker, I would still say, than Curling Bomb. I don't know if I'd say significantly weaker, but having something that can do actual damage is better, I think, than this, like, point and click, barely even a splatter shot bullet. It's actually not as much as a splatter shot bullet. Alright. Let's get back. That's 2 down. We can start pushing in off this, unless we let them grab. I'm going to trust my teammate can beat a reflex that's half damaged. Oh, the frickin' Toxic Mist made it so I couldn't do the jump. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to pop my special. Apparently you can't pop it there, I guess. I wanted to land on the podium, pop the special, and then maybe, like, let somebody else pick it up. But I don't know if you can pop it on the podium. Oh, I got to 71 and then it reset. It's a freaking Toxic Mist again. But we really didn't need to be letting it reset there. Like, we still had decent numbers. They're gonna... No, are they just gonna dive? No, they're gonna corner themselves. And then just jump off. Why would they spend time over there without just jumping it off? I guess they were hoping they could maybe get some kills in the meantime. That Booyah Bomb was really well placed. It was just kind of on my teammate to win the 1v1 because I can't drop into that. It's not an advantageous fight for me to take. Oh, I did not mean to drop right there. I'm the first person they're going to be looking at. That was too aggressive of me. I wasn't respecting the Hydra. Hasn't been a great game for me so far. Nice, okay. I think I just push up and use the big bubbler to do that. Yeah, no. We really needed to pick that up significantly earlier than we did. Now we're going to get resisted a lot earlier. We could have made it up over the ledge. We could have made it a lot further than that. Here's the thing. You need line of sight. I don't. Thankfully, it was just a reflex, so they don't have a way to splat me that quickly when I get here. This player does, however. We do this so that we can jump in and be someplace more useful. Oh, no. I should have known that they would be looking in that direction. I was hoping to just poke with a bomb over the top and then get away. Not thinking that that would be where they would look, because they'd already scared someone away. This is a little bit dangerous. If they had just straight up run for it, they would have gotten past me. Okay, we just back away from this. That's a lost big bubbler. I don't know why they're rotating it over to the left. Did they think that they're winning? Are they thinking that, like, stalling it from there is a good option? Like, we had the advantage. They need to get around the left. That was perplexing. Okay. All right. Hello, Cease. You're muted at the moment.
Whoopsies. There we go.
Hello.
Hello.
You sent me your replay earlier, so I'm going to go back into the DM and find it again.
Awesome.
It was the losing match, correct?
Yeah, I think we just had, like, just finished the end of that one.
Oh, so the winning match is the one that we're watching now.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm glad I confirmed that because I was about to put in the wrong code.
Whoops. Yeah, that would have taken a second.
RNRJ, Rafael Nadal. D5, great opening. 3Q. 6C. 6X. Definitely Sea Slug.
Yes. I did not know I could not change it afterwards, so it's definitely got to stay.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of chess. All right. So here we are on mince work metal meat.
Yes.
Definitely correct. All right, so you've got some frontline with you. Not a lot of fast splatting frontline, but something that will be pushing them back at the very least. And you're gonna have to watch out for a lot of missiles, unfortunately. But that's all
Yeah, I
that you
remember
have to
that
worry
being a
about from the
problem.
reflex. The reflex is only going to bother you, and is not going to bother any of your teammates. So.
Yeah, I remember that being a little tricky.
Your job against this team is to bully the heavy away from being able to do anything about your teammates. If you can accomplish that and just negate their impact on the game, then you're going to have free reign. Because you outrange the heavy, and so if the heavy steps out into your sight line, there should be immediate threat on them most of the time that they try. And they should not be able to get spun up to do what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Nice pick. I like how you're not revealing your position until you have information and know who you're trying to shoot at. And you really did not, like, show your laser that much or anything to that player. Now, that player should know there's an E-leader on the enemy team and just not be there, but...
What do you do?
yeah.
I've been that person before. That's why I've started charger maining. Chargers are scary. I'll become the scary.
Yeah, there you go, there you go. You can't beat them, join them.
Exactly.
Nice shot. This is a really phenomenal sniper spot. This area right here controls so much of the map and makes it really difficult for them to engage. The only way they can come in is from the left-hand side, and they're kind of boxed in. And if your teammates are in there waiting for them or throwing bombs or anything like that in that area, it's going to be good. Now, how did your team get in? Because there's still a heavy in position. So the fact that a clam was scored is alarming. They just did brush things, didn't they? They just did the brush thing.
Probably.
Yep.
Flashbacks to the other map.
Yeah, you guys didn't see on stream the other map that we played here, but there was a brush that just kept putting brush down, running to basket, and scoring like this. Especially when they have the power clam, but even before they do, in general, in Clam Blitz, it is your job to control your zone. By your zone, I mean there's an area around you that your weapon can attack. And if an opponent enters that area, it is your job to enforce your zone, to be shooting at them as they enter that area and denying them the ability to enter it. Here, the opposing team just did not enforce their zone. The brush had to run across unpaintable terrain and just beeline straight past them without any cover. The heavy can turn and delete that. Any weapon that happens to be with the heavy can turn and delete that, and that just didn't happen. And the brush is still alive even, which is even more wild. So that's a whole bunch of stuff that at higher levels will stop working.
Yeah.
But that's, not your concern here because it just led to your team getting to score, which is cool.
I mean, yeah, I got points. I'm not complaining.
And you're supporting that by reducing the enemy team's numbers and making it more easy for them to push in on this. So this is all good. So the heavy does eventually get collapsed on and goes down, and nobody else scores. Cool. But Wavebreaker in here. Wavebreaker in here might be a little... Ooh, where does that come from?
Yeah, I marked this because I went through this play again before sending it to you, and I had marked a few areas where when I watched it, I felt scared. So it's probably not a good thing.
Yeah, let's see what's happening that's letting this go down. We get the player here. Like, right now, it seems like they're very bottled up in their spawn. Does someone drop out on the left here? Is that what happens? Someone does drop out on the left. Okay. Now, this is a very advanced position for the E-leader to be in. If you're going to drop your Wavebreaker there, I would say you're trying to drop it and then back up. Because right now you're swimming toward the enemy team. And your biggest advantage as a weapon is not having to be close to them.
Yeah.
So, So pushing in for that is more dangerous than it's worth. The time to use the wave breaker on that position is like either right before you're about to score or during the score, because that's when you need to have control of the enemy basket. But if you guys don't have the clams to be able to score again, then controlling the enemy basket isn't the main goal, and you want to just take the best defensive position you can to give yourself time to get those clams and then be able to win a fight in neutral and get back in. Because we've advanced so far into the enemy base and they've slipped past us here, we're now not in a as valuable of a position to the team. We're also in a position where we're very likely to get collapsed on and lose a fight. Here, you'd probably just want to super jump out instead of trying to directly engage anybody, because they clearly don't know you're here until right about this moment.
Yeah, I was surprised I didn't get splatted.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to mention real quick, I do have a lot of lag on stream, so if you mention, like...
you're watching on stream. I thought it was still projecting to the Discord.
Yeah, I'd really like if you could project to Discord so I could keep up a little bit.
There. Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, there we go. No, you're just fine.
Because, like, I had it up for someone previously, and so I was surprised it didn't stay up for whoever was still in the call. But
oh, you're good.
You should be able to see it there now, too.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot better.
Okay. So you do end up backing up, and this is the sort of position that you probably wanted to back up to earlier instead of popping the wave breaker. This is your happy place as a knee leader. Being here is the most frustrating thing for the enemy team because you can see all two of the ways that they have to get to your base. So for this shot, you can afford to take your time with it, because this is, for one thing, this is just a reflex. It's one of the least threatening main weapons to have to fight against. But for another thing, like, for them to move onto this platform, they have to commit to going one direction or another, and as they are walking on the grate, you don't know which direction they're going to start swimming yet. Once they get into the ink and you see what direction they're swimming, I think you're going to have a better shot of guessing where they're going. They're either going to go straight for the block on your left or they're going to go to the right. But either way, they don't get in range of you until you can take the shot. So you can wait just a fraction of a second more and line the shot up and make sure that you're not going to miss.
That makes sense. Ooh.
Yeah, it's all good. That player was on so much enemy ink that they were going to go down anyway.
Yeah. I feel like it's important to tell myself sometimes that getting kills with a sniper actually isn't number one on the list there sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your zone control is a really important thing. Like, if an opponent is scared to walk into a space, you've succeeded.
Yeah, big scary laser.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely looking at the correct fight there, by the way, protecting your power clam by shooting at the guy who's trying to come in behind it. Unfortunate that the shots miss, but you do take out the heavy afterward for good measure. Maybe your teammates are even able to save it. Probably not. They're about to get hammered. Okay, no, they're good. Ooh, okay. That bomb was on screen for a little while there.
I didn't even see it, like, until the last second.
Elena right next to you there, and that one drops, so you know that there's someone throwing things from somewhere. Nice pick. There's another one that just dropped into mid. Okay, there. So that one came like at you from the front left near their basket. It lands on the bridge there, and then it's walking, and now it goes off.
Nice.
So that's one of those anything that is the wrong color that shows up on your screen near you or in your peripherals, like that's immediately what you're focused on.
I remember during this match, I kind of like stared at my screen for a second and was like, what happened?
Is that a mine? Did you just kill two of them with a mine?
So I was wondering. I wonder how I got the splat. I had to replay it a few times and I couldn't catch what happened.
So I don't remember you dropping a mine down there.
I put a mine like way up front at the start of the match. I don't.
Oh, it could have been the wave breaker too.
Oh yeah, it was probably the wave breaker then.
Yeah, they get hit there, and then they get hit a second time. Yeah, that's the wave breaker.
Oh yep. All right, that makes a lot more sense.
Here I am paying attention to the auto bomb instead of the wave breaker you threw.
Yeah, I didn't even see, like, I missed so much in that like 3 seconds.
Nice shots. Saved your teammate. Got rid of the stamp. So in a situation where your team has got the basket open, you want to go for the clams that are on the way to the basket, because going back for these, if nobody else scores anything, no shot that you get them to the basket in time.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, there it goes.
There were some clams on the left-hand side, and going for those is probably the safer bet. Now, that said, this is Mincemeat Metalworks, where in Clam Blitz, if there is a score other than 100 remaining to 100 remaining by overtime, somebody has royally messed up. Because this is just way too easy of a map to defend on. So, the fact that you even opened the basket at all is honestly pretty good. Any follow-up after that is going to be hard. And pushing forward is relying on you having that follow-up. Good jump out, though. I was worried, though, that what was going to happen there, because you tried pushing up and you didn't have teammates up there to support it, is that the players who made a power clam were just going to sneak past you, and you weren't going to be in position to stop them from scoring. But, of course, there's always someone in position to stop them from scoring. This is Mincemeat Metalworks Clam Blitz.
This is my favorite map.
Mm-hmm. What's this flag icon? Do you know what that is?
I marked it on my end on any spots that I felt uneasy about when I watched. I think that was the part where it like swam in and then jumped out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, "Oh, you guys opened it. Let's go." And then I saw the error of my ways and was like, "Oh no."
The thing that should be like cluing you in not to go for that is that there is still a power clam on the left-hand side, and the teammate who is fighting against the enemy power clam has gone down. You don't make it to their basket before that clam makes it to your basket. So, unless you have a teammate who's going to be able to keep the score going at the enemy basket, this is a big risk that they're just going to score instantly without you being able to do anything about it.
Yeah. And then I get like 3 clams later.
And you're able to... The tap shots here come in clutch, because I don't think your teammates by themselves would have splatted this player. I think the fact that you hit 2 tap shots is the reason that they go down in time.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, and them going up that block is optimistic. A lot of the time, what's happening is like you're getting a splat and then you're popping the wave breaker. When I feel like if the team is engaging, you want the wave breaker active already. Because like right now, who is left to find? There are 2 more players, and they're gonna see that everyone else on my team is dead, and they were on that end of the map. I'm probably not gonna go there. So like, setting up for the push is probably where you want it. You probably want it like, if you get this pick on the heavy or something, yeah, there you go. Then you probably want to move up onto their truck and be throwing it forward at their basket so that your team has knowledge and some extra damage as they start to push.
That makes sense. Oh.
Chickens.
Oh, they're scary.
They have evil intent.
You cute little guys. Just like little buddy.
That's what they want you to think. Now here, I would... You actually had time there. I would have taken a shot at the heavy first. So, like, you still got about half the time here. So that's more than 5 seconds. You can fire an E-liter shot and as long as you get the heavy, now you're probably safe to actually push across the throw clam. Actually,
Okay.
no. It's not. The heavy does get you, but another player probably would have.
And I threw 2 clams as well. I think I got a little greedy.
Yeah, but so that just goes to show that you would have had time to fire that. And like the shot on the heavy would have been very easy for you. They were pretty close to you, and they had no cover to work with. So you fire that shot, you take that player out, even if you aren't able to keep the basket open. That's a better situation for your team than you going down for 1 clam in a game where you've already got this big of a lead. There's also the potential that that was a collat because there were some people behind them. So that might have been neat and groovy for you. I also really like that you are taking the shot, even if you don't have full charge, as soon as they're about to leave your sight line. You're just like, well, I can't necessarily get the full charge out, but I can at least do some damage that maybe my teammates can follow up on. That's, good heads-up thinking.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
If you aim at the ground, you're actually going to paint less. You want to be aiming like at eye level so that the shot goes further. Because that right there was like less than Splatana Stamper range.
I think I thought I saw someone there, and then I kept peeking back. I was like, "Is there someone?" And my eyes are they broken?
So the concern here is exactly what. Wait, they haven't picked up the power clam. So someone's jumping to this hammer without the power clam.
Oh, and there's a disconnect.
Well, yeah, that happened earlier.
I didn't even see that.
But so the issue with the hammer here is that I'm worried that somebody is going to super jump a power clam into the hammer. So when the hammer comes out, which is hereabouts. So they come up here. Right now, the sploosh is my #1 priority, and I'm going to try and run backwards before I drop down here. Because you can probably get over this grate before the hammer gets to you, and then maybe you can swim because the whole area behind you is going to be painted your color. And that way, first of all, when they come around the corner, you can have charge ready to go and just snipe them in the side, because they have to go straight ahead to some extent here. But for another thing, that puts you in a position where you're more likely to be able to stop the clam jump if it happens.
Okay.
Although, what you could do here, because the hammer is already past you, is already be swimming up and getting a charge ready and shooting it in the back here.
I think that was my goal, and then I think I missed.
Yeah.
Well, kinda.
That wasn't a bad idea there. Like, the player who jumped in decided to move left. I think you went for the shot earlier, and it didn't connect for you.
Yeah, I think I hit the little bump there.
Oh, they dodge rolled away before you ever fired the shot. So you just need to be careful with the timing of it to be able to hit those, because you can still hit those. But recognizing that, okay, I'm not going to hit this shot and someone is immediately threatening me, you did the next best thing for sure. Now it's like, what does that Tetradooley do? Good job luring the chicken away from you.
No more death chickens. That one earlier kind of scared me.
And I like this because even though that's not really going to directly hit the heavy, probably, you are making them have a much harder time pushing into mid, which is what they need to do to be able to score. They're just zoned completely out, and you win the game. So I will say, like, while there was a DC, I don't think that it was just the DC that caused you to win the game. Your team had successful pushes even before that happened. And #1 overall splatter is part of the reason that happened. You were definitely hitting some really useful shots there that your teammates were going to be able to follow up on pretty successfully. So Good job.
Sweet. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
This has been really epic, I think, because I got on and played some this morning after our last talk about the losing match beforehand. And I did get real close to ranking up, so that's very helpful.
Nice. All right. Do you have any more questions for me? Because I think we've gone through about as much of that as we'd want to. You have the best KD, the highest KA, most specials out of anyone in the game. Like, this is a really solid one.
I'm not sure. I can't really think of anything in particular.
You didn't outpaint your Splash-O-Matic? Or their Sploosh? How dare you?
I did play a turf war match one time as Splat Charger, and I painted the most. It was during Splatfest. It was weird. I had 3 short-range shooters, and I painted them. It was weird. Anyway.
All right. Well, thank you so much,
I am going
C-Slug.
to go... Yeah, no problem. I'm going to go make myself some hot chocolate.
That sounds lovely. Hope you have a nice evening.
Yeah. You too.
If it is evening for you. I don't know time. Anyway.
Kinda.
Kind of. Okay. That works. Have a good one.
Okay. You too. Thank you.
Alrighty. Lovely. You can super jump while holding power clams. Yes. Although, if you super jump back to... Actually, no, that's not true anymore. In Splatoon 2, if you super jumped back to spawn, they would break. But that's not even true in Splatoon 3 anymore. You can actually just super jump back to spawn. And you don't, like, hit the shield or anything. It doesn't break the clam. Hot chocolate based pog. Yes, exactly. Alrighty. Where are we at? Clamblitz, Hagglefish, and Hammerhead. Let's run another rotation on this. There's no reason for me to run IA, I am finding. Should still run that. Actually, I should be running LDE is what I should be running. Oh, and this has got all of the... it's got all of the utility subs. That's actually super cool. And then Stealth Jump. Yeah, that looks like most of a solid build. Might play one more, but my wrists aren't feeling fantastic. A little bit tingly, a little bit sore or stiff or something. So I'll probably call it a... It's odd. It's not the right hand. It's the left hand for me, which is the opposite of what I would expect on a weapon that I have to mash with my right hand for. But so it goes. Utility subs are... It was just a name that we gave subs that... aren't the main part of your build, but are pretty good on just about everything in small quantities. So you tend to fill in blank slots in the rest of your build with them. Things like quick super jump, bomb defense, things like a single sub of special saver were all really good. This might be a mistake. We'll find out. Oh, I got the crab tank just a little too late. Might have been able to hold that if I had just gotten it sooner than I did. Oh, hi. Yeah, we lose it there. For sure. Oh no. This is not where we want everyone jumping. This is not a safe position at all. And they still died, even though I had the crab tank out in time. Carbon? Yeah, okay. That's fine. Try Zuka. Still trying to get this guy out of our base. Nice. That's another one down. Yeah, so the reason we weren't going this way was... Thank you, teammates. We're 2 down, and I do not have crab yet. So there's nothing that I want to really be doing there. I honestly don't think that was a great play, because we just don't have any follow-up, and even though we take lead, it's not going to be hard for them to take that back, and we lost a player. There's definitely a better push we could have gotten out of that. Unfortunately, I go down with Crab Tank, and the Carbon's just going to try and score now. Fine. It does feel really nice that when I see that my team does not have a lot of paint in its comp, I am actually, like, that's my primary job. I am in a position to do something about that. I don't have to shift off my typical role. It is just my role that I am the person who is assisting with that. Cool. I'm wondering where everybody was. So we need Power Clan +1. It's not a ton. Okay, it's a trade, which is fine. Let's get me a clan, or a crab here, and let's work our way in. Beautiful. Very well played push. And look at that. Even though we've got 2 blasters on our team, the map is all purple. When is it more optimal to super jump out as opposed to swimming away? Swimming away is something that you do when you can swim away. Super jumping out is something that you do when you believe that you will be splatted before you swim away. Okay. So that didn't feel too bad, but I'm probably just going to stop playing for now. Might stick around and do some Q&A. Ooh, that's a nice scoreline right there. That's some good stuff that I did. I'm proud of that game. It's a good one to end it on. And we got the crab! Let's go, crab gang. All right. So let's go and hang out at the coffee shop. Listen to the DJs a little bit. Look at them having a grand old time. Oh, shoot. Hold on, hold on. There we go. Get a good angle there. Oh, I like the one with him like leaning and looking straight down at his own feet that are hovering. Nice. Okay. Entering Q&A mode for a little bit. Just a wee little bit. Okay, cool. I'm on screen, and now I can look over here. How willing you are to ask complicated questions on the stream, but I'm S-Rank Slayer player who's been having issues with winning matches. It's probably going to have to be a more specific question than that for me to be able to say quite as much. Because, like, the issue with the question, like, how do I win more matches or how do I stop losing matches? The game breaks down to a more granular level than that. There are, like, more specific things that you have to be worried about with regard to winning matches. I can't just, like, tell you here's how to win. I can tell you, like, a whole bunch of different things that people will tend to make mistakes on, but I don't know which ones apply to you. And that sort of question and answer process is better done by me making, like, a long-form video. Here are some common mistakes, and hopefully some of those catching on for you. Because it would take me, you know, a good half hour to go through, okay, here are all the things that might be happening. If I don't have any further information, if I don't have a video I'm working on. So, sorry that I can't be more helpful than that, but what's a good charger? Oh, and the hypothesis was that the L3 nozzle nose is a viable replacement for a Splash-O-Matic for getting Crab Tank. What's a good charger for a player who's new to chargers? You want to go with... Okay, so if you like the short-range chargers, that's one thing. For short-range chargers, I would probably say Squiffer right now. And that was the way that it was in Splatoon 2 as well. It's just got the better gimmick of the three of them. But for the longer-range chargers, both of them have their niches. E-Liter is stronger right now because it's longer range, and Wavebreaker is a better special, I think, overall. It's... I don't know. Wavebreaker isn't a great match for the E-Liter, but it's a solid special. You just don't get to use it that much. But the extra range is really the most important part of it. How squished the S Plus 10 is. Yeah, they really did have to make those numbers pretty small, didn't they? And that's a 1. Like, that's a really skinny number. Wait until there's a 2 there. How did the experiment go? I definitely think it's playable, but I also am in a place in ranked right now that is, I think, below my peak. I am definitely capable of being higher up than I am right now. So the fact that I was playing well with it at this level of ranked doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to work for me in competitive or anything like that. Inspired to do some more L3. That's what I was hoping. Don't know how willing you are to ask. Oh, wait, we already talked about that one. Can I ask about how games go? Are you asking, like, how the modes work or how the games have been going? We won the majority of them. We can take a quick look here. It's the L button. I can't go to the menu from here. What do you mean? Now I can open the menu. Maybe it's so that I can't enter a match. No, but I can enter a match. Grumble, grumble. So here are the matches that we've played on L. So we won that one. And then we had... Okay, tower control didn't go too well. And zones actually went a lot worse than I thought. But early on in Rainmaker, we were doing really well. Won the first few of those. It's been a pretty mixed bag, I guess. Can you pick a weapon that has inkjet, go to the coffee shop with full special, and activate it midair after jumping from the fence? Let's find out. These are the important scientific questions. An inkjet weapon, by which we mean the inkjet weapon. Okay. I want to err on the safe side. Okay. Let's see. You're out of range to hit any of the targets, though, so you can't do anything that cool. But you jump back to here! Yo, wait! We found a bug, everybody. You're a genius, Taro. I can't return to the ground. And so this can't get off my back. Does this stay even if I go out? Oh, it breaks as soon as I get there. That's insane. I have a good question. Doesn't ask the question. This is something that, like, adults make fun of for good reason, I have found, but that they don't make the reason obvious enough to people. Like, all the time in schools, you'll get kids who will be like, Mr. Teacher, I have a question. And, like, if they're already going to say it out loud, if they're already going to, you know, take the time to say it, might as well just ask the question instead of saying that you have a question, because then that interaction back and forth takes us another like 20 seconds or something, and that's time that as a teacher you hate to lose. So anyway, how do I get my parents to get me Nintendo Switch Online? Ask them nicely. Lay out the reasons why you would like to do it. Ask for it for your birthday. How do I work on shaky aim? I've been trying to work on steadying the aim with motion, but I'm still having some trouble. Usually when I'm surprised, you're trying to react quickly. Doing the aim drills is going to help you a lot with that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's still up there. We've discovered new technology. It didn't happen this time, though. The jump landed me back here, but the... That's crazy. It's not repeatable. Just making sure you wanted to answer. I often frag out getting advantages in numbers for the team. However, it feels I can't get them to properly move the objective, which results in losses. How can I play a greater impact beyond fragging? How do I get them to act? So one of the things that I think happens to a lot of Slayers is they'll get like a couple picks, but those picks will not be on players that are stopping the objective. And so the rest of the team may still be getting held up. Huh. It didn't even let me trigger it from there that time. Maybe the Nintendo devs are watching me and discovering this technology and forbidding me from it. But what'll happen is you'll get too far in front of your teammates, basically, to where even though you might be getting picks, the numbers advantage around the Rainmaker or the tower or whatever is still actually in your opponent's favor, and you're not able to really follow up on those picks, because what you really need to be doing as a frontliner, as a Slayer, is clearing the players away from the objective. Now, if other people aren't grabbing it and moving it, sometimes you just got to do it yourself. If like your other teammates are moving up with you and leaving the objective behind, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. But this way from the right position can sometimes clue people in, especially like a booyah and then a this way to be like, hey, I just did good thing. Now we move. Okay. Splash player. Haven't been playing Splash as often as I've been finding that I can't manage to get the 4-shot in time. What's a good alternative? What should I do? Well, we were just testing the L3 here. Getting the 4-shot in time. So part of that is aim practice. I have a video out on YouTube about motion aim and how to learn it. So that can be valuable. But the Splash does have perfect accuracy, which is useful for hitting your shots. Taking fights where you have advantages so that the opponents don't know you're there especially is also huge, because then instead of having to like run forward into their range while they're shooting at you and then shooting them, you can just kind of be right next to them and shoot them in the back, and they're like, oh shoot, wait, where was that? And they don't have time. Scope chargers versus regular chargers. I prefer regular, but there are definitely positives and benefits to both that top players don't all unanimously agree on. Is using the Splattershot Pro good for getting Crab Tank? I think it's the weakest Crab Tank weapon in the game. It's also just generally one of the weaker weapons in the game. It's not the weakest. The Splattershot Pro is an okay weapon, but that's actually... It doesn't farm super fast for special. It's pretty ink hungry. It has decent range. Slays okay, but the 52 gal outclasses it in that regard. So, pretty weak kit. As a Hydra main, what should be the main focus regarding in tower control and Rainmaker? That depends. There are some places where Devi, who is a Hydra main, will pick up or ride the tower, and then there are other places where she will have more of an impact by not picking it up and letting the support player do it instead. So there are some situations where like you are actually best served not grabbing, but it's hard to coordinate that in solo. And if everyone else is running in front of the Rainmaker, that means okay, it's my job to pick it up. How the series things been seeming like they work? I don't like the new system because people are getting rewarded more for playing the game more than they are for being better at the game than it used to be. Because people have been reporting being in A rank and playing against people with S rank or S plus rank badges, which means that you're not getting match made based on what letter rank you have. You're getting match made based on your Glyco rating. So what is the letter for? What's the point of the letter? The rules of thumb when playing the Rapid Blaster. Keep your distance. Make sure you're hitting everyone at max range all the time, always. Because at max range is where your indirect hitbox is, so you don't have to be as accurate from there. And also, your advantage over any weapon you're going to be taking fights against is either your range or your ability to hit around cover. And either one of those is going to be best at max range. Currently playing a lot of... Oh yeah, we could test that with Squeezer, or with, not Squeezer, with Zipcaster too. Currently playing a lot of Squeezer, but I don't want to be a one-trick. Any tips for how to try and find other weapons you enjoy? Unfortunately, the Squeezer is the best weapon in its class at the moment, or in its niche, I suppose, which is like long-range shooter kind of weapon. L3 is solid, but it's nowhere near the same range the Squeezer has. Jet Squelcher is way less aggressive than Squeezer is. Nautilus should be like a good kind of alternative to it, but Nautilus has an awful kit at the moment, so yeah, it's unfortunate. 52 gal might be an option, because if you're playing Squeezer, you already know how to play with wall, and it's shorter range, but it's going to be similarly aggressive, I think. That'd be probably the next closest thing. Have you seen the desynced weapon bug? No, I haven't. You can swap to a different weapon the second a new match starts, and it shows you the new weapons while the other players see your old weapon. Oh, yeah, I think I've seen that, where someone was running around with an undercover umbrella, but it says you got splatted by the bamboozler. It's the best way to play Splash O Magic. I like that. I really enjoy it, but I'm not sure if it's good for every mode or what role to do. I don't think it's a very strong weapon right now. There was a niche for the Splooshomatic 7 in Splatoon 2. But the reason for that was that it had splat bombs. And so when it was out of range to hit anybody with its main weapon, it could be sitting back and very patiently throwing those bombs until it could find its way forward and find its way in. This Sploosh does not have that capability to poke from a distance. And so against stronger opponents, they're just going to catch you as you try to run it. But your best option is to try and flank and to use your curling bombs as mobility tools to like move very quickly behind enemy lines before they close up and apply zone control against you. Did you hear about the Big Run at all? I've seen nobody talking about it. I was surprised that Big Run didn't happen at this Splatfest. I don't know when they're going to implement that. I guess that's maybe a new feature that they're going to add, like when they're going to add X battles or whatever. At what point should someone try to learn a new weapon instead of sticking to a weapon that they are used to? You want to find a style that you enjoy. So just whatever it is that you like doing. Do you like flanking? Do you like picking people off from the back lines? Do you like being a more supportive fighter? Do you like just painting for special and launching as many of those as possible and being an absolute missiles gremlin? Like, you find what it is you like doing in the game, and then you go to, like, you think about what the best weapon is going to be for doing that for you. And you go to, like, the metagame, and you go to other sources and look at tier lists and things and think, like, okay, what are people doing that does that thing? And that should be kind of your rough weapon pool there. Tips for InkVac users. I actually just put out a short about the InkVac shot today, about how to fire it. You kind of want to aim it like a Rainmaker shot. You're aiming at the ground or at walls near players instead of aiming at the players themselves. Just suffered through both a calculus and computer science exam today. Oof. Well, I'm glad you're able to relax now and take more notes. How do I have better team coordination in solo queue? Look at where your teammates are going and follow them. So that's different depending on the weapon. Like, for a frontline weapon, find another frontline weapon, see which direction they're going, and take fights together from slight off angles. Your position relative to your teammates is something that you definitely have control over. So the closer you are to your teammates, the more likely you are to take the same fight. Don't get too close to them so you bunch up and die to the same bomb. And don't also, line up with them against an opponent, but take off angles on the same opponent as them, and coordination will almost certainly ensue from that. When your teammates go in, pop a special to help them if you're not close enough to use your main weapon. Or, like, as a backliner, watch where your teammates are going and cover an angle that they're not watching. Also, this way and Booyah and, like, Ouch, do not underestimate the power of those communication options. People do respond to this ways, as long as they know, clearly what you're trying to get them to do. Tips on playing Squeezer. The hardest thing with Squeezer is learning how to aim the dang thing, because you have to tap the button, which shakes your controller a little bit as you're trying to aim it, which is hard. But that weapon is extremely versatile. You can shark with it, basically, and then as soon as someone comes into your range, which is huge, you just tap shot them down, and you win a fight from further away as if you were like a roller being up in their base. It's really, really scary. You use the tap shots, like pressing it repeatedly for engagements because you have longer range and more damage from those, and then you press and hold the button to paint. Do you play the one on the Wii U? I did not play the one on the Wii U. I got in during Splatoon 2. Positives and benefits to both. Oh dear. Oh dear, what have I said? Maybe specific, but do you have any backliner tips for Wahoo World? In the Squid School Discord server, in the resources channel, I'll post links right here. They literally just posted automatically a second before I posted them. There is a channel called Resources where Devi has posted a list of backline positions that she likes to take. She plays Hydra, but it's relatively similar for E-Leader, and it's more general. And I would recommend going and checking that out because she has those maps made for Wahoo World. Sloshing Machine, a Slayer, or Skirmisher. Yes, can do both. Can also support. Very frustratingly good weapon. Thanks, Magenta Bloom. I appreciate that if you're still here, which you probably aren't because you said you were going to leave 8 minutes ago. Glicko rating. Glicko. That is the matchmaking system that underlies Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3. It's named for a guy named Glickman, who made an improvement to the ELO system, hence Glicko. I have a video about it. Tips for playing Sloshing Machine. Find the most important choke point that the opponents have to go through in the next 5 seconds and clog it up with fizzy bombs and Sloshing Machine shots. Just make it so that every time they try to go through there, they're taking chip damage constantly. And then Booyah Bomb is a really powerful special that you want to use to start engagements or to defend at important moments, especially when they have to decide between either pushing through it, pushing past it, or going behind it. Is Jet Squelcher a decent, good weapon to main? Jet Squelcher has a really weak kit right now for it, but it was a meta weapon in Splatoon 2 when it had missiles and Stingray. And what it did in Splatoon 2 was just completely spend all its time farming for special. It painted the map like it was a support weapon for a lot of the time, and then would get special and pop that special constantly from a very safe position where it could still have an impact because it was an anchor weapon. Should I optimize with my 3-player team, including myself? One of my friends plays ballpoint, the other plays E-Leader, and I play Rapid. You only have 3 players on the team? Well, the first optimization would be to find a 4th member. I joke, but like in the resources section of the Squid School Discord, there is a Discord server called Inkopolis Crosswalk. And in Inkopolis Crosswalk, you can find the Splatoon Recruitment and Free Agency Discord, where you'll be able to go out and hunt for more players. But okay, you've got Ballpoint, E-Leader, and Rapid. That is a very, very non-aggressive comp. It's really hard to put like a Ballpoint and an E-Leader on the same team because they're both going to try and take the same sorts of positions. You can play double backline, but the problem is pushing forward becomes really difficult because there are only so many safe positions on the map, and without the enemy team being pushed back, you can't really advance super well. So you only have so many resources to push the enemy team back, especially with only a Rapid Blaster. You want to consider maybe like Putting someone on a mini instead of a ballpoint, that might work. Or like a Nautilus, like a more aggressive Splatling, which will have the same mechanics and not force you to change too much of what you know how to play, but will be more aggressive. Big Run is where you play Salmon Run on like typical multiplayer maps. What am I testing? I was testing the L3 and its viability as a Splash-O-Matic replacement. But that is sort of past at this point. I'm resting my wrist. No Splatfest this month is weird, yeah. Like, it's so close to release. I guess maybe they're trying to devote more developer resources to patching the game than they are to making a new Splatfest. Tent Umbrella looks really obnoxious to deal with. How do I best exploit? So, the problem with Tent Umbrella right now is that you just get shot through the shield a bunch, and the shield does some wonky things, and it's not an especially functional weapon. But the way to play against the Tent Umbrella that's working is ignoring it. Literally fighting anybody else on the team, because it moves really slowly. You can tell where it is because of where the shield's at. It's hard for it to flank. It has to get super close to you to do damage. You try and just engage on its teammates and make it so that it doesn't have an impact on the fight. Do you have any tips for getting more used to 52 gal? 52 is a pretty aggressive weapon. The main weapon of the 96 is a lot more supportive because it's got so much more range, and it's trying to do chip damage from distance. The 52 is in your face. The 52 puts up a wall and then walks up to that wall, and then as soon as it has that area under control, it puts up another wall and just ratchets its way forward and owns all of your base. It's a very, very, like, fight-heavy weapon because it can take fights very well. Are there any alternatives that aren't so toxic that my life collapses? Playing anything with chargers or Splatlings. Swim speed up arrow spray. Well, if you want to go zoom, I mean, there is the Sploosh, which is going to be a slightly better option than the arrow spray for that same sort of play style. If you're looking for a more conventional sort of weapon, I would recommend a splatter shot. Or a Splash-O-Matic would also be a good option. Also a zippy-zoopy weapon, but one that is going to give you a better special and have a better shot in fights. So the L3 was feeling pretty good, and I feel like someone who was used to it in Splatoon 2 would be good at it in this game. That's my take. Would be the best weapon for front lines. Splatter shot is the single answer to that question, but there are a number of them. 52 gal's good. Splash-O-Matic is good. I still think Blaster is better than people are giving it credit for at the moment, but you do need to build a comp around it so that they have paint to work with. Haven't played since the first Splatoon. I have 2 and 3. Is it worth playing the first game? I mean, it was fun. I played it for a little bit. I played it for like 2 hours, so I'm not the first person you should be asking about it. Trying out the Blaster, been enjoying myself. Got any tips for a first timer? Play around stealth. You have to play really stealthy with that weapon. Use the big bubbler, assuming we're talking about the vanilla blaster, to let yourself take space and force the enemy players back from it. Hearing you describe sloshing machines sounds like you're talking about Bloblobber. The Bloblobber tries to do that, but as soon as it gets closed on, it can't fight as well. The sloshing machine's a lot scrappier than the Bloblobber is, and also has a better kit and a better special. Any tips for using Reef Slider and not instantly dying trying to pop it? That's a hard one because that's kind of something that happens. You need to use it more proactively than as a panic button, or otherwise you probably will just die because there are startup frames on it before you get the invincibility. And then you have to also plan where you're going to end up, because if you end up in an E-Leader's sightline, you still just die as soon as you use it. Been online for a while. Yep. Good replacement for the Splattershot Pro. L3, honestly. That's something we found today, I think. L3 or Splash. Or if you're trying to play for the main weapon's sake, go 52 gal. You think Aerospray is good in this game? No. If you want to play for fizzy bombs, you can play the Sloshing Machine, and that is a much better weapon with a much better special. The problem with the Aerospray is that while it paints very well, it's painting for a special that it doesn't really get the opportunity to spam. Like, once you use the Reef Slider, you're in. You're doing stuff. And that is not where an Aerospray wants to be, because its accuracy is abysmal and it needs 5 shots. What is a weapon you suggest to use? Depends on what playstyle you want. Here's like my top few weapons. E-Leader is one of the strongest weapons in the game right now. Splatter Shot's really good. 52 is really good. The Splash-O-Matic's really good. Sloshing Machine is probably the best weapon in the game. The Vanilla Slosher's still really solid as well. Range Blaster has a niche. Dually Squelchers work pretty well. Junior's very, very strong. That should at least give you a good few ideas to work with there. Tetras can work if you want to go super aggressive. Have you tried having your appendix removed? Nope. Hopefully I don't have to. What is your favorite weapon? The Splatter Shot. Blaster's sick, though. It's kind of right now I'm co-maining Splatter Shot Blaster. Start of the day I was winning most of my matches. Now I still feel like I've been playing the same, but I'm losing more now. It's possible you're getting tired and missing some decisions that you're making. There's a lot of different factors that could be at play, but it's probably something out of game more than it is something in game. Either that or you've like ranked up a bunch. Is there a super overpowered weapon I can use? If the closest thing to that right now is the Sloshing Machine. But even it's not as polarizing as it could be. Team could be some Splatling, an E-Leader, dual Jet Squelcher. Oh, Dually Squelchers. Dually Squelchers, okay. I'd think, like, Leader, Short-Range Splatling, N-Zap, and Dually Squelchers isn't a bad call there. That's getting you closer to a team comp that has everything it needs, at least from the main weapon perspectives. That's giving you two Wave Breakers, either a Hammer or a Rain, and a Tacticooler. Tacticooler isn't a great fit for that team comp, because that Tacticooler is for comps that want to run at you, and that's a much more slow-paced midline composition. I think we're going to see as many and as drastic changes in Splatoon 3 as in Splatoon 2. Probably. I think the meta is going to be making massive shifts every patch. What do you think of the overall balance of specials so far? Missiles are a little bit too powerful. Yes, I agree. Everything else is in a pretty good shape. They need to fix the Hammer's hitbox, and I don't even know what they do to make Hammer still viable after that, but Tacticooler, honestly, I would almost like them to take away the mark of the Tacticooler. If they do that, that might be worth running. But right now, being marked, losing your stealth for grabbing the drink is often not worth it. Otherwise, like, I think they're in pretty good shape. There are a lot of them that are seeing use. Tips on getting out of a minus 1800 debt in S+. I mean, again, this is like, how do I win more games? And I don't know what it is that you're doing to lose games, so it's a hard question to answer there. Like, I could be snarky and say that the answer is to win, but that honestly is about as much of an answer as I can give. Chunk recommendations for Dynamo. I don't know what Dynamo is running these days. I don't even know. For any builds stuff, sendu.inc/builds. Boom. That website right there is what I would go to. Because that is where you will find better information than I can give as a person who does not play that weapon. What are your thoughts on Squeezer right now? Strong main weapon. Wall isn't a great fit for it. Zuka is busted, and so very solid choice. Definitely something to consider as an alternative to Splatter Shot if you want more range. If we get the kit that Aerospray PG had in Splatoon 2 besides Booyah Bomb, but still have Burst Bomb? Besides Booyah Bomb? So, I mean, what special would it have? The special is the most important part of an Aerospray, because the only thing the Aerospray is good at doing in competitive play is getting its special fast. If you have a special that's spammable, if you give an Aerospray missiles, oh my god, I hate my life. Like, that is one of the most annoying weapons in the game. But they've given the Aerospray Reef Slider, so it's not scary. Captaining a team for the first time, I feel like I'm burning myself out really fast. Any tips? That is a tough one. So you want to make sure that the practice, you're not practicing too much. That is a thing that can happen. If you practice too much, the mood of the team just generally goes down. Morale isn't great. Morale is an important thing to focus on because that will lead to burnout quickly if team morale is down. And making your teammates accountable to what it is that they can be responsible for helps as well. Like if there's anything that you can delegate to them, that can be useful as well. What do we do if my favorite weapon has the Ultra Stamp as the special? Wait for another kit. Why do people hate on the Glugas? The only problem with the Glugas is their fire rate. If they had a faster fire rate, they would be a pretty solid weapon, I think. They've got about the best kit they can hope for. I mostly main Flings a Roller, but I don't know how to use it on tower control, so I use Range Blaster for that mode. Oh, that's not a question. What would you consider the best special in the game? Absolutely Tenta Missiles, no question. Booyah Bomb is a second place after a decent distance back, and then everything else is a decent distance after Booyah Bomb. Maybe Inkzuka, just because it's a pretty good counter to Booyah Bomb, and Booyah Bomb is on the best weapon in the game right now, but yeah. When you think about how good a weapon is there a certain game mode that you have in mind, or just kind of in general? You want to think about it for all 4 of the ranked game modes. And part of the reason for that is you want it to be playable on all of them. A weapon is better if it works decently well in every mode, so you can play it on every mode and one-trick it and get really, really good at it. If you have to switch back and forth between like 8 different weapons for different map modes, you're never going to get as good at any of those weapons. So it's a problem at that point. I think there's a similar enough weapon for me to try, so I'm not just a one-trick on Splatter Shot. If you're looking for similar mechanics, Neo Splash, it's a little bit more supportive, but it works. 52 Gal is more aggressive, but you have to get used to walls and longer range. Blaster, because it's sick. No, I do actually co-main Splatter Shot and Blaster. So, hope no new weapons get Tenta Missiles ever. If you could, how would you balance missiles? I have a couple of ideas. FLC's idea is one I'll share first, and his is that when you fire them, they target the 2 players that are furthest away from you if they're unsplatted, obviously. You do not get to see where they are. They fall near those players only, and then you move on with your life. And that way, it reduces the number of people that it's on, and it also doesn't give you the information piece. So that would be a big nerf. For me, I think what you could do is... I actually kind of think making them so that you can manipulate their positioning better would be a really good way to do it. Like, make it so that when they lock onto you, you have a pretty good window in which to guide them where you want to go. So maybe in the next second or two, wherever you are then, they land. And then you have a lot more time to move out of the way of that set location. I don't know. I feel like we've tried it both ways, and it still doesn't change anything. You're still forced to move, and you're running into your teammates' missiles and stuff. Honestly, the thing I would fix about missiles is to make the maps better. I think that would also help. But missiles just kind of need a nerf, because otherwise they're just going to be a pain in the butt for everybody. What would you say is the best Splatling? Hydra. Nautilus if it gets a more aggressive kit, and Mini if it gets a special that works. But right now, Hydra. Have any advice to become the GOAT of Splatoon 3? I have a lot of advice at how to get better at Splatoon 3. I'm not the GOAT myself, so I couldn't tell you there. If you were designed the best main sub special combo, what would it be? Like, most likely to win or most fun for the game? So those are two different questions there. Aim drills do take time, Verzric. You're going to have to work at it gradually. You notice that sometimes Trizuka clips through the tower and hits people behind it. It's not exactly clipping. It's that those three swirly things actually have their own separate hitboxes and can... Like, if one of them hits a piece of cover but the other one doesn't, the other one will still continue in its path all the way past it. So that's what's happening there. Are the nozzle nose weapons any good? Right now, the H3 doesn't have a good kit. I think the L3 is better than people give it credit for, and I spent a lot of today testing it and continuing to believe that. If you repeatedly go into squid form in the same place in ink, the circle you normally create slowly makes a square. Whoa. What's the best Splatoon idol in your opinion? I'm a Shiver fan. Fry's a close second. Big Man distant third. Opinion on 96 Gal. Mediocre. If you want a vac on a mid-range weapon, I mean, it's your option there, but it would really like something other than a sprinkler. How's your day going? Going pretty good. Thanks for asking. What is my role as a Flingza roller in tower control? Hold down an angle that it's hard for them to approach with your vertical flicks, and in doing so, paint a lot and get Tentamissiles, fire Tentamissiles, and then move in and do splat roller things. So be aggressive, sit under ledges, shark them and stuff. And then once you can no longer do those aggressive things because the advantage state is shifted against you, you go back to farming missiles again and help use those to help your team get back in. Would you discourage me from being in every main? Yes, because you will never get as good on any one of those weapons as you could if you were reducing your weapon pool. Any recommendations for Flingza? I was just talking about that. Flingza is a very, very supportive weapon most of the time. It can play aggressive, but it gets so much value out of getting missiles and gets the missiles so quickly that most of the time, until it has a really solid fight to go and win, it's like, I could take a risk, or I could just farm for more missiles. Do you think Nautilus could work on a competitive level? It's my favorite weapon, what I feel I'm best with, but the kit isn't very great. As soon as the Nautilus gets a more aggressive kit, it's going to be up there again. The Nautilus was one of the most enduring meta weapons in Splatoon 2 across the later patches of the game, once they buffed its shot velocity. Or did they buff it, or was it just always that good and people didn't realize? One way I saw Jem here suggest is play other games either with the team or on your own. Oh yeah, that's a great way to kind of like have something that's not super serious and hardcore all the time with your team. No idea how to evaluate sub-weapons. Wouldn't mind a guide on that. ProChar actually does a whole bunch of tier lists on that sort of stuff, but a sub-weapon in general, you want something that can do damage, because if it can't do damage, then it's not as threatening and they don't have to respect it as much. And ideally, that's lethal damage. Splat bombs and suction bombs are still, I believe, the best sub-weapons in the game, although Fizzy Bomb is up there because of the way that the maps work, because it shuts them down so hard. Because Fizzy does have a significant threat, and it also paints more than the other ones do. It controls more of an area as a result of that. So because it controls more space, it has a lot of value. But controlling more space with non-lethal damage, I think, is still weaker than controlling less space with lethal damage. Because lethal damage, you absolutely have to respect. You throw a Splat Bomb with good timing in front of the Rainmaker, it doesn't matter you're in a 1v4, the Rainmaker has to stop. And that ability to just stop someone is powerful. So I could kind of go down my list, I guess. I think Splat and Suction Bomb and Fizzy Bomb shortly after those. Burst Bomb is also up there. I think Burst Bomb actually is probably better than Fizzy Bomb because it enables more weapons to do more things. Like, there are some weapons you just give them a Burst Bomb and they're broken. I hope they never give a Burst Bomb to Explosher. That's going to be just too insane. But there are other weapons where it's like not adding that much, so that's why Burst Bomb I dropped down. Then after that, I'd say probably Auto Bomb is the next one. Auto Bomb has gotten a little bit of a glow up because there's just less wide open space for it to get lost in. So I like Auto Bombs a lot. What after that? Let me take a quick look and see what else is available. Okay, Sprinkler, one of the weakest. Doesn't get you any combat potential, basically. Only serves to paint your feet and get your special faster, which you might as well just be doing with your main weapon a lot of the time. Splash Wall, very strong on certain weapons and not as useful on others. Like Squeezer, I think, is a mismatch with it because the point of like a sub-weapon should support what that weapon is going to try to do. Or like take care of a glaring weakness in it. So like some weapons need bombs because they need an ability to poke from a distance that they don't have otherwise. Squeezer doesn't need protection because it has range. So it could do very well with something else. But Splash Wall is very solid on like 52. It's a crucial part of what makes 52 and what makes Gloogas work. Curling Bomb is basically only useful for mobility. It has almost no kill threat unless you get lucky. Beacons are situationally useful. There are certain weapons that want them, but unfortunately, Dapples, for example, are one of those weapons that really need a bomb to be useful, because they need an ability to poke from a distance before they get in range, because getting in range is just not consistent with something that you have to punch them with to be able to do any damage with. And so this is a really, really weak kit for it. Point Sensor was one of the weakest subs in Splatoon 2, but now it is actually not as weak as some others, simply by nature of the way the game works. Everyone's running Ninja Squid, so revealing everybody is just a little bit better of a thing. It's still not great. It's still not the first thing you're looking for, but for example, on an Explosher, you can use the Point Sensor to track someone behind a wall so that you can hit arcing shots up over the top and hit them. So that's kind of nice, I guess. Ink Mines are only really good on backline weapons for checking for flanks. Anything aggressive that has this, like Undercover Umbrella, is really better served by almost anything else. Toxic Mist isn't bad, but it doesn't control space as well as a bomb does. so it's always outclassed. Line marker is one of the weakest subs in the game right now because it just doesn't do that much damage, and the damage isn't consistent enough. You have to aim a shot really carefully to hit it. And the value you get out of the marking is, if you're trying to mark people, just run a point sensor. Literally, like, point sensor is just better because it's easier to hit with and more reliable. If you already know where they are, you don't need to mark them, right? And you need to know where they are and have straight line of sight to them to mark them with the line marker, unless you're, like, walling off a certain choke point or something. Torpedoes are very solid. They give a lot of damage potential to both of, or damage combo potential to both of these weapons. I'd probably put that right up there with auto bombs, maybe a little above auto bombs. So that's where I'm at with them. Most of them are very situational, but splat and suction bombs, you can put those on basically any weapon and they'll at least be okay with it. Squeezer a bad weapon to main? Absolutely not. Strong one. I hear a lot of people talk about how bad the maps are. How would you change the maps if you could? They need to have more options to navigate around mid. There are way too many nasty, hard choke points with literally no other alternative for how to get in. So you just get funneled, absolutely forced into this tiny, narrow passageway with the rest of your team. And you have to punch through it with overwhelming specials, which is frustrating. There's also not enough cover in a lot of these maps. They're like small enough that an E-liter can see everything, and there's like one tiny little box that you can hide behind from that E-liter, which means that E-liters are just like massively disproportionately powerful in the game right now, and it's so frustrating to try and move around anywhere. That's why everyone's running Ninja Squid, so they can hide from E-liters, because that's the only way that you can safely navigate the map a lot of the time, just not being seen. On average, how many weapons can you main while still being good at them? I'd say like 2 different kinds of main weapons and maybe a couple of variants each. Does it have the shot velocity presently in Splat 3? Yeah, the Nautilus is unchanged as a main weapon, which is why I say it's going to be really strong as soon as it gets a kit that is useful. First time watching live, nya. We're meowing at me. Hi, Simon. Tips for Hydra Splatling or resources to improve with. Devi is someone who is on these streams a lot on Tuesdays, and she is a Hydra main at Div 3 level. And she makes these guides on where she likes to position that are in our Discord server that I would recommend you check out. Played Splashmatic in all 3 games, but in 2, picked up Octobrush. Just can't seem to do as well with Brush in this game compared to 2. Any tips? Zipcaster's really hard. You need to get really good at the Zipcaster to be able to get value out of it, because otherwise you just don't really have a special, and that's a big oof for being able to have an impact with that weapon. I don't think Nintendo knows what is an optimal kit and are making slapdash decisions based on a variety of factors, including balancing for turf war. How do you get good with Carbon Roller? Carbon Roller is probably, I think, the weakest roller in the game right now. It was much better in Splatoon 2 with the Deco kit specifically because it had a burst bomb, and so that comboed with the main weapon to splat really quickly. And the reason you wanted that instead of just a one-shot roller was that, for one thing, you could poke from a distance with the burst bomb, which was nice, but more importantly, because you're probably playing the Carbon as an ambush weapon, it could burn through armor and splat faster than any other weapon could through armor. Because you hit the burst bomb to take the armor off, and then the flick got the splat, or vice versa. Right now, it just doesn't have that much of an identity. It's just the roller that splats slower, which, that's not a great niche. Fizzy's a hybrid between curling and splat. I don't see much of a... Fizzy, I guess you can kind of use for mobility, but that's literally all a curling bomb is used for. Fizzy is a bigger explosion radius than both of those two combined. Fizzy could one-shot, would it be broken? Oh, absolutely. 3 explosions that are that big, it's hard to avoid getting hit by a Fizzy a lot of the time. And if each one of them just one-shot you, best sub in the game, broken, needs to be nerfed. How would you rate Splatoon 3 1 to 100? In its current state, like an 80, but I think it has potential to get up to into the 90s for sure. With, you know, patches, more content, stuff like that. Hope they get... Don't give Carbon Burst again. They bring back Flounder. I mean, Carbon needs something like Burst to keep it in the game. Right now, it's just not great. You have suggestions for playing with a turbo button. Is that allowed? Is that something they allow in, like, online matchmaking? Any general tips for using auto bombs? You use them for information more than for anything else. If they get a pick for you, you got lucky. If you really need them to get a pick for you, you throw them behind someone while they're not paying attention to it. But you're not using an autobomb to get picks. You're using it to see what direction it walks in so you know where someone's hiding in the ink. Does anyone call GooTuber a goober? I have said so before, yes. What do I do when squid rolling is it an option in a 1v1? It depends on the weapon. Sometimes it's good. Because it can let you move in situations where you maybe couldn't. And the nice thing about it is that it's cancelable into shooting whenever you want. So it's never going to like be an animation that locks you into place. But the only time I would consider use it in a fight is either to initiate with it so that you tank the initial damage that they send at you, or if you're about to take lethal damage and you can't avoid it in any other way. Do you think that custom kits would be good for the game? No. Something would be found that would be immediately and insanely broken, and everyone would just spam that. It's okay to main 3 to 5 weapons, 2 rollers, a shooter, and I'm testing out snipers. The rollers and the shooter you can absolutely play together because they have a very similar play style, and you're not going to have to adapt as much. The charger, you're going to have to learn completely new positioning and new mechanics, and that's going to be harder to work into that weapon pool. You can do it. It's just like I know someone who two-tricked 2 weapons, and those 2 weapons were Octobrush and E-Liter. I don't know what those 2 weapons have to do with each other at all, but they made it work. Is Heavy weak? Not for on its own merits, more because of the way that the rest of the game is working right now. Because right now, E-Liters are really powerful, and that is a weapon that specifically counters heavy splatling. I think the weapon itself is in a decent spot, just the maps need to be a little bit better to allow it to function. Any tips for Splash or Octobrush? Those are 2 very different weapons. Splash is going to play a lot around its crab and make sure it has that for any major engagements. Octobrush is more of a flanker. What do you think of all the specials in 3? Tenta Missile's broken. Booyah Bomb could probably be nerfed. Everything else is a pretty fair special. Then Hammer needs to be buffed. Tacticooler needs to be buffed. There's another one that I'm forgetting. Reef Slider, it would be good if it was not just shootable by an E-Liter immediately on ending. Like, maybe it gives you a roll-off or something. At least, to throw someone's aim off. There's another special that I think is really weak that I'm forgetting about. What am I forgetting? I would actually like it if Vac was not vulnerable in between when it's sucking up ink and when it fires the shot. Because I think people are actually going to find that it's weaker than we thought it was at first. Oh, Zipcaster needs some kind of armor. Let Zipcaster live. Even just, like, give the Zipcaster a one-time use ink armor. I think that's completely fair for it. What would you recommend to a newer Splatoon player in terms of what, like weapons? Because the first recommendation is learn motion controls. Love the aesthetic design of the Splatana, a car wiper imagined as a sword. Yeah, it's kind of neat. Any advice on the Splushiomatic? Lots of advice on the Splushiomatic. It's a short-range shooter. Use your burst bomb to poke anyone who's too long range to engage on directly. Perfect accuracy while jumping, so jump shots work perfectly well. Practice those in the training room so that you can do them in matches as you're jumping off of ledges or something. Crab Tank is really good, and you can farm a lot of those. Where are Devi's guides in the Discord? Resources folder. If you could bring back an old map, what would it be? Oh my goodness, there are so many. Reef. Please bring back the Reef, and do not change it the way that you changed all of the Splatoon 1 maps, for the love of all that is holy. That was a beautiful map from Splatoon 2. Gave you so many options for getting into mid. It would play completely differently than any of the maps in Splatoon 3 right now. I feel like that is a really, really good competitive map in all of the modes. Absolutely deserves to come back. I was sad that it didn't. I really, really liked Piranha Pit in all but Rainmaker. That was a lot of fun. Redesigning it for Rainmaker would be hard, though. What are some other ones that I would like to come back? I don't know a lot about Splatoon 1. And so there's only so much I can comment on there. I've only played so many of them. And one of the ones that I played was Salt Spray, which absolutely should not come back under any circumstances. Let me think. Thinking noises. They did bring back a lot of the maps that were decent from Splatoon 1 with the Splatoon 2 with the very notable exception of Wahoo World, which is not great. They could have fixed Wahoo World and they didn't, which makes me sad. But a lot of the other Splatoon 2 maps were kind of obnoxious for competitive play. Do you think the game is needing a patch that early? The game absolutely needs to be patched. I would like them to get enough information to make a good patch, so I'm okay with the game being in the state that it's in for the time being. Finding it hard to integrate with the competitive community. Competitive is really small. Oh, Oceania. Oh, yeah, that's a tough one. Because there are only so many people who play the game nearby. Honestly, the answer in the long term is just get more people into it. Make content or tell people about the game that you love and try to get them to play it. Because eventually, over time, that will grow the scene around you. But yeah, at some level, like, the scene just needs to be grown. What's your favorite kind of towel to use to wipe your tears when people are positioning like that brush in the VODs we saw earlier? I don't remember which brush we're talking about. Pretty bad at Splattershot. Want some tips? Splattershot's a relatively aggressive weapon, but it's a weapon that has such a powerful special that it wants to get the special and use it first before it goes in. Inkzuka is really powerful. You just have to aim it well, which is hard. Your strengths are your time to kill, which are insanely fast. Your ability to paint your feet and get out of situations that other weapons can't when their feet get painted. And the fact that you have a lethal bomb to work with. So you can spam that in situations where you're up against a weapon that you can't engage on directly. Would you think a game mode with randomized subs and specials could be a fun event-type mode? It would be fun. It wouldn't be competitive. How strong do you think Kraken would be if it returned in 3? Would you add anything to it to make it better? Kraken was broken. Kraken was the meta in Splatoon 1 because you could just get a solo 1v3. Kraken was really, really powerful and needed some kind of nerf. So I'm glad that it's not in Splatoon 3, to be honest. If you could remove missiles, would you? 100%. Absolutely. No question about it. I think it's lame and boring. Preliminary findings on the hypothesis. I think L3 is solid, and I'd like to see like an L3 player try to pick it back up again. If you had $1 for every time you get a communication error, how much would you have? A lot more than I have right now. Tips for heavy splatling. I would recommend looking at Devi's backline positioning guide. Figure out a position on any map or mode that you're trying to play ahead of time, and try to default to those. Needs a fix more than a buff. It needs a buff too. Like in Splatoon 2, where that special worked, it still was not meta. It was still one of the weakest specials in the game. Increase hammer throw distance. The problem with that special, though, is that you're bringing a melee weapon to a gunfight. And if you make it any more powerful, like if you make it so it actually can run people down, now there's no counterplay in a lot of situations. And it's frustrating to play against, and it's bad. I just don't think it's a well-designed special, and I would not like to see it back in Splatoon 4. Or if you're going to use it to nerf a weapon that already has a really strong main weapon. Crab tank, very strong. Crosshairs need a buff. That's the truth. Thoughts on Wavebreaker? Feels a lot harder to get value of compared to other specials. It's very good. It's just on a lot of weapons that don't want to get close enough that it's in range of anything. So you kind of have to like poke your way into a range you don't want to be in, throw it, and then run back away from that to really get the most benefit out of using it on an E-liter or a heavy or something like that. Great on dually squelchers, though. No problems there. Any advice for an anchor player trying to regroup after losing a fight? Is there any good way to hold some ground for your team without having to give up mid completely? Run very far away to a place that's painted up pretty well, and then if they start pushing in, you can potentially snipe them or something. But you need to go back to some place where you have paint control so that you can see anybody who's coming in on you, and you're going to be able to move away faster than they're going to be able to move at you. Cat, yes. How valuable is LDE in a backliner? As valuable as it is for anybody else. It's all about ink consumption. And ink consumption affects every weapon in the game. Yeah, it was a kitty. That's true. Can I friend you? I generally try to only friend people when I'm about to be playing with them, for the reason that whenever I do PB streams with viewers, my friends list gets completely swamped, and I have to delete friends to add new ones, and it's a really big pain in the butt. So I try to keep my friends list as lean as I possibly can. What do I do about squid floppers? They're wasting time. Just like take advantage of the time that they're not spending playing the game again. If it's getting to you, open your map screen when you get splatted by someone and they're squid flopping at you, and then you don't have to look at it. Running intensify action on L3 earlier, any reason for it? Absolutely not. I don't think it's particularly useful at all because you're going to spend so long standing still. It does improve your jump accuracy, but I was not jump shotting at all, and I wouldn't want to. Bring back walleye? Absolutely not. Get out of here. Not even as a joke. I don't know anything about bluefin. Hope they fix Wahoo World. I doubt they will. What single-player things would you want in multiplayer maps? Bounce pads. Absolutely want the bounce pads. Grind rails are a huge disadvantage state, and if they make it so that the only way to traverse one area to another is the grind rail, you're going to get shot every time. Those things are too slow. And it's bad that they force you to move in a certain direction because you have very limited options for dodging things. But the bounce pads, the things I could do with tetradoolies on those bounce pads. Ooh, give me more of that. Do you think Intensify Action is a one-sub wonder? Oh, no. Intensify Action doesn't do much until you have at least like a main of it. I run 2 mains of it on Blaster, for context. It doesn't have any reflection symmetry maps yet. Yeah, and fingers crossed that it stays that way. Thoughts on the Reef? One of the best maps ever in Splatoon, period. Very, very well designed. Thought they were going to bring back Kelp Dome. Hope not. I don't know. Kelp Dome's... I have a begrudging enjoyment of Kelp Dome, even though it's terrible for competitive play. Are there any guides you'd recommend for learning the basics? I've made some guides. Yeah, I have a guide called, like, how to get out of C rank, how to get out of B rank, how to get out of A rank, how to get out of S rank, all the way up. For Splatoon 2, all of that advice completely applies to Splatoon 3. It's probably not as well lined up with the exact place in the learning curve that you're going to be on, but those videos are still... I stand by just about everything that I said in all of them. Oceania scene existed fine enough in 2. Main server, everyone was in, peeked around. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's good. There are definitely players in, like, Australia. Who is near... Yeah, I don't know. How good is the Hero Shot replica? I mean, if we're talking about compared to the Splattershot is infinitely superior. But both of them are top-tier weapons in terms of competitive play. How does Anarchy matchmaking work? I keep getting matched against folks with silver or gold badges while I'm B tier. There's a snarky answer that it doesn't. It's based on your Glyco rating, which is hidden from you, and your letter rank is unrelated to it. Your letter ranking is basically just, can you keep a high enough win rate to keep advancing? And win rate depends on the players you're playing against, so it's not a great test of how good you are. How would you change the rank system if you made changes? Allow demotions and tie the letter rankings to a Glyco rating. At that point, I think we're in business. Best way to approach long-range weapons or the NZAP when playing frontlines with mid. So long-range weapons is a completely different question from the NZAP, because the NZAP is a short-range weapon. The Splatter Shot or Splashmatic. Kill me no matter what I try. Stealth. Stealth, taking an off angle, shooting at them while they're shooting at your teammate, throwing bombs to force them out of position. Wish you could just hold fire to fire L3 at its max rate. I dislike weapons that I have to mash. Yeah, that would be nice. It's for the L3. I think for like some other weapons, like that could be really strong because they don't cap them as low as you'd think. Should they buff the Ultra Stamp to what the second game got, or keep it like this? They need to buff it beyond as well as it was in the second game. The Ultra Stamp needs to be a better special weapon to be pickable than it was at any point in its lifespan. What do you rank Trizuka, Inksuka, and Splatoon 3? One of the best specials in the game. Definitely top 3, maybe even top 2. Is it worth intentionally jumping for the accuracy with a 52 gal with an Intensify action, or is it just nice to have when you're jumping? Usually you're fighting from behind a wall, so you don't need it. I wouldn't even run Intensify action on it, honestly, because you're going to be jumping so infrequently. Sharking behind enemy lines is a good strategy. It depends on what your teammates are doing. If your teammates are pushing, and they're pushing the opponents into you, yes. If you're just behind enemy lines to be there, you're basically putting your team in a numbers disadvantage. Because if you try to engage on that fight and your team isn't going in at the same time, now you're just feeding. And if you're just waiting there and not doing anything with that position while you wait for your teammates to get there, they're still coming in at a numbers disadvantage. So there's a very strict timing during which a flank like that is going to work. And you need to know that timing as you're going in. It's usually better to take off angles than flanks, because flanks take too long. What do you main most of the time? Splattershot and Blaster. Love your vids. Hope you're having a good day. I hope you're having a good day too. Thank you. Don't have a sub of quick super jump on this build. That's because this build is not a build that I run on anything. I'm mostly just playing this to farm gear. I mean, the mains are good. The subs are not. Well, I guess on the headgear, I've got the utility subs there. That's not bad, but that was by coincidence. Wish there were more vertical maps. Yeah, I like the thing that old Hammerhead did, and Mincemeat does a little bit, where you have walls that you can climb up from every side. Why is it in this game that there are so few walls you can climb? You should be able to go up the entire wall out of mid on Scorch Gorge. That would be more fun than the way that it currently is. I think Hero Shot Replica is lame because it's based on an actual gun and not based on a random household implement that has been turned into a weapon. I think that aesthetic of Splatoon is very fun, and making it a gun just upsets that. Okay, well, what I've learned here is there's no shot that I ever actually catch up to chat at this point, because I'm just getting asked so many questions. And I have been streaming for a good long time, and I want to get going. So apologies to those that I wasn't able to get to. I answered as many as I could, I promise. But we are going to send you guys off to Devi. For those of you who were asking about Splatlings, Devi is absolutely someone that you should be watching and talking to. She loves helping new players. She has been a very instrumental part in getting Squid School up and running. She is the closest to a second in command, I think, that I have on the channel. Former teammate, captain of the Grillers, which is a Division 3 team. Let's go and say hi to Devi. Those of you on YouTube, feel free to hop over onto Twitch to participate in the raid. But before I go, I just want to talk really quickly about these links. I am doing content creation full time, and really appreciate any support that you can give to the Patreon, the Metafy, and to all of the different places where I post content. Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, and we have a Discord server there as well that you can join from. All right, that's all of my plugging that I'm going to do. Let's go say hi to Devi, everyone. School's out!